In the distant 2000s, humanity had made great strides in computer technology, but Seoul remained the same, shining brightly at night as if it were daytime. In Gangnam-gu, Yeoksamdong district, there was a huge building belonging to D Group, one of the most famous companies in the world of gaming tournaments. On the top floor of this building was the world's strongest team of ROR players, Team D1. Almost every night, young people spent their time training in the large game room. No one in the world could match them in championships. They were the fastest and had practically devoted their lives to computer games. The speed at which they typed on the keyboard was terrifying. They had held the top spots in all rankings for many months. But there was one player the team wanted to compete against as much as they wanted to reach the top of the gaming world. His identity was unknown. Everyone knew him by his nickname, Dex. He always played solo and was practically on par with D1 in terms of skill. The game began, and the whole squad gathered that night to deal with Dex once and for all and reclaim their top spot. The team leader was the first to step forward, standing opposite the lone and very famous warrior. The player had a black warrior skin, his helmet covered his face, and only his eyes were visible. Quite an impressive sight, even though it was made of pixels. No one was going to take this lone warrior seriously, especially the leader of D1, who was going to fight at full strength tonight. Holding down the attack button, the young man sent his game model into battle with a loud, monstrous roar. He was going to show Dex why they were #1 in the world. Compared to Dex's model, the team leader's huge red monster was many times larger, but nevertheless the player didn't even dodge. He stood motionless, waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack, gripping his sword tightly. And then the perfect moment came. Dex swung his sword and defeated the captain of the best team in the world with a single blow. The computer monitor clearly showed how the monster's arm flew off to the side with the heavy sword. The young man did not even have time to do anything, not even launch a single attack, before he was defeated and unable to continue fighting. It was astonishing, but the squad was not going to give up. They were confident of victory even without their team leader and rushed into battle. The assassin in the group played his trump card and pressed a combo on the keyboard. His character in the game began to slowly dissolve into thin air. It was a special assassin attack that allowed him to disappear from the enemy's field of vision. The ninja's eyes burned with a thirst for victory and confidence in his own abilities. Standing in front of a crowd of enemies, he did not move, continuing to wait for the perfect moment for his next attack, while a cloud of smoke formed behind him. The assassin's little trick did not go unnoticed. He had not yet fully revealed himself when the lone warrior turned abruptly. The assassin's two curved blades clashed with the tanker's heavy sword, and the attack was stopped. The player had no intention of stopping there. He was determined to destroy the world's #1 team and take their place. With another simple combo, the Dark Knight broke through, destroying his opponent and earning points for a double kill. One of the team members was greatly impressed. He couldn't believe that the tank and the main attacking player in the game had been taken out with a single blow. But his friend wasn't scared, or at least didn't show it. He was sure they could win, and in the meantime, Dex finally moved. To hold off his attack, the team's shield bearer used his huge shield, while the archer and mage hid behind him. Even that didn't save them from the fate of their comrades. With a single blow, the lone warrior struck down 3 players. The best team in the world was defeated in less than 5 minutes. They didn't even have time to do anything. They were all literally wiped out, and the team leader stared at his computer screen, unable to believe his eyes. 5 of the strongest masters were destroyed without much effort by some no-name, completely alone. No one in the world could compare to Dex, a player without a team who easily dealt with everyone in his path. Nothing was known about him, not even the city or country he played from. People only knew his nickname and the black helmet that haunted the players who lost to him in their nightmares for a long time. At the same time, on the other side of town, a young student sat at his desk in a small room, munching on chips. Yoon Jae-young was not famous and was not even recognized as a genius. He did not have enough money for high-quality, expensive gaming mice or keyboards. An old, worn-out computer stood on his desk and served him well for many years, helping him win numerous games. Among the huge number of different nicknames he used, there was one loud and famous name, Dex. The young man didn't worry about nicknames or the game itself. He just ate chips and did what he wanted. And he wanted to take first place wherever possible. That was his main goal in life at that stage. The bag of chips ran out pretty quickly, lasting only for one game lasting a few minutes. Tonight, the guy achieved what he had wanted for so long. He finally took first place in the world rankings and surpassed the professional gamers. That could have been the end of another game that had lost all meaning for Dex after achieving his goal. He was not like other players, and his attitude often caused not only surprise, but also misunderstanding. Hardcore gamers, for whom gaming tournaments and the game itself were the meaning of life, were greatly angered by such indifferent and frivolous behavior. It is not surprising that Dex earned a reputation as the main internet troll in the gaming community. Yoon Jae-young didn't even think about the fact that he might upset someone by leaving the game after another victory, but he didn't care. The day after he announced his departure from the game, which was losing popularity, many people discussed it heatedly. Even delivery workers were aware of it. Even those who didn't play listened to the stories of their friends who did, and were surprised at what a cruel troll Dex was. One such curious person drove his friend to hysterics with his questions, and the guy yelled at him, taking it as a personal insult rather than a joke. And yet it was obvious why he left the game. Many gamers were abandoning it now. The reason was that the world of video games had been in decline for several years due to new advances in computer technology. One such achievement was a completely new cutting-edge game, advertised everywhere. The world's largest companies had joined forces to release a new virtual game called Arcadia, which was unlike anything that had come before. The central figure of this game was a delicate blonde girl who was also the guide to this new world. Not only did the best game programmers of the last decade take part in this project, but also world-renowned scientists from Silikoff. All this was done in order to secretly create a true masterpiece of human thought. Thanks to the efforts of programmers and scientists, a completely new technology was created. Unlike anything else, a completely new, different world. It was the first full-fledged virtual world that could be accessed using a device called the Dreamer. It was a fairly large capsule for one person, resembling a bed into which a person could immerse themselves and personally find themselves in Arcadia. A world of endless possibilities, completely different from ours, where magic, castles, knights, and new statuses were available. With a warm smile on her face, a blonde girl invited everyone to join her in this exciting adventure. It was precisely this Dreamer's capsule that the arguing men in the truck were delivering to the last stop on today's delivery list. At first glance, the building did not look much like a dwelling, especially not the home of someone who could afford Arcadia. In fact, the house was in terrible condition, with cracked windows, broken walls, and crumbling partitions. And yet this was where Dex lived. The same Dex who had left the boring game behind in order to finally immerse himself in a long-awaited new adventure. Now that he had a Dreamer, there was no need to keep useless game accounts on his computer. And at the age of 20, Jae-young decided to quit all existing games so that he could immerse himself in Arcadia. After deleting his accounts and making the necessary preparations, the young man lay down in the Dreamer capsule and began to load the virtual world. When he opened his eyes the next time, he found himself in a different universe, far removed from our gray, everyday life. This magical place was called Arcadia, and he had finally begun a completely new journey in another world, his eyes shining with happiness. In our world, there are countless different games for computers, phones, and even portable consoles. And in every game, no matter how small or how big, there will always be room for little secrets. These little secrets can be very diverse. For example, the simplest jokes left by the developers for the players. They can also be full-fledged secret items hidden by the creators that greatly affect the gameplay and perception of the game. The gaming community around the world has many names for such secrets, one of which is Easter eggs. Another name that can be used for them is secret. It is from these small pieces that a full-fledged, rich, and lively game world is assembled. It is not always just an item or a joke. Often it can be a secret character with whom the story began. And if you find this character, uncover their secrets, and complete certain hidden tasks, the game will take on a whole new dimension for you. Many games hold great secrets within themselves. Sometimes it is actually a real parallel world with its own backstory, which can take on a life separate from its creators. Only a player who is smart and quick-witted enough can uncover these secrets. And it is up to travelers from future generations to decide whether these hidden secrets will be revealed to the world. Arcadia has reached a whole new level in this regard, because here the brain connects directly and immerses itself in a full-fledged world that is indistinguishable from reality. For ordinary people, the implementation of such a device may seem impossible, but it already exists, and right now we can plunge into a world of magic and adventure. As soon as the world loaded, Yoon Jae-young found himself in the bustling square of the capital, where players were already busy selling potions and looking for someone to agree to complete a quest. This game world was similar to many other games, but at the same time it felt completely different. Players could feel the wind and the warmth of the sun's rays on their own skin, as if they were really there. The main character did not yet fully understand what was happening and what the gameplay was like, so he moved to a deserted corner and opened his inventory with a wave of his hand. The control menu was quite simple, showing the player's current level, nickname, equipment, and the ability to retrieve any item that had been collected. Such a promising game had led to different expectations. Dex looked at the inventory and felt both disappointment at his unfulfilled expectations and satisfaction with the simple interface. In order not to waste time, Jae Young decided to immediately go on his first training mission, without which he would not be able to continue the game. It was quite difficult to make precise movements in Arcadia because people were not used to acting in the virtual world the same way they moved in the real world. For this purpose, a training task was introduced to kill the simplest mob, which revealed special skills that allowed players to automatically perform certain actions. However, the main character had no plans to use them. He didn't even care that they existed in this universe. For someone with extraordinary talent like Yoon Jae-young, the automatic actions written by the scriptwriters were useless, like in a typical second-rate computer game. Without any effort, the young man cut the poor slime in half with a swing of his sword, feeling only slight discomfort from the unfamiliar neural sensations. One test task was enough for Dex to start getting used to the new gameplay, and in the meantime, the mission was successfully completed. Confidence was overflowing in him, and the young man felt that with such success, he would quickly conquer this game. But the next task of reading 100 books disappointed him greatly. But there was nothing he could do. He was determined to finish the game, so he went to the city library, picked up some books, and set about the task he disliked. At the library, a young girl with black hair and glasses was in charge, and her friend was curiously looking at the unusual guy at the next table. The thing was, the young man had been reading books for several days without stopping, and had successfully finished a good portion of them. The librarian closed the book and said with a smile that reading books in the library was not such a big deal, which upset her friend. Not wanting to look foolish, the girl hastened to justify herself, saying that the stranger really did look unlike anyone else, because most people take 10 books and quickly flip through them. No one else doing the initial quest had ever read books as intently as Dex. He cursed the game to himself, but still wanted to complete it. And just when the librarian decided that he was about to leave, the guy got up and asked if there was a second volume of the book he had just finished reading. This book was unusual and therefore immediately caused the girl great surprise. No one had read it before, let alone asked about the sequel. Jae Young himself looked as if this was a normal thing for him. There were several interesting things in the book, and he wanted to learn more about them from the second volume. The book about the history of Arcadia was called The Oldest Imprint, Edelin, and it was the very secret that the creators, or perhaps not even the creators, had left for future players. That's why the girl was so surprised. She didn't expect anyone to ever come up to her and ask for the second volume of this book, thereby obtaining the secret. And yet it was a good thing. She took out the heavy book, which looked completely different from the first part, and placed it in front of the player. Yoon Jae-young didn't notice anything strange at all, thanking the librarian for the book he needed and reminding her that it had to be returned. After looking at the cover of the book for a while, the guy still felt something strange coming from it. Something that screamed that everything was not what it seemed. To satisfy his curiosity, the hero finally asked the question that was tormenting him. He was curious why the second volume was kept separately from the first. A smile appeared on the mysterious girl's face, and she said in an enigmatic voice that this special book could only be obtained by asking for it in the right way. The traveler's hand reached for the book, and from that moment on, his life in the game would change dramatically and never be the same again. He had opened up a whole new path. As soon as his leather-gloved hand touched the cover of the book, it activated the secret code embedded in it. Information about the new secret quest was immediately sent to Alice, the blonde girl from the advertisement who invited players to Arcadia. A special event had just been discovered in the city for newcomers, Edelin, and the conditions for issuing a secret task hidden by someone from the past had been fulfilled. This is how a player was chosen for further analysis and observation, who in the future may well be able to change this virtual world. Long ago, a legendary adventurer lived in Arcadia who hid a special treasure in a lake near the village of newcomers, Edelin. They say that this treasure is just a myth. No one has ever been able to find it, and this story has remained one of the legends that are part of the game's lore. The only thing that is known for certain is that the hidden artifact is an ancient imprint of darkness. They say that the legendary adventurer of the past, Israel, hid it near the shore of the lake near the village of newcomers. But of course, no one was ever able to find the imprint of darkness there, so the legend gradually faded into obscurity. The only lake near Edelin was called Aaron and was located right in front of the city gates. After reading this little Easter egg in the history book, Yoon Jae-young headed south of the city to find the treasure hidden in the lake, left behind by the heroes of the past. Of course, he was intrigued by such a secret history and decided that he could at least get some kind of achievement. But when he arrived at the place, the guy was disappointed. In such a calm and quiet place, there simply couldn't be anything related to darkness, especially if it was something powerful and ancient. That's what he thought at first, but a minute later, a blue window appeared above his head, announcing the acceptance of a new secret quest. The last condition for creating the quest had been fulfilled. Its difficulty was level B, its importance was level A, the main scenario had been activated, and now it was active. The essence of the task was to find the mark of darkness mentioned in historical records. Now it was necessary to verify the authenticity of the text and find the treasure. The most interesting thing was that right at the beginning of the game, a B+ rank task was activated, which was even higher than the most difficult raids in the dungeon. A barely noticeable purple glow went deep into a small pond, as if leading to a hidden, centuries-old secret. There at the bottom of the water, curled up in a fetal position, lay a stone statue vaguely resembling the gargoyles we know, hiding a glowing artifact. Suddenly, the creature buried under the water opened its eyes and growled softly. The activation of the quest awakened the ancient guardian who kept the imprint of darkness. Yoon Jae-young began his little investigation, eager to find his very first treasure in a game that turned out to be incredibly interesting and unpredictable. He walked around the entire lake but found nothing unusual, which only made the situation more suspicious. Suddenly, he realized that the ancient legend could not be taken literally, and the hero's eyes fell on the body of water right in front of him. It was simply brilliant. The ancient imprint of darkness, which had been lost for centuries, was in the lake itself, not near it, but no one had thought of that before. Accepting the new challenge of the virtual world, Jae-young rolled up his sleeves and prepared to dive into the depths of the dark but calm water, under which the bottom was not even visible. Moving a little further away from the shore, the guy took a running start and jumped very high and far. He took in as much air as possible to stay underwater longer and plunged into the cold water of Lake Aaron. With a loud splash, Dex found himself underwater, but the small-looking lake turned out to be much deeper than he had expected. It was simply amazing. Under natural conditions, a body of water like this could never go so deep into the ground. When his eyes adjusted to the water and darkness, the main character could see a whirlpool that led into the depths of the unknown. At the same time, the Korean branch of the game Arcadia was in complete chaos, with directors staring in surprise at a red screen with a message saying that the main scenario had been activated. The server had only been running for a week, and the main quest of the entire game was already available. Everything was not going according to plan. According to the report from the Game Quest department, a player had come into contact with an item directly related to this scenario. No one knew what exactly this person had done to cause this. But now the most important thing was to report the problem to the president and make sure that all departments were prepared. It was important to make sure that all employees would be able to respond immediately to unforeseen situations, so the director's subordinates went to their posts. It was really surprising that the American server had been quiet for 3 months, while the Korean server had already revealed the main plot just a few days after the release. Meanwhile, our main character surfaced and was finally able to breathe, having swum to the limit of his lungs. Although he did not reach his goal, he increased his diving level to the next level, and now he had the opportunity to dive deeper and longer. However, this was of little use. Yoon Jae-young submerged 200 meters but still could not see the bottom. Something was wrong with this lake. He understood logically that he would never get the mark of darkness at the level he was at now, and seriously considered giving up. The game had only just started, and many players were fighting for the top spots on the leaderboard. It would be wiser to hurry up and level up as much as possible to reach the top. This was the most intense period. If the young man took first place now, he would remain at the top until the very end, so it was unreasonable to waste time leveling up his swimming skills. More importantly, the monthly fee for the dreamer was $920, so he needed to find a way to earn a stable income as soon as possible. Initially, Yoon Jae-young thought he would cover his expenses by selling game items, But at this level, it was unrealistic to find something worth $1,000 in a month. Still, the secret quest, which appeared only for him on the entire server and was unavailable to other players, was too tempting an achievement. It would be bad if the reward turned out to be worthless, but he just couldn't back down now and give up something so interesting and unusual. As an avid gamer, Dex simply couldn't turn around and walk away. A fire burned in his chest again, demanding that he get this notorious imprint of darkness. At the same time in America, Silikoff headquarters, located in Silicon Valley, received a message that the main mission had been opened in Korea. In her office on a soft, large king-size bed, lay the 15-year-old president of the company, Jenica Paul, fast asleep. She opened her eyes abruptly and reconnected with the world. After her dream, it was difficult to gather her thoughts, but the girl managed it. She immediately jumped to her feet and contacted her friend Jack, asking what the opening of the main scenario meant for them. The young man on the other side of the screen told her that a player had found an item and opened a secret class, and it was highly likely that this item was related to the scenario. This news greatly angered Jenna. She couldn't believe that they had placed something so important in the very first location, the village of newbies. But in fact, it wasn't them who left the book in the library, but one of the creators who used to be with them. As soon as he mentioned that guy, the girl's face contorted with rage. They had clearly parted as enemies, and he had done them a lot of harm. But now the most important thing was to determine what kind of secret class they had discovered and what to do next, what their position was. This secret turned out to be the Anarchy Bard class. There was no level system or special abilities to be seen, and even she, as president of Arcadia, did not know what it was. Still, something was known. Jack said that in return, players received a special ability, but Jenica had never heard of it. Realizing that all this was very strange and suspicious, the girl delved even deeper into the details of this secret class to figure it all out. But as soon as she read what this ability was, a shiver ran through her body and fear lit up in her eyes. Jen couldn't believe that he had actually added something like that. 10 whole days passed from that moment, 10 long days of trying to sink to the bottom of the lake, and finally Yoon Jae-young did it. A dark, two-winged purple crystal glowed in the player's hand. It took him a long time, but he finally obtained the imprint of darkness and completed a secret quest that only he could access. His underwater swimming skill rose to rank A, his stamina increased by 1 point, and his affinity with water increased by a whopping 10 points. Now he could dive into the dark depths. As soon as Dex surfaced, a notification appeared stating that he had obtained a necklace of darkness containing traces of antiquity and warnings in the item description. These warnings made the guy wonder whether he should wear the new artifact. After all, it was strange that instead of a normal explanation, there were warnings. To put the necklace on his character, the guy clicked on the agreement, but instead of the action, another sign popped up asking if he was really sure he wanted to do this. This went on for about 5 minutes with endless pop-ups asking if he was really ready, if he was seriously sure, and in the end, it drove Jae-yang crazy. He yelled at the pop-ups just to let off steam, but he got a response, a real response to his yelling, which shocked the hero even more. Someone on the other side was talking to Dex, and that someone made sure he wanted to use the Necklace of Darkness, but warned him that after that, it would be too late to regret it. The stranger smiled and advised the young man to give it his all and go wild without thinking about the consequences, just like he did. It was very strange. Yoon Jae-young wanted to ask who was talking to him, but before he could, all the notification windows suddenly closed. After that, a new class appeared. Everything flashed before his eyes, and for a moment he lost his ability to see due to the bright light. As the hero wanted, he was able to put on the pendant, and now his character's class was changed to Bard of Anarchy, a secret rank that can only be obtained by completing a secret quest. Notifications poured in saying that the level system was disabled, a new influence skill was acquired, and a mission system was added. This character is permanently assigned to the player. A new task, available only to him, to kill new players who did not yet have a class, led Dex to the western grassy plains of Edelin. It was here, in this hunting ground for newbies, where there were many slugs that new players completed their very first training task and practiced their skills. The young man launched a fire attack at a small round slug and instantly destroyed the creature. A slimy bubble fell out of the enemy, the very item that the two friends had been hunting all day. This little thing was worth 50 bronze bars, which was very lucky for newbies like them. One of them wanted to continue farming slimy bubbles for the rest of the weekend, But his friend disagreed. They had mock exams next week and needed to prepare. Hiding behind a tree in a secluded spot, Dex was watching them, according to his new assignment. According to the new storyline in his new class, he was required to kill new inexperienced players like them for the next 6 days. An hour earlier, Yoon Jae-young tried to delete his character, which happened immediately after he received a new class he didn't understand, along with a warning and a time limit for completing the task. However, he was now unable to delete his game character, as the words about him being permanently tied to the player apparently meant that deletion was impossible. It felt as if the young man had stepped on a real landmine and was now trying to choose between continuing to stand on it or exploding. The discovery of a new game rank was accompanied by numerous warnings, and that's what scared the guy. But the more time passed, the calmer he became. The reason was, in fact, very simple. Now Dex had absolutely no character levels in the game, and that was the main reason why he was so eager to play this game, because it was the level system that inspired him so much. The main system of the game was to increase stats, for which you could get a lot of useful resources, and in principle, it was quite interesting to level up a character. However, the absence of such a system for Yoon Jae-young's character meant that he had no way to level up, and although the difference is not very noticeable now, everything will change in the future. All players strive to increase their level, and very soon users will start to increase it, and then the difference will increase infinitely. The words of that strange man came to mind, telling the hero to try to destroy everything in his path, just as he was doing now, enjoying himself. These memories made him even sadder and more resentful, which is why you have to check everything first and then agree to questionable offers. For an entire hour after attempting to delete his character, Jae-young simply lay on the clearing, staring into space, unable to even move, as if all his strength had left his body. But it was unlikely that anything would change if he just lay there and did nothing. At this stage of the game, the Bard of Anarchy seemed like complete garbage to him, but even if that was the case, he was still a secret hidden class and had to be useful in some way. After deciding to do something, the guy stared at the system window for a long time, trying to find some important information. This bore fruit, and Dex discovered that very skill, influence, a talent unknown to him, which had been at 0. With this skill, he could increase his influence in this world, using the corresponding stats to change its rules, but after use, these stats would disappear forever. Of course, nothing became clearer, but suddenly the text plate disappeared abruptly, replaced by a notification about receiving a new task. It was the very task that said he had to kill the newbies who had not passed the class change at. There were 6 days and 23 hours left to complete the task. And now, offended and insulted by the lack of a level system, Yoon Jae-young stood behind a tree and silently watched his 2 potential victims. The system wanted him to kill all the newbies like these 2, and something in his chest told him that this task could determine his future in the game. He had to do something, but the young man had no idea what. He didn't even know where to start. There was nothing else to do, so he decided to at least try to kill them or use his influence to figure out the gameplay. Immediately after the decision was made, a thick, rough sword, more like a cleaver, was taken out of the inventory. Since those were the rules of the game, there was nothing to blame Yoon Jae-young for. He, like them, was just playing and learning about this world. A moment later, the 2 unsuspecting newbies were attacked from behind by an assassin, but they managed to spot him at the very last moment. To their surprise, it was not Dex, but a completely unfamiliar, yet clearly very cruel and vile person. With a smile, he regretted missing his shot, because he could have killed such a weak player with a low level with just 1 blow. The frightened girl crouched down next to her friend, looking at the vicious gang, and asked who they were. The trio introduced themselves as the owners of these hunting grounds, confident that only they had the right to hunt here, and that everyone else was an intruder. Somewhere in the back, Yoon Jae-young was watching all this. He thought the trio were weirdos, seriously claiming territory when not enough time had passed since the beta version was released. The girl got angry and shouted that these hunting grounds for beginners were public territory where anyone could hunt. Her violent emotions greatly angered the leader of this strange gang, and he leaned close to her face, saying that she was too noisy. The man's nickname glowed red above his head, and from just a short conversation, he figured out that these 2 were high school students from Seoul. Usually, a red nickname meant that the character standing in front of them had killed other players and was a dangerous opponent. After the killer mentioned that he knew what city they lived in and how old they were, He assumed that he could easily find their location if he searched by nickname. This was a direct threat to their lives in reality. He could not only kill their characters in the game, but also find them at home. And if these two high school students wanted to survive and continue enjoying their youth, they should have left that clearing as soon as possible. The situation was heating up. The fear was only getting stronger, and the girl turned to the other players, asking anyone to help them and her friend. But the other people just stood silently on the sidelines and watched. No one wanted to get involved, and no one wanted any more trouble. Then her friend joined the conversation, reminding them that it was just a game and that they could enjoy playing it together without having to do all this. These naive and kind words caused the group of strange people to freeze for a moment. Who would have thought that someone would seriously say something like that? The pause was replaced by wild laughter. The self-proclaimed owner of the hunting grounds really enjoyed mocking the newcomers. As the boy said, it was just a game, virtual reality, which is why they did everything they did. The game was good because there were absolutely no rules here. A world where your strength made you right, and there was nothing you could do about it. Just a normal game, the killer agreed with the teenager's words, continuing to laugh, his gaze resembling that of a true madman. At that moment, another completely unfamiliar voice sounded. Yoon Jae-young agreed with the words of this idiot, and with a swing of his sword, cut off the leg of one of his friends. Then with a smile, he repeated the words the man had said earlier, regretting that he had not been able to kill him with one blow. After this blatant mockery, Dex finished off all three self-proclaimed owners of the hunting grounds with a series of quick and accurate blows. Thus, these cruel madmen became victims of an even greater madman, paying for their sins. Jae-yang's character's nickname instantly turned scarlet red. He was both a savior and a brutal killer. Along with the color change, he received 3 notifications that his influence skill had increased by 3 points, corresponding to the number of victims. Thus, for each murder, 1 influence point would be added. The young man did not know exactly how it would work, but it would be quite difficult to earn points. When the threat was eliminated, the high school students began to loudly thank their savior, Dex, sincerely believing in his good intentions. They knelt before him and continued to thank him, even offering to repay his kindness or do him a favor. But they didn't know that the man standing right in front of them was just as cold-blooded as the 3 idiots and was going to take their game lives away. When Yoon Jae-young told them that this was his mission to kill newbies, fear flashed in the eyes of the 2 friends again. Smiling, the young man swung his machete and in a disturbingly calm, even slightly cheerful voice, advised the unfamiliar couple not to be too upset. After all, it was just a game, so why worry or regret anything when you could just enjoy it? In his cold, calm eyes and imperturbable smile, one of the players recognized the essence of a true madman. And that was the last thing he understood before his sudden death, as Dex's blade cut short his virtual life in the next minute. After killing 2 useless newbies, the influence level rose by another 2 points, while the players who had been surrounding them all this time watched silently. Until the very last moment, they sincerely believed that they would be left alone if they just stood aside, but they were terribly mistaken. Now it was time for them to replenish Dex's skill scale. The main character smiled and turned to the characters surrounding him. A loud cry of horror spread across the hunting ground, and the players began to scatter in all directions, just to save their accumulated experience from the beginning of the game. That day, a rumor spread across Arcadia's internet page, and all the players in Korea were discussing the same thing. His sudden appearance. A true madman who appeared too suddenly and unexpectedly brought chaos to the measured and peaceful life of the newly released virtual world. Quite some time had passed since the massacre in the hunting grounds for beginners, and night had fallen in the world of Arcadia. The virtual world, so similar to the real one, was reflected in the golden eyes of the owl. Unfortunately or fortunately, he was not the only hunter stalking prey in this forest. The silent feathered predator stared intently at the running silhouette of a man scared to death. His run was desperate, the player screaming hoarsely and very loudly, as if his vocal cords were about to rupture and his voice disappear. He was calling for help, and even though he understood that there was no one in this forest and it was unlikely that anyone would be nearby at night, it seemed as if he really believed that someone would hear him. It was impossible to look at his feet while saving his life, so he didn't even notice the thick tree root protruding from the ground, which he tripped over. As a result, the young man fell to the ground and injured himself, which significantly slowed his speed. The hope of getting away from his pursuer slowly faded, and the player caught his breath and took advantage of the moment of calm to turn around and see how far he had gotten. The killer's eyes glowed blood red between the trees. It was the very same true madman who had been terrorizing the entire Korean server of Arcadia for the past couple of days. His heart was beating faster and faster. Even though it was only virtual reality, the fear was all too real. After all, here you're not sitting in front of a monitor, you're actually running away from a killer. Most likely, Yoon Jae-young himself had no idea how frightening his expression was at that moment, full of pleasure at what was happening. The player couldn't run any further, and he was too scared to even get up. He crawled away from his pursuer and asked why he was trying to kill him. Of course, no one was going to answer that question. Dex silently swung his cleaver, wanting to earn another skill point as soon as possible. Then the player resorted to a last-ditch attempt to save his life, shouting that he would complain to the Arcadia administration about his actions. For a moment, it really helped. The main character stopped and trembled slightly. In fact, he was already quite tired of running around the open world and killing anyone he came across. He sighed heavily and lowered his heavy sword, purely out of fatigue, asking a rhetorical question and wondering what exactly the death row inmate meant. All this talk was actually completely meaningless, because he couldn't stop anyway and was only doing it because he had been ordered to. The words that this was just a task shocked the player. He couldn't understand what it was all about, and couldn't even believe that such a task could exist. But he never got an answer to his question. In the next moment, Dex silently cut down his game character, earning more points. After killing the newbie as expected, the influence level increased by 1 more point, and the hero's suffering gradually paid off. After all these hours of continuous play, Jae-yang was very tired. Running around the world all the time and repeating the same action over and over again was very exhausting. The Arcadia system has a death penalty that deprives the user of access for 24 hours. And even though it was a measure to combat addiction, so far it had only caused trouble. The customer service department received dozens of messages from users at the same time, asking for their access to the game to be restored and complaining that the player had killed them. The situation was so surprising and unpredictable that they had to call in the director of the game's Korean branch. The complaints were about a person who was killing everyone indiscriminately. This crazy jerk was causing problems at a time when they were already so busy. While the service department was deciding on overtime work, Dex calmly looked at his stats and the number of people he had killed. It was much more difficult than he thought. He was hated for his killings, so in addition to 2 sleepless nights, he had to deal with emotional turmoil. Yoon Jae-young himself was not a monster. He understood perfectly well that killing so many newbies right after launch would definitely add problems for the game's operation. He sincerely did not understand why he was given such a meaningless quest, but he believed that he had nothing to do with this outcome. When the guy was about to move on and continue his hunt, a strange and very cute unnatural sound from behind caught his attention. Dozens of small and defenseless green slimes jumped out of the thicket and gathered around him. It was impossible to understand what they wanted because these little ones couldn't talk. Above one of them, signs popped up announcing that the young man had saved the slimes from the players hunting them, and now the creature's favor toward him had increased. Immediately after this notification, all the slimes gathered in the nearest circles jumped on Yoon Jae-young, causing him to cry out in surprise. The little ones were genuinely happy and clung to him, expressing their gratitude. Although the guy was unlucky socially, he was glad that he could at least communicate with living slime. As they hugged the green blobs of slime, the sounds of an angry crowd could be heard from deep within the forest. Soon following the loud voices, lit torches became visible, a clear sign that it was better to get out of there as soon as possible. Fatigue and sleepiness faded into the background. Now the most important thing was to run as far away as possible from the angry crowd of newbies who wanted his head. Yoon Jae-young patted one of the slugs and apologized to them. He would have been happy to play with the little ones a little longer, but if he didn't start running, others would hunt him down and it would all get more complicated. At that moment, a large crowd of armed players emerged from behind the trees, looking more like a scene from an old Frankenstein movie. At the head of this crowd was the character Dex had killed a few minutes earlier, a guy who clearly harbored a grudge against his pursuer. Noticing the receding figure of the true madman ahead, he pointed at him and shouted to his comrades to start chasing him. All that remained for the main character was to run through the forest until he broke away from his pursuers, because at this level, he would not be able to fight them all. The crowd of enraged newbies did not retreat a single step from the killer, and as a result, they drove him into a dead end, stopping only when they found themselves at the edge of a cliff. There was no point in hoping for mercy or forgiveness. All these people had gathered here for one purpose only. They wanted to take revenge as soon as possible on the person who had been terrorizing the server for 2 days. The main character understood this perfectly well, but he had no intention of giving up. The guy listened silently to all the threats and insults, thinking about a way to escape. Instead of responding, Ji-young smiled, took a step back, and jumped off the cliff in front of everyone. His pursuers approached the edge, watching as the lone figure in a black cloak flew rapidly downward, with nothing to help him avoid the fall and death. To the other players, such a suicidal move seemed like pure madness, but at least for one night, the Korean server of Arcadia was free of the maniac. As he fell, Yoon Jae-young could clearly hear the people above shouting insults and exclamations of surprise at his actions. And to be honest, it was a real pleasure, available only to such a true madman as he had become. And just before the fall, the young man simply logged out of the game. The next day, Arcadia's official account posted a video on the video site showing how an evil killer player stalks newbies, kills them, and then jumps off a cliff at the end. Many people in the comments simply laughed at the fact that small noobs were being killed. But those who had actually suffered from this guy didn't want to laugh. They wanted revenge. One of these victims, the very last one Dex killed, wanted to form a squad of killers to destroy him and invited interested users to join. The next day, at the agreed place and time, he waited for all those who wanted to help him track down and rid the virtual world of the true madman. At first, it was just an amateur gathering of users within the game, unrelated to any quests or tasks in the world. But the main difference between Arcadia's virtual reality was the ability for users to create various scenarios, not only within the game's objects, but also with players from all over the world. This happens at the will of the artificial intelligence that controls everything, at the will of the fragile girl Alice, who decided whether or not to create a task. Now she has discovered a large group of people and investigated the reason for their gathering, which turned out to be related to the mission of the main scenario called Forgotten Darkness. Deciding that it did not violate any rules and was perfectly acceptable, the artificial intelligence approved the creation of a completely new quest tailored to the players. This marked the beginning of a large-scale scenario, the first in the history of Arcadia created by the players themselves, and the first task was to find a serial killer in the slime habitat. One by one, all participants of the large-scale gathering who wanted to get rid of Dex received notifications that a new task had begun. Immediately after that, complete chaos broke out in the script team's office at Arcadia's Korean branch as a new main storyline began without their approval. All these people were responsible for creating and planning missions, but even they did not know the reason why this task had appeared. The head of the script team was furious, yelling at his subordinates and accusing them of slacking off on very important work and allowing this chaos to happen. The office, lit by red emergency lights, was deathly quiet. The team members didn't know what to say. It wasn't their fault, but at the same time, they were the ones who had to deal with it now. The situation was extraordinary. Just a week after the release, people were facing this situation for the first time and didn't even know if there was a protocol for dealing with it. In fact, even if a simple quest had been given to all users, be it a routine task, the entire department would not have been so tense. The only thing they were sure of was that this task was directly related to the first act of the main scenario. The team's expectations were not justified. Just a day after the main plot was generated, it was launched due to the fault of one of the players. There is a clear difference between the concepts of generation and start, similar to how planted seeds immediately sprout and bloom. It takes several months on average for a generated scenario to affect all users and become a real scenario. At least that's what the development team predicted at the very beginning of Arcadia's release in Seoul. 2 days was too big a difference to say that the forecast was wrong. There simply had to be a reason. The director of the scenario department was looking for the reason why all this chaos had started and stumbled upon a video about a killer of newbies on the internet. It turned out that the man did not know about the user who roamed the hunting grounds of newbies and killed other players. Apparently, he was directly connected to the main scenario. Headquarters imposed restrictions on employees, so it was impossible to find out who he was and where he lived. The department did not have such authority. As soon as the director saw the number of users killed by this madman, his eyes bulged out of his head. 1,025 deaths. Meanwhile, exhausted from 2 sleepless nights, Yoon Jae-young slept soundly in his cozy little bed, unaware of the chaos he had caused. He woke up only when the sun was already high in the sky, and as soon as he came to his senses, he immediately went online. The first thing he saw was a new special event from Arcadia, according to which justice must be restored and the true madman must be caught for a large reward. It didn't take a genius to figure out that it was about him, and the still sleepy young man was both surprised and alarmed. There were over 2,000 comments under this post. Dex really didn't want any trouble and began to think about quitting. Come to think of it, it was high time to start making money from the game to pay off the Dreamer's capsule fees. The bills had piled up too high. The young man had no idea what to do now, so he simply fell asleep and entered the world of Arcadia, which was the only way to escape reality. Sitting on a hill in the fresh air and watching the slimes graze peacefully on the hunting grounds was better than sitting on a bed in a small closet. Here he could calmly think through all his pressing problems. First and foremost, the quest that had been created. Who would have thought that they would even come up with a task to catch him? This glade used to be a great place to hunt slimes, but now there was almost no one here except for small, round, green blobs. All that remained for Jie Yang was to go to another place where he could hunt new prey in peace. Just as the boy was about to leave the clearing, one of the slimes approached him. After he had started saving them from the players, the little ones were no longer afraid of him. On the contrary, one of these cute little creatures, badly wounded and barely alive, came to Dex to ask for help and protection. Following the creature, the cries of the newbies who were hunting the slimes could be heard. One of them couldn't finish off the poor thing and complained about the difficulties of hunting. His friend laughed at him and reminded him that he had advised him to choose anything but a mage, because it was very difficult to hunt with that class. Coming out of the forest thicket, the young man with the green nickname noticed the very slime that had just escaped from them. The defenseless creature was standing next to another player, completely unknown to them. No one knew the face of the true madman, so the guys did not recognize him. The teenagers ran closer, asking the stranger not to interfere and not to take their prey away from them, as they really wanted to finish off the slime themselves. The creature had very little health left, so they were afraid that the prey might die from a simple touch, and then the kill would not count as theirs. They didn't respond in any way. Yoon Jae-young silently looked at the very sad slime, which looked into his eyes and literally begged for salvation. In an instant, a determination was born in the young man's heart to save the baby from certain death at all costs. Over the past few days, a real bond had formed between him and the slimes. Instead of saying a word, Dex put on his hood and slowly walked towards the two low-level newbies. The mage, who had been unable to kill the slime, began to recognize the player as someone vaguely familiar, but his friend was no longer listening. He decided that the stranger's approach was tantamount to a challenge. Jae-young remained silent, slowly approaching the two kids. Today, he didn't want to kill them. He had something completely different in mind, something more cunning and despicable. His opponent's behavior slowly drove the young man out of his mind. The player with the green nickname took the bait and, with a quiet, discontented growl, ran up to the madman himself. This was the first stage of Dex's plan. He stopped and allowed the young man to hit him in the shoulder. The next step in the plan was to lose his footing. Literally a second passed between the push and the fall to the ground, and in that moment, the mood of the main character changed dramatically. A smug smile appeared on his face. All his problems faded into the background, and he began to enjoy what was happening again. Immediately after he fell to the ground, the young man yelled as loud as he could so that the other players would hear that there was a killer nearby, and the guy's nickname slowly began to turn red. Playing the role of the victim perfectly, Yoon Jae-young fell to the ground and began to writhe, clutching his supposedly wounded body and screaming about how much pain he was in and how he was about to die. Like rats, players from all over the area, their eyes burning with greed, began to gather at the cry to catch the killer of the newbies. The reward for capturing the true madman was too great, and the users' minds were literally clouded as they surrounded the two newbies in a crowd. The frightened knight began to back away and try to convince people that it wasn't him who was suspicious, but the guy behind him. But there was no one behind him anymore. The cunning Dex and the little slime had run away so fast that only their heels were visible. The other users were no longer listening to anything the guy accused of murder was trying to explain to them. All that mattered to them was the reward, and they all rushed at him as a crowd. The two friends had no choice but to say goodbye to their virtual lives because they were standing on the edge of a cliff, with nowhere to run and a bunch of angry players ahead of them. Under the wave of stress, the young mage remembered where he had seen this man before. This pair of sinister eyes had been haunting him for several days. The guy who ran away and left them to be torn apart by other players was the very madman from the rumors. He had simply set them up. Meanwhile, the joyful and lively Slime and Jae-young ran far enough away that they couldn't be found, barely managing to escape. Only now did the young man notice that his new friend had been following him the whole time. He picked up the little one, and the slime jumped happily, expressing its gratitude. In his joy, the little one began to rub against his savior and press himself against him, as if hugging him. The young man didn't mind. On the contrary, he was happy himself. For saving one of the little creatures of this world, Dex received a notification that the slime's favor towards him had reached its limit, and he had earned the title of Friend of Slime. It was quite logical that he received this title, because every time he killed newbies, he kept saving the little ones. But nothing would change just because he had earned the favor of the first-level slimes. A turning point was needed to continue the game, and that moment had come. The player had met the minimum requirement for the influence stat and could now help them by using this skill. Looking at the slug's stats, Yoon noticed the influence points at the bottom and immediately understood what he could do. A crazy smile spread across his face. Finally, the game was becoming fun. Knowing the rules for using the skill, he also realized the extent of his power in this new crazy world. With a single movement, the true madman filled his little slimy friend with all the influence points he had after killing 1,025 players. After this action, a warning popped up saying that the influence would disappear forever, and the game asked if he was sure of his choice, and of course, the guy was sure. Now there was no turning back. It was a point of no return. A true madman had just been born in the world of Arcadia, one capable of literally influencing the virtual world. The main indicators of the slime had been changed. Now all the small, harmless pieces of slime were not level 1, but level 15. The creatures that users must defeat, also known as monsters, exist in RPG games to make the gameplay more exciting and challenging. Only by defeating such a creature does the player receive the item they need to level up, strengthen their character, or simply advance in the game. Among these monsters are the initial ones that new users, known as beginners, hunt, monsters that serve as basic practice, mobs for training. In Arcadia Online, the type of monster that performs this very role of training is slime, a fairly harmless little creature. But a good question was what would happen to the game world if these beginner monsters became so strong that newbies couldn't hunt them. The answer to this question can be seen on Arcadia's official video channel, where players can post their own gameplay videos. Among the pile of monotonous videos, such as one where a guy tries to become as strong as possible with a first-level club, you can find many other things. For example, a video about how one of the players climbed a bizarrely tall tower in the virtual world. Such videos do not get too many views. Or you can find a video about how the most ordinary basic slime has become too strong, and that's much more interesting. The video begins with a new player entering the virtual world of Arcadia for the first time, amazed by the high-quality graphics and visuals around him. This guy just walks around the area, looks at nature, moves from one location to another, and simply spends his time peacefully. At some point, he encounters a small slime on his way and is touched by how damn cute this little blob looks and how it spreads across the ground. At this moment, the player makes a mistake and takes out his first-level sword, deciding to try to kill the slug, because why not? Noticing that the guy is aggressive, the little creature makes a sound, looks straight at him, and slowly starts to approach. The new user starts screaming in surprise as the slime gets closer and closer, and then the monster jumps right at him. After cries for help, the screen changes to white noise, and the video cuts off, making it immediately clear to everyone that the initial mob killed the first-level player. The end result of the influence skill at level 1025 was a race of peaceful and harmless level 15 slimes, a terrible end caused by a weak appearance. In Arcadia, there are an average of 10,000 new users every day, and this has led to the total extermination of newbies. Complete chaos ensued in the game, with players trying to strike the monsters but to no avail, as the blade passed through the slime, after which the body became whole again. The slimes took no damage at all, and moreover chased the players around the clearing until they caught up with them and killed them. Yoon Jae-young calmly watched the complete confusion from the top of the cliff. He was the only living creature in this game who was enjoying himself and having fun. Come to think of it, slimes were a passive type of monster that only attacked after being attacked themselves, but suddenly they became the ones who attacked first. As soon as the slug saw a player in front of them, they immediately attacked and killed them for the reward, and there was nothing that could be done about it. The most logical conclusion the hero could come to was that all this was a consequence of his little friend's level increase. That's how much influence could change the game from within. It could be a much more hardcore ability than the guy initially thought. He was pulled out of his deep train of thought by his good old friends, who found themselves in the hunting grounds of the newbies, targeted by slugs. This group was the very same guys who had declared war on the true madman, and now they were surrounded with nowhere to run. The leader of the gang who had started it all was screaming in fear like a little girl and cursing the slugs for daring to attack them. Of course, the little monsters didn't listen to him. They didn't care. They saw their target in these people and calmly jumped toward them. When the creature jumped into the air, there was nothing he could do. The guy only had time to realize what was waiting for him when the slime jumped on him. The reinforced slime effortlessly killed the newbie and jumped away, while his friends stood watching his game character dissolve. This shocked everyone who was near their leader at that moment. They did not expect such a harmless mob to kill with one blow. Due to their deep shock, the young people did not even realize that it was time to run as far and as fast as possible, and they paid for their stupidity. All the deaths that occurred because of the slime added experience points to Ji Young's influence skill. He didn't even have to do anything. The situation turned out much better than he had expected, which couldn't help but please and satisfy his narcissistic soul. After only 2 hours, the guy was able to earn 3,924 skill points while sitting in one place. All this made the young man realize that there was no point in just mindlessly completing the quest. He wanted to make the slime even stronger, but it was already at its maximum level. This turn of events was a little disappointing, but still, there was much more benefit than regret. Even at this level, the slimes did their job perfectly. That should be enough. The little green friends came closer to him. Dex was the only player they were friendly towards. Saying goodbye to his little helpers, the young man said he would be counting on them and left, and the monsters were happy to hear that. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, the situation was tense to the extreme, with all employees silently trembling in fear of the executive director. The man was so angry that when he demanded a report, he even looked like a demon straight out of the game screen. According to the report from the script department, it turned out that the characteristics of the slime had increased abnormally, and because of this, there had been an increase in the number of deaths among novice users. There was no news from headquarters at all. They were silent as fish, so the branch had to deal with the situation on its own, without any support from the main office. The first thing to do was to find out how much stronger the slimes had become, but the director did not expect the answer he received. Small, harmless, friendly monsters had become 10 times stronger, not twice or even 3 times, but 10 times. This was an abnormal figure for mobs such as slimes. Even in the game, they weren't supposed to change so quickly and so dramatically. The man went from being terribly angry to terribly frightened. The situation hadn't changed much, and the employees were still afraid to even raise their heads in his presence. Even more terrifying was how suddenly the director's face changed, and how abruptly he remembered something very important. He was curious about how much base health the new users had, hoping that things weren't so bad, and that even if it was difficult, the newbies would still be able to cope. But after his subordinate's answer, that hope died a brave death. The players had too little health to withstand the level 15 monsters. At the moment, the total health bar was at 100 points, which meant that with the current slime attack, survival in the world would be 0. For a first-level beginner, just one hit from a basic monster would be enough to teach them a lesson in death. This news was too much for the man to bear, and he was about to faint, but fortunately, he managed to stay on his feet. Everything that happened in the world of Arcadia could not have been caused by a mistake. This world was designed down to the smallest detail, using the best and most advanced technologies. And yet somehow within this perfect world, great chaos had ensued. They couldn't just ignore this incident and not react in any way. If it was impossible to understand what was happening from this side of the screen, and the head office remained silent and did not want to intervene, then the branch director could only figure it out himself from the inside. Immersing himself in the capsule, he entered the heart of the game, where CEO Kwon Myung-han, with his third-level administrator access, was granted permission. Fully determined to find out what was really going on here, the man came to the one who ruled this entire virtual world. Alice, a blonde goddess in artificial intelligence, at whose will all events in this world took place and who controlled every part of it. The girl's gaze was cold, her mind overflowing with information, and therefore human emotions were inaccessible to her to the extent that they are accessible to us. She looked indifferently at the director and remained silent. The next day, Jae-young returned to the novice hunting ground, the habitat of the slime, to destroy a few enemies and just see how things were going. But the clearing was empty. There was absolutely no one there, as if the players had never entered this territory, which could become a problem for him. Despite the fact that he had already accumulated 9,640 kills, the killing of players had slowed down significantly, probably because they had started to appear. On top of that, players above level 15 had started hunting here, and it was becoming difficult for the little slugs and the young man to compete with them. There would be no more easy walks with quick skill point accumulation, but still the situation wasn't so bad, as the kill counter hadn't stopped completely. Immediately after thinking about this, the counter reached 10,000 kills, for which the game awarded him a title for a feat that no one had ever accomplished before. Since the reward limit for this mission had been exceeded, the player was given an interim reward that could be obtained immediately. The young man was immediately delighted by all the bonuses and wanted to see what was there. But as soon as he clicked on the Get button at Odier, a strong wind blew him back. A powerful purple lightning bolt struck the ground right in front of him, and the shock wave covered his head. It was very powerful and strong pressure. His first thought was that they had given him a trap under the guise of a reward, which was why there were so many special effects and such a powerful burst of energy. But soon the wind died down, and a black lump of magic appeared before his eyes, more like an egg. This black egg-like thing was the reward, but Dex had no idea what it was or what to expect. The next minute, the egg cracked, and something began to hatch from it. Something bright and very, very powerful. A bright white light blinded everything around him, making it impossible to see what was happening. But if you look closely, you could see a figure in the center of the egg. It was the same person who looked like a gargoyle and guarded the imprint of darkness. But now he had awakened as a familiar for the player. The size of this monster was simply incredible, and its voice was more like the roar of a beast. Yet it was still possible to understand what this strange creature was saying. The pressure and magical energy were incredibly immense, and Jae-young looked happy and excited as he looked at his new acquisition, expecting it to be something epic. The summoned familiar turned out to be the Lord of Chaos, the king of all demons and monsters, Satan. The summoning was not yet complete, as a magical wind swept the Demon King away before he could fully manifest himself in this world. The cheerful demon laughed and rejoiced that someone had finally summoned him, and he spoke of being summoned into a younger body as if it were something unworthy of much attention. He rejoiced and enjoyed the fact that even with this power, he would be able to wipe out the angelic fools until he looked at himself. The size of this great and powerful Prince of Darkness was so small that he barely resembled a child, and was lucky if he reached Dex's knees. Now the little king was truly disappointed, screaming and complaining about how small his body was. To understand the situation, Satan turned to the man in front of him. But this man stood there, understanding nothing and not intending to do anything to help the king. In response to the question, the hero said that he did not yet know how to summon, and that he himself had simply appeared here as a familiar as soon as he had taken the intermediate reward. These words greatly upset the Demon King, who had not expected to be summoned as just a small and pathetic familiar of some human. The great and powerful devil began to throw a real tantrum, oblivious to everything around him, and simply continued to scream emotionally and complain about his fate. From the outside, it looked very cute, of course, but at the same time very strange, with a small and incomprehensible creature sitting on your lap and whining. It was very hard to believe that this small, childlike creature was the same powerful and great terrifying king of demons. There was nothing to be done. The life and reputation of the Lord of Hell had already been ruined, so all that remained was to accept it and submit to the game. Rising above the ground on his tiny wings, Satan began to explain to the man that because of the forced contract, they would have to be together for a while. After that, the little Lord of Demons settled comfortably on the top of the main character's head, crossing his legs in a yoga pose. And since this had happened before, the king quickly calmed down and felt quite comfortable sitting on the young man's head. The only one who was a little embarrassed by this was Dex, who sincerely did not understand whether he should be happy that the king of monsters was sitting on his head. After sitting on top of the man for a while longer, the demon suddenly felt that he was hiding a rather large and unusual power inside himself. It was much greater than he had initially thought, and it interested Satan so much that he instantly forgot all his discontent. It turned out that influence could be used not only to strengthen slimes, but also to use the powers of a familiar, and the presence of such a skill greatly fascinated the Lord. He was so delighted that he didn't even answer the man's questions, continuing to talk about his own business, and in the end asked him to transfer all the power to him as soon as possible. Young sincerely did not understand what power was being referred to, but after the demon explained that this ability could turn the laws of this world upside down, he realized what it could be. Of course, he was talking about the influence skill, which the guy had been leveling up for the past 5 days with the help of his slime friends. Humans had a limit on the use of this power, so the demon continued to insist that all skill points be transferred to him, even promising a reward. At the mention of a reward, mountains of gold and diamonds flashed in the young man's mind. He simply couldn't pass up such an opportunity. This power of influence was apparently something truly powerful, since even the Demon King wanted to obtain it, which meant that the reward must be commensurate. Satan was indeed very powerful and could give anything one could wish for as a deception and actually present it as a gift. In this situation, he really wanted to give something to the person he was temporarily serving in exchange for power. In a minute, he created an incredibly beautiful mantle of Nergal, the lord of the second army of the underworld. This item was only available from level 150, and it was incredibly powerful. Even on the American server, which had opened earlier, the highest rank for a player was 50, so it was simply insane to see such a thing before your eyes. But now such a powerful high-level item simply made no sense to Dex, especially since his character did not have a level system. The Demon King himself would never have believed that anyone in their right mind would refuse such an item, so he decided that Nergal's capes were not enough. He decided to simply ask directly what exactly the man wanted as a reward for sharing the power of influence with him. At first, Yang wanted to say that he didn't need anything at all, but then he suddenly remembered that there was one thing he wanted more than to strengthen himself. But first, he needed to find out if the Demon King could strengthen other monsters. The little devil was very curious about which monsters the human wanted to strengthen, but when he heard that it was slime, he froze in shock for a second. Then he burst out laughing wildly, mocking the player and laughing at the madness of his request, but the hero did not back down. For the king of all demons and monsters, anything was possible. He could easily strengthen any creature in this virtual world. It all depended on how much the man was willing to offer. In order to strengthen his beloved little and cute slimes, the young man was ready to give up all his influence skill points, even though it was crazy and clearly useless. 8,000 points of power weren't just lying around on the road, and Satan smiled, anticipating the sensations to come. The next minute, a huge magic field lit up under their feet. The deal with the devil was done, and all the skill points were transferred from the player to him. Deep in the hunting grounds for beginners, a new creature was born, a beautiful girl called the Queen of Slime, and her level was 100. At the same time, ordinary players above level 15 dealt with small, innocent, peaceful slimes with incredible ease. For them, it was too easy, akin to entertainment, a cruel hobby that took the lives of creatures and filled their pockets with rewards. For them, such a bug was only beneficial. Unlike first-level players, they could easily gain a whole bunch of experience. Now these hunting grounds had become a great place for players like them to quickly level up and accumulate resources. Friends laughed loudly as they discussed what was happening in the rankings and how quickly they were rising in power, not even noticing the looming threat. The next second, the ground beneath their feet literally exploded, rising up in uneven, jagged pieces and knocking them off their feet. A dark, incomprehensible force seeped out from under the ground, and a malicious whisper incited the weak creatures, who were being killed for no reason, to unleash all their fury. The most peaceful race, which lived in these lands just to exist, was being completely exterminated along with the humans. The slimes changed their green color to a dark, gloomy purple, filled with dark, demonic energy, and obeying the whispers, prepared for their revenge. They lined up in a row and looked as if they were about to attack, but for a while the creatures stood silently in place. Some of the friends gathered here could not stand on their feet. They watched what was happening in complete shock and could not figure out that it was time to run away. A new artificially created earthquake began, and the players screamed, looking around and trying to understand what was happening. Following the rumbling and shaking, something even more terrifying happened, causing people to lose their speech and forget how to breathe. Hordes of slimes rose into the air. The sight was simply terrifying. There were so many of them, and even if they were still level 15, it was impossible for the three of them to deal with them. One of the players covered his face with his hands and screamed in fear, begging someone to save him, certain that the slimes were about to attack. More than a minute passed, but nothing happened. His character did not die, and he was not kicked out of the game. Something was wrong. Instead of attacking, the little slimes literally flew in one direction like a hurricane, ignoring the people standing in front of them. They were clearly up to something terrible. It was hard to believe his eyes, but the slimes were actually creating something incredible that no one had ever created before. Something that could only be seen in the virtual world. They formed one huge wave of slime, and gradually, with each passing moment, this figure became more and more human-like. At that moment, all the players who were in the hunting ground saw a notification from the game appear in front of their faces. In such a dangerous and incredible moment, the only thing missing was a system notification. No one expected anything like this to happen. The system told them part of the story. From that moment on, the peaceful slime race united and sacrificed their lives to give birth to their deity, who would lead them well on the path of vengeance. Immediately after the Slime Queen was created, she let out a heart-rending, piercing, loud cry. The goddess was very angry. She roared again, and the shock wave from her actions knocked down all the trees nearby, the roar drowning out the cries of the dying players. Only a few were lucky enough to remain unharmed when huge, thick tree trunks fell on them. Seeing such an incredible and, at the same time, terrifying sight with my own eyes was truly frightening. You would never encounter anything like this in real life. The goddess of slime was of simply incredible proportions, towering above the earth and inspiring soul-chilling fear and awe. Yunjiang stood silently at the edge of the cliff with the Demon King, watching the chaos unfold in complete bewilderment. All complaints could only be directed at Tan, because he was the one who did what he did and created such a monster simply by strengthening the slime. Hearing his new friend's explanation, the boy leaned toward him and, smiling tensely, said that he had asked them not to strengthen it to such an extent. The mere cry of this monster could knock anyone who stood in its way off their feet with a gust of wind, even a tiny version of the Lord of Hell. Unlike the players, Tan was beside himself with joy. The Queen of Slime was so powerful that he would not mind including her in the Demon Legion. Despite being a lower life form, the awakened desire for revenge worked wonders. Who could have expected such self-sacrifice for the creation of a deity? People killed slime as soon as it appeared, but the Demon King simply fueled their desire for revenge, not without the help of the influence that Dex had given him. These words greatly affected the main character. He did not expect such results to be possible and did not fully understand what was happening, perhaps due to shock. Only a small grain of influence could strengthen this race so much. Such was the power possessed by the true madman of the Arcadia universe. Meanwhile, the remaining slimes gathered in groups and attacked ordinary players. People gathered together, blocked them with shields, and prepared to do everything possible to defend themselves. The most legendary battle between humans and slimes began. They tried to defend themselves and fight back, but unfortunately, most of the slimes were much stronger. At that moment, all players in the world of Arcadia, especially those in the beginner village, received a notification that a new main scenario quest had appeared. Now they had to defend their village and kill the slime goddess within 6 days. Otherwise, the newbie village would be destroyed once and for all. While people were in deep shock and horror that the village would be destroyed, the Slime Queen was getting closer and closer, and the ground beneath their feet shook from her roar. At first, the people were simply surprised because they had not yet seen the huge monster looming over the earth and had only heard it. But when they saw the giant green girl made entirely of slime, they were terrified and realized that their end was most likely near. Meanwhile, Dex sat on the same cliff and silently watched the situation unfold, while the Demon King on his shoulder tried to persuade him to do more evil deeds. For example, to go to the village and break the Guardian Stone, leaving the people completely defenseless. When the young man said that he just wanted to sit there and watch everything, and that he had no intention of interfering, Tan was very surprised. He had expected some fun and action, not just sitting on the sidelines. In order not to be completely disappointed in life, he assumed that his master simply wanted to wait for the right moment and destroy the last hope for victory. Believing his own nonsense, the Demon King lost himself in his thoughts again and burst out laughing, while the main character decided to just ignore him. An endless stream of notifications began to arrive, informing him that he was gaining one influence point after another, with new players dying one after another in what was truly a massacre. Now the main character had to make perhaps the most difficult choice of his life, as the Lord of Hell had predicted. He had to decide once and for all whether he was on the side of the monsters or on the side of the people, whom he would protect and against whom he would fight and destroy. Jie Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to take action and make a fateful choice for this world. The slimes continued to attack the village, and the Queen of Slime let out another piercing roar of the leader, her ability capable of dealing 5,000 points of damage. Employees of the Korean branch of Arcadia Online watched everything that was happening in a rather tense atmosphere. The worst part was for the branch director, Kwon Myung-han, because if anything happened, he would be the one to take the heat from the head office. And he was responsible for all the confusion that was now happening in the game. The head of the script department, Kang Tae-yong, jumped up from the table. He could no longer sit idly by. The server had to be restarted immediately. For them, there could be no other reason why a level 100 monster would appear where newbies get their classes and learn about them, except for a mistake. The head of the design department, Hwang Ji, supported her colleague. Her department had never created a concept for such a monster, or rather the Korean branch had never created it. This meant that management was to blame. Only they could have created something like this behind the branch's back in the game. And this is what angered Yona. He believed that they were abusing their position. All this time, the director listened to them in silence. On the one hand, he completely agreed with his people, but on the other hand, he knew something they didn't, and that changed everything. The sudden start of the main scenario, then this suspicious quest involving the murder of newbies, and finally the onset of the slime raid. Only when he put all these facts together did the man finally understand what he had long suspected and denied, not wanting to admit. Suddenly he asked a question, a series of questions about what exactly the company wanted to achieve, and his sudden words confused the employees. After he finally fully understood everything that was happening, Myung-han repeated Arcadia's motto, endless possibilities and endless freedom. It was foolish to believe that the management was planning such events. Those lazy asses who had dumped the organization of plans and events on the branch were not capable of such a thing. Only one player was responsible for all the consequences within the game. It was he who started the main scenario, then killed the newbies and began manipulating the stats. Silence fell over the conference room. All the department heads were in complete shock. No one in their right mind could have imagined that such a thing was possible. All this meant that the events with the slimes and the appearance of the 100th level boss were the fault of one strange player. And if all these events had happened for this reason, then they, as developers, had no right to intervene. Such was Arcadia's policy. They couldn't do anything, even if it meant the punishment of permanently deleting the newbie village. Meanwhile, the full-scale slime attack was in full swing, and Edelin was engulfed in fire and chaos. People fought the monsters as best they could. No one stood aside, and everyone tried to help in any way they could, with shields, reinforcement, healing, or anything else. Even the system characters, possessing their own intelligence, helped the players fight the monsters that had attacked the city. One of the knights had only managed to defeat one slime so far, and if it weren't for the adventurers, that is the players, the city would have been destroyed long ago. While he was lost in thought and distracted, a new powerful enemy appeared behind him, and only when it had almost jumped on the old man did he notice it. Even the game characters felt fear, and the man turned around and froze in horror, expecting his own imminent death. But at that moment, a hero appeared out of nowhere, eager to save the knight defending Edelin. With his large shield, the guy stopped the slime and covered the character with himself, saving his digital life in the game. It was the perfect chance to retreat, because if they had remained on the battlefield in the condition the wounded old man was in, both of them would surely have died. Endowed with artificial intelligence, the warrior immediately understood what was wanted of him and agreed with his young savior. A little later, they managed to hide among the streets of the village. The player advised the old man to heal himself and stay in this safe place until he got better, while he himself would return to the battle. The rescued guard was very grateful. He had survived only thanks to this player, and now did not know how to repay him. In response, the young man simply said that he had done what he had to do and that it was not worth any thanks. But NPCs didn't know how to back down, and the old man continued to praise him, saying that he was like the fearless, righteous warrior his grandfather had told him about. This brave warrior defended and helped everyone he met on his way. Just like this player now, it was too obvious a start to the quest. And so it happened, after a request to find the old man a little later, when there was time so that he could give him the notes of that very warrior from the diary, a hidden quest about old legends began. Previously, there were only rumors about this quest, and no one knew for sure whether it was possible to get it or not, and what needed to be done to achieve it. That's what the main scenario of the game could offer, and the happy player promised that he would definitely find the old man after the battle and would not forget about it. But before returning to the mission about secret records and old stories, it was necessary to stop this terrifying monster made of slime. 3 days had passed since the full-scale invasion began, about half of the time allotted for the raid, and people were still fighting the slimes. However, Korean gamers are known for their tenacity. Many of them will never back down in the face of difficulty and will definitely see the job through to the end on principle. High-level players heard about what was happening and also took part, tipping the scales in favor of the humans in this war. The newbies formed their own team and tried to keep their distance, even though they were significantly outmatched by the stronger gamers. However, the most influential factor was a title awarded for killing 1,000 slimes, Slime Crusher, and the additional characteristics that came with it. As soon as players began to receive this title, the slimes' advance slowed, giving them hope for victory. They were still very far from victory, not even having begun to attack the queen herself, but it was still a big step for them. For all 3 days, Yoon Jae-young did nothing but watch how events unfolded and how the battle progressed. Half of the allotted time had passed, but he still hadn't completely decided which side he wanted to be on. And besides, it was very exciting to watch how people were coping. During this time, the number of new recruits killed reached an incredible number, more than 30,000 people, which could not fail to please the Demon King. Everything that was happening was more like a real and brutal war. Tan rejoiced like a child and admired the cruelty of his master, which was eerily strange. Most of the time, the young man simply ignored the small but noisy Lord of Hell on his shoulder. But time was running out, and it was time to end this whole charade. He had already collected enough influence skill points, and it would take him a very long time to collect them one person at a time. Now he had to think about what to do next. In the current situation, if Dex continued to do nothing, the people could actually win and defeat the Slime Queen. They were already one step away from victory, if not more, and their persistence and stubbornness clearly would not allow them to give up so easily. For a villain as small as Satan, it was simply unacceptable to allow pathetic humans and players to defeat monsters, or even to simply win. The game had chosen the most suitable host for him, and Jae-young was of the same opinion. If humans won at the very beginning of the game, all the fun would be lost. Suddenly, the young man fell silent and opened his inventory, looking through his equipment and stats. The sudden silence slightly surprised the familiar. Instead of answering, the true madman put on the cloak he used to kill users and prepared for battle. Dark brown bloodstains were already visible on the edge of the cloak. Tan made a sound of disgust at the sight of this. He was very particular. Dex continued to ignore his words and did not respond to any of the bones. Be that as it may, it was time to choose a side. The guy's attitude alone was enough to ignite the fire in the little demon's devilish soul. And from that moment on, they were on the side of the slime. Humanity in the world of Arcadia Online had a new powerful and unpredictable enemy. Director Kwon couldn't leave things as they were and let the village of newbies disappear without a trace, so he came to the one who had much more influence for help. All the man could do was beg the girl to cancel the quest to raid the slime, because only she had the authority to do so. Sitting at the table was Lee Mi-yeon, the CEO appointed personally by the creators of Arcadia to manage virtual reality activities in Korea. However, she clearly had no intention of doing anything. After listening to the director, Mi-yeon looked at him very seriously, remaining silent. From that moment on, the remaining time allotted for the raid against the slime gradually began to fall into place. A total of 7 days were allocated for the attack on the slimes, which was both a lot and very little at the same time. The city of newcomers, Edelin, once a peaceful and quiet place, instantly turned into a battlefield, but gradually everything was coming to an end. The streets were lined with barricades. The houses near the city wall were destroyed, but everything was quite peaceful. The slimes were gradually retreating, and the players had time for a short respite. With 10 minutes and 42 seconds left until the end of the quest, the users were sure that the enemies had surrendered. A week had passed, and the monsters still hadn't broken through the line of defense. The confidence that they were finished once and for all was like a fixed idea for the players. They were afraid of losing the village of newbies and respect in the gaming community, so they clung to this idea. But at that moment, with exactly 10 minutes left, the sky turned bright red, as if someone had placed a huge ruby right in front of the sun. Such a sudden change scared the hell out of everyone who was in the game at that moment and was in the square. And only Dex looked very happy. His plan had just begun. He stood on the head of the Slime Queen and personally launched a new and final attack by the monsters on the human settlement. With him, they had every chance of victory. Despite his intense fear, the brave warrior continued to convince his fellow players that the change in the color of the sky was meaningless, that time was almost up. But he was unable to finish his impassioned speech, because at that moment, something so terrible appeared right behind him, by the wall, that it threw all the players off balance. Even the game characters were frightened. The Queen of Slime was getting closer and closer to the city, and with each step she took, the hope of victory faded. The prolonged terror of the slimes by the human race, the confrontation motivated by the inability to continue to let the murderers get away with their crimes. The fury caused by the thirst for revenge forced the slime deity to do something to protect her defenseless subjects. Her mighty roar alone struck terror into the hearts of all the players who heard and saw it. Approaching the city wall, the Queen of Slime reached out her hands to the city itself, easily able to grab anyone standing in her way. There were less than 10 minutes left until the end of the quest, and the players were faced with a huge and powerful creature that few of them could even fight. The Queen had no intention of retreating. She was determined to finish what she had started and destroy all those who had tormented her children. With a wave of her hand made entirely of slime, she released hundreds of slimes into battle. They were part of her body, and they came out of her body to fight again. Weapons and shields fell to the ground. The newbies weren't ready for this. They were terrified. This was not the same as sitting in front of a monitor. Here the monster, albeit not real, was right in front of them. No matter how loudly the lone knight shouted, no matter how much he urged them to keep their formation, no one could bring themselves to actually fight this creature. Yes, it was just a game, but the game was taking place in their minds. They were acting in this game as if it were real life. They saw it all with their own eyes and felt every drop of slime on their skin. No matter how brave a player was, no matter how much he urged the others to join him and attack the Queen with anything they could, he still met the same fate as many others. The huge hand of the slime deity hung over him. He screamed louder than anyone else, and he would be the first to die at the hands of the enraged monster. These were the last seconds of his life. And even though he understood that this was an unreal world, at that moment he felt real fear. The last question he managed to ask before being kicked out of the game was whether the developers really thought that newbies had a chance against her. Immediately after the Slime Queen attacked one of the players, she herself was hit by a magical attack from the side. One of the high-level players from the Korean server came to the rescue, shouting as loud as he could, urging everyone to listen to him. This brought the newbies, who were frantic with fear, back to their senses. The young people stopped and looked at him, most of them simply frozen in shock. There were 5 minutes left, and they needed to hold out for just a little longer. The player urged them not to try to kill the monster, but simply to distract it from the protective crystal on the main street. They would be able to win if they didn't let it reach the protective crystal in the central square, which protected their entire city and kept it from falling. At stake was the honor of the Korean server in the global gaming community, as well as their own honor. The last line of defense had to be protected at all costs. This speech inspired the players, and they decided that they would overcome the trouble no matter what. There was little time left, and even if someone was killed now, they would be able to re-enter the game. But the quest would already be over. They raised their weapons again, burning with the same desire to win and continue playing calmly without fear of being killed by slimes at any moment. The high-level player was able to ignite a thirst for battle in his online friends. It was like a real war in the Asai world, like a manga come to life. The main threat in all this was the fear of battle felt by the newbies themselves. And now that this threat had receded, it was possible to attend to more important matters and save the city. They were confident that they could repel the attack, complete the quest, and defeat the Slime Queen. But the goddess herself had no intention of retreating. Unlike humans, she knew no fear. With 10 seconds left on the quest, the people continued to stand guard and repel attacks. Now their goal was not to kill the slime, but simply to protect the crystal. With each passing second, their confidence in victory grew, while the Slime Queen seemed anxious, as if she could sense it. She fought frantically, knocking people down, destroying walls and houses with a single wave of her hand, and there were 8 seconds left. There were 7 seconds left when that high-level hero decided to challenge the goddess directly. He filled his heavy sword with magic, thinking that he could actually defeat her with 6 seconds left in the quest. However, no one knew that this monster had a strong protective barrier, and the player rushed at her with all his might. Hitting the barrier, he was thrown back hard. Perhaps if it weren't for that shield, he could have actually dealt serious damage to the Slime Queen. There were 3 seconds left, and even though the main character of this whole thing was seriously injured, victory was in the hands of the people. It really looked as if the slime was about to lose. There were only 2 seconds left, and the city's protective crystal had not been destroyed, nor had the city itself. Meanwhile, the director of the Korean branch was still in the CEO's office, waiting for her answer, whatever it might be. The dark-haired girl was a head taller than Kwon Myung-han, and she could contact the project developers directly and influence their decisions regarding the game. The man came only to demand that his superiors stop the quest involving slimes attacking the village of newbies. He still hoped to help the players in some way, but as mentioned earlier, they couldn't influence the game in this way. It was impossible to stop or cancel anything created by players for players. They were not gods of this world. They only helped ordinary people immerse themselves in a virtual reality where there was complete freedom of choice. The only thing they could do as developers was to come up with countermeasures, not erase the event itself. All hope of completing the task and winning rested solely on the players themselves. And in the meantime, there was only 1 last second left before the end of the slime raid. Wounded with his last health points, the player sat right next to the protective crystal, thrown there by the shock wave from the collision with the barrier. He laughed because, despite all his wounds and the loss of players, the mission time was almost over, and the slimes had not destroyed the crystal. At that very moment, in the last fraction of a second, the protective stone behind him cracked. It was a complete defeat, something no one expected, especially the young man who saw that no slime had come close to him or the crystal. The true madman stood on the stone platform, and his cleaver mercilessly pierced the protective crystal, the city's only hope for defense. The quest had failed, the players had failed to protect Edelin, and it was all because of one guy named Yoon Jae-young who was simply bored. As a result of his actions, the city of newbies was forever erased from the world of Arcadia Online. The wounded player didn't even have time to do anything. The main character killed him with a single blow, but he didn't receive a single skill point for this kill, probably because he wasn't a newbie. All the users who were fighting slimes at that time rushed to the square, thinking that some monster had managed to break through. Imagine their surprise when they saw the culprit who had caused Arcadia to lose the city of Edelin. It was not a monster but a player, an ordinary gamer, just like them, standing where the protective crystal had once stood. Dex smiled at the newcomers who had arrived at the scene. He was genuinely enjoying everything that was happening and couldn't wait to see the consequences of the slime's victory. Along with the crystal, the newcomers' city had also been destroyed, and purple crystal dust flew through the air, not yet having had time to settle or disappear completely. Of course, the players' patience quickly ran out. They had spent almost a whole week of their lives protecting the spawn, but in the end, they lost everything because of one single idiot. In the eyes of others, Yoon Jae-young was a madman, a crazy, hateful troll, so it was no surprise that they hated him. Users took up arms, their anger now directed at a fellow gamer like themselves. The slimes were a thing of the past, and people even forgot that they had failed the quest. Some even swore that they would devote their entire lives to catching the true madman. None of those who had survived such an ordeal could let him get away with it. But one lifetime would not be enough. These words gradually began to bring the players to their senses, and immediately after that, a notification appeared stating that the Slime Fury quest had failed. The city of newcomers Edelin was about to be wiped off the face of the earth. A bright ball of dark magic lit up in the sky, and punishment began to take effect. It was the heart of the Slime Queen, which had literally just exploded into thousands of tiny pieces of slime, and no one really understood what was happening. Stuck between stone slabs lying on the ground, weapons and players' clothes, the slime began to slowly rise into the air. It looked very frightening, as if some kind of monster was trying to revive and gather itself together. All the slime killed by the warriors slowly rose into the air and quietly gathered together. The monster's attack was not over yet. The gamers watching all this hoped that these weren't new enemies, that even during the raid, monsters wouldn't literally appear from under the ground. Their worst fears came true. All the slimes that had been killed during this war gathered together and came back to life. But something was still wrong. A bright light flashed, and the magic of rebirth literally blinded everyone who was too close to the place where the magic lightning struck. All the slimes from the surrounding area flocked to the place where the magical discharge appeared. When their vision returned, the players tried to see what was happening there. 3 incredibly huge slimes, as tall as a 2-story house, appeared before them. No one had ever seen monsters of this species so large before. The peace-loving slimes had long been oppressed by humanity, but they managed to fight back against their oppressors in a fierce battle, and now victory was theirs. More and more large monsters appeared with each passing minute, their furious roars leaving behind emptiness and quiet horror. Now that humanity had been completely defeated, the slimes took over the lands that once belonged to this cruel race. And from that day on, the territories of Edelin were ruled by their queen, the great and powerful goddess who had brought them victory. She now looked completely different, smaller in size with more emotion on her face, and more like a human, a dignified woman. A magic circle appeared in the sky, and the city walls that once belonged to humans began to be gradually consumed by slime. Now this city is passing into the possession of the slimes. All players received a notification that they were no longer in a safe area, but in a place completely infested with hostile monsters. Moreover, it was now recommended to enter these hunting grounds only after reaching the 80th character level. While users were busy reading the updates in the game, the slime was not going to wait. They attacked people without warning. It was impossible for the newcomers to cope with such powerful opponents, especially since these were not small and cute slimes, but huge and terrifying creatures. Dex, who was watching all this chaos, laughed quietly. So this is what people mean when they say, a stranger among their own kind. The powerful slimes roared as they crushed the players, jumping on them and killing them with a single blow, while the humans simply tried to flee the area before losing access for 24 hours. The next morning, Meekin, as usual, started a video with gaming news on her TVG channel. The topic was the first multiplayer VR game, Arcadia, which had already gained quite a lot of popularity among players from all over the world. However, due to recent events within the game, players flooded the forums with complaints, mainly about the main scenario and the event that took place in the newbie town. The girl was a fairly popular blogger. Everyone watched her, even Jay Yang, but of course only after he woke up after a night of gaming. Completing the main quest was very tiring, and it wasn't even that he had to kill newbies, it was just that he was the kind of gamer who would forget about sleep and food. While washing his face and brushing his teeth, he watched gaming news with Meekin, who was talking about what a strange turn of events the destruction of the city of newbies had taken. That was the end of her report, and she cheerfully said goodbye to her viewers, and that was the end of the video. There was nothing more to add. Out of curiosity, Dex checked out the comments under the video. Opinions varied. Some couldn't believe that the location had just disappeared like that, while others thought that the developers were trolling the players. Some talked about a newbie killer, and there were also rumors about a player who broke the crystal. People believed it was the same person. One player wrote that after the defeat, his quest to change professions disappeared, but the main character did not feel guilty about it all, because in the end, he was just acting within the rules of the game. Others may not have known this, but the Bard of Anarchy had to act according to the rules. He didn't come up with it himself, nor did he go against Arcadia. And yet it all seemed very strange. A hidden mission, a secret character class, the Lord of Hell, Satan, in the form of a familiar. But the strangest thing was the guy who allowed him to open a new class, and on top of that, said strange things about confusion and chaos. It was all suspicious, very interesting, but at the same time very strange. Yoon Jae-young couldn't help but wonder if he had gotten himself into trouble. But his recklessness took over. What difference did it make what happened and what was going on? In the worst case, the developers of Arcadia would just ban him. The most important thing now was to focus on the present and not worry about the possible consequences, especially since they were not in the real world, but in the virtual world. In a few minutes, the young man arrived at the university he had enrolled in. His vacation after graduating from school had come to an end. Even though this university wasn't the coolest, he was still happy to start studying. Student life only happens once, and all young people want to enjoy it. In the lecture hall next to the seat Dex had chosen for himself, a young guy with glasses was sitting and watching a video on his phone, which immediately caught the young man's attention. Even with his peripheral vision, the young man could tell that the video was about events that had taken place in the world of Arcadia just a day ago. Someone had miraculously managed to film the true madman as he stood at the head of the Queen of Slime. It was simply amazing when and who had been able to do it. Yoon Jae-young immediately recognized himself in the video. He hadn't even noticed that someone was filming him, just as he hadn't noticed that he had moved too close to the stranger. The video was viewed by as many as 2 million people, and envy began to stir within the young man as monetization brings in a nice penny for that many views. He only came to his senses when the guy sitting next to him asked if he wanted to watch too, but Dex was already too close and invading someone else's personal space. Of course, how could he not be interested in a video starring himself? But he didn't want to admit it and simply apologize for allegedly staring unconsciously. They agreed on that, and his classmate immediately introduced himself as Lim Jae-yoon and suggested that fate had brought them together, so now they simply had to be friends. However, before Jae-young could introduce himself in return, his new friend launched into a non-stop monologue about what had been happening in the virtual world in recent days. He talked about the slimes attacking the newbie town and what had happened before that, but it didn't seem like his new friend was very interested in that. The guy just wanted to discuss his favorite game. The story went on and on until Jae-young suddenly stopped and changed the subject completely unexpectedly. When asked if he had heard about the newbie killer, Dex felt a chill inside. It was too sudden and too accurate. The guy immediately became nervous. It was strange that some random dude suddenly remembered this, and he couldn't help but think that he had been exposed. Lim Jae-young's eyes flashed. He clearly knew more than he was saying. His gaze was too piercing. It was possible that he had already guessed that the true madman was sitting in front of him. The video of what happened to the city of newcomers, Edalin, even reached the executive team of the Arcadia branch in Korea. The representative of the general staff really did not expect such an important and very first location to actually be destroyed. It was yet another problem on her mind. From the very launch of the game, they were prepared for unforeseen situations, given that players had complete freedom of action in this world, but no one expected things to turn out this way. And yet things weren't going so badly for the company. Of course, the disappearance of the initial location was a headache, but there was nothing they couldn't handle. At least this event attracted public attention to the game, so there were some positive consequences, but what happened should still be taken as a lesson for the future. She had never seen CEO Kwon so confused in her life, and it was all because of one single user. Meanwhile, the very same user who turned the world of Arcadia upside down was sitting in the university, panicking. It was hard to believe that someone had actually exposed him so quickly and revealed his secret literally on their first meeting. It wasn't as if Dex's life depended on this secret, but there was still a chance that he would simply be beaten up for everything that had happened in the game. Lim Jae-young nudged his new friend's shoulder to lighten the mood a little, as serious conclusions had been drawn too quickly. Taking his classmate's silence as ignorance, the student got excited and promised to reveal all the details, because he was a real expert on the mystery of the killer of newbies. It turned out that the guy was just pretending to be smart. He showed the very first video with the true madman and shared his theory that he was directly connected to the raid on the city. He had collected all the details that could be found on the internet, while Dex tried to pretend that he was unaware and did not believe that a single player could have done such a thing. Surprisingly, Jae turned out to be much more perceptive than he seemed at first glance, so it was necessary to be as careful as possible with him. Because the main character was afraid that his true nature would be revealed, he looked very stern, and this expression greatly confused his new friend. Most of all, the student was afraid that he had said too much again, but there was no time to discuss it as the professor entered the classroom. It wasn't the start of class. The man just wanted to tell the computer engineering students something before the start of the lecture. Initially, he didn't really want to interrupt their introductory lecture, but he still decided to say a few important things to potential and current students. The topic was virtual reality technology, which is on everyone's lips these days, and right now a revolution is taking place in the field of computer engineering. The reason for this is the sensational game Arcadia Online, a name that simply could not fail to attract the attention of Yoon Dae-young. Those who have already tried it and managed to play the sensational new game understand that computer engineering is no longer enough. That is why the department decided that the curriculum for computer engineering students needed to be changed due to its inability to meet modern standards. And he was absolutely right. All current technologies seem outdated compared to virtual reality, which is the future. For this reason, the man went to the students before the start of the lecture, and after lengthy discussions, the department made a specific decision. Starting this year, computer engineering at their university would be replaced by virtual reality engineering. It was not just a confusing change, too mild a term to describe such a sudden shift. However, if they did not adapt to the rapidly changing world of computer technology, they would quickly go under. After the initial lecture, Zhi Ying and Jie Yang went to the cafeteria together and sat down at the same table. Or rather, the new friend followed the main character to the cafeteria. The topic of discussion, of course, was the change in the name of the entire specialty. And the professor even mentioned Arcadia right in the lecture, which made the guy very happy. Then came the very question that the young man had been afraid of all these days. His new friend was very interested in why he didn't play Arcadia. Thinking only about how not to get caught, Dex lied that he couldn't afford the capsule, and that he wasn't such a strong gamer that he would spend all his money on a virtual universe. The only way to avoid giving himself away was to change the subject. And since the guy was simply crazy about this game, the conversation returned to its original course. All he had to do was ask if Jae-young played the sensational new game, and the guy immediately lit up and shouted loudly that of course he did. And he didn't just shout, he even claimed that his character was quite high level, and the guy looked incredibly proud of himself and his gaming skills. As a good friend and understanding mentor, the student promised to help with leveling up if Jae-young decided to start playing. They agreed that if that happened, they would definitely get in touch, because now newbies appear in the most random places in the world. After talking to this strange, kind guy, the young man returned home and immediately entered the world of Arcadia, where the dissatisfied Demon King was waiting for him. He didn't care that humans needed much more time to rest and sleep. He was only concerned that he had to wait a long time and be bored alone. Although Satan looked very dissatisfied and angry, it was clear that he was just very lonely without a friend. And in such a small form, he was even cuter. While they were talking, someone approached them with a loud cry. In addition to the sounds of slime, there was also a thin female voice, but there was no sense of threat. The beautiful and refined Queen of Slime rushed at the player, but not to kill him, but to give him a big hug and welcome him. This was how slimes greeted each other. They happily jumped on their friend and knocked him off his feet. Whether it was a small lump of slime or a human-like girl, Dex fell to the ground from such a strong attack, and all the remaining slimes immediately pounced on him. It seemed as if all the monsters from the surrounding area had come here. They hugged and joyfully greeted their friend, clinging to him and jumping on him, making it difficult for the guy to breathe. Even the Demon King got his share. He was also considered a good friend, and one of the slimes jumped on him, but Tan was not happy about it. It took some effort to convince the slimes to stop their passionate expressions of love and gratitude to the player. After that, the Slime Queen bowed, expressing her gratitude to the young man who had helped her and her entire race survive. All the slimes bowed to him. Their race would never forget what the player had done to protect them. From that moment on, he became the eternal savior of the slime race. Embarrassed by all this gratitude and hugging, the guy said he hadn't done anything special, but that wasn't true. If it weren't for him, people would have continued to kill these little creatures. In addition, he was given the title of Savior of the Slimes, and as a reward for saving an entire race, he was given the Slime Crown, which immediately appeared above the character's head. Along with the title and crown, he was also given additional influence skill points. There were quite a few rewards for completing the Slime Wrath quest. His journey in this game began relatively recently, and the number of titles is growing almost every day, but it was not worth showing them to anyone yet. Satan interrupted the viewing of the rewards and new skill points, calling out to his master and drawing attention to himself. The little Demon King really wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The purple color and variety of jumping little balls were already making his eyes blurry. Of course, his master agreed to leave as soon as possible, as the slimes simply would not leave him alone. And even the Queen of Slime would not let go of her faithful hero. Compared to the monster she had been during the war, the Queen now looked very sweet, capable of feeling joy, and even saying goodbye in a human way. After saying goodbye to his friends in the seemingly abandoned city of newbies, which just a couple of days ago had been full of users, Dex set off on a new journey. A new adventure and a new goal awaited him and Tan. The world of Arcadia was simply enormous, and every bit of it needed to be explored. Further along their path lay a new city, a new point that lacked the terrible chaos that the true madman brought to the measured lives of the players. Along with the new city, a completely new creature awaited them, one that looked more like an angel. This girl, a heavenly warrior, was suspiciously similar to the Demon King, who, like her, had been sleeping until he was found by Jae-young. After the city of newbies was mercilessly destroyed, the players quickly found a replacement for it, and it became the barony of Mikhail. Rumors spread very quickly, and soon users from all over Arcadia began to flock to the lands of Mikhail. Everyone was already aware of this, including the killer of newbies who was feared by newbies and hated by almost the entire Korean game server. He arrived in the new city, filled with curiosity, a new location, and completely new tasks and goals. 4 guards stood at the entrance to the city, letting those with passes through and questioning those who were visiting for the first time. When Jaeyoung got too close to the gate, one of the guards stopped him and asked his name. He wasn't afraid of ordinary NPCs, so he fearlessly gave his nickname, waiting for further questioning. Lately, there had been too many newbies from Edlin, so the man assumed that this guy was also a player from the city of newbies. Even though he was just a character in the game, he was still very curious about what had happened to that city and what these rumors about a slime attack were all about. So the main character learned that NPCs also communicate with each other and exchange rumors, which means it is worth choosing your words carefully and being cautious in your statements. He told the guard that a monster lair had appeared on the site of the newbie town, and the minimum level for entry was approximately 85. Since the young man was a refugee who had been unlucky enough to experience such horrors, the guard decided to give him a pass to the barony of Mikhail. While all this was going on, the Demon King looked around suspiciously, even flying out of his hiding place to get a better look. Not only did this place look very familiar, but the feeling he had while being here was also very unpleasant. Finally, the little lord became interested in the reason why his master called him by the shortened form of his name, without a shred of respect, Tan. Yoon Jae-young decided to resort to a cunning strategy and play on the demon's vanity, saying that if he told everyone around him his magnificent name, they would attract unnecessary attention. This topic was quickly forgotten, and Satan moved straight on to the question that interested him: what his master was planning to do now. Of course, he was only interested in influence, and Dex had even more points in this skill than when they first met. Who would have thought that he could gain so many points? If you add them all up, it comes to 40,000 people, and of course, the demon wanted them all for himself. But to his surprise, the young man refused quite firmly and sharply, not even giving him a chance to finish his pathetic request to give up his points. This led to the Lord of Hell becoming hysterical. The little king started shouting that the man would not be able to spend it all anyway, and if he gave it up voluntarily, the demon would reward him. He promised to give him any item, any artifact with which it would be possible to conquer the entire continent of Arcadia. Moreover, by selling just one of them, he would never need money again. But Jaeyoung was not as stupid as other people. He was not so easy to bribe, and the guy refused the demon again, and for a while the persuasion was over. In fact, this little demon managed to pique his interest, showing him a unique item of level 150. But still, relying entirely on Tanchik didn't seem like a good idea, and besides, influence could turn out to be a much more valuable skill than he thought. It was worth holding on to the skill points until the young man could learn more about his power and figure out how everything worked. And yet, there was one thing that was far more important than all of the above reasons for refusal. It overshadowed everything else he could think of. Giving influence to the Demon King and getting everything he could dream of with his help would be too easy, and therefore too boring. Life was bustling in the new city. It was no longer the small town of Edlin. Here, weapons and tools were sold for iron at every turn. There were many times more people than in the starting location, so Dex wanted to look around and find some good goods at the market and a good quest to start with. Everything he needed found him as soon as he thought about it, as if luck itself favored the hero of slimes. Not far from the main road, he was walking along with the Demon King. 2 miners were sitting at a table in a tavern, discussing pressing matters that were not going very well. The lady of these lands had ordered an increase in ore production, but no one knew how to dig even more, as the miners were already spending days on end in the mines. The friend sitting opposite agreed with the man. The miners would be punished if they did not start working even harder. What was happening in this barony had become too obvious. The situation was just perfect for spreading chaos. Realizing the whole situation, Ji-young laughed, looking more like a madman from the outside. The story about the lady and the problem with the mine sounded promising. Too good to be true. Even for Satan, the Lord of Hell, such a sudden change in mood and the wild laughter of his master were too strange and insane. Deciding not to waste any time and to start right away, the young man approached the 2 miners, interrupted their conversation, and drew their attention to himself. With a friendly smile, Yoon Jae-young promised that he could easily help the men with their problem, thus starting an optional side quest. Of course, this made the men happy. The miners were only too glad to have extra help from living players. For Satan, this pitiful request seemed too insignificant. He believed it was better to continue on his way and that this task was not worth wasting his energy on. However, his master did not think so. He advised his familiar to look around and listen to what the characters and users were saying. The market was only talking about selling something for pieces of iron or about a player selling homemade weapons, having a fairly high level of blacksmithing skill. To the inattentive Demon King, it was just a normal market. But to the quick-witted protagonist, it was all too obvious that this was not the case. Most of those selling homemade weapons and tools were not NPCs, but ordinary players who wanted to get as much iron as possible. The demand for weapons in this area had grown too much, while at the same time, users were rejecting the quest to collect iron ore. Because, as Tanchik said, it was too easy and too boring for those who had already passed the very first beginner levels. With demand for metal increasing and supply decreasing, it was easy to predict what would happen. The Lord of Hell never understood what his master meant, so Dex had no choice but to convince his little friend to trust him. And to start with, they needed to earn a little money so that they could then carry out the main character's plan without hindrance. Meanwhile, in the main house of the Mikhail barony, where the ruling family of this city resided, the atmosphere was quite tense. Baroness Mikhail, the young mistress of these lands, was in a state of great confusion, as her city had been doing very poorly lately. Last month, a unit of iron ore cost 10 units of bronze, but this month it was already 15, which was a very sharp jump in price. The blacksmiths were running out of raw materials, and if this continued, the quality of their goods would decline significantly, while prices, on the contrary, would only increase. The situation could not be left to take its course. Something had to be done as soon as possible, before it was too late. Meanwhile, Dex and Satan arrived at Mount Fian, taking advantage of the first entrance to the mines. They went quite deep into the mine, where there were practically no people, and no one would notice them or what they were planning to do, so they could begin. They had already discussed their plan of action on the way, so now the Demon King just had to use his influence and do what they had talked about. Despite his master's convictions, the familiar still doubted whether it was worth spending so much influence on something so useless. But the hero insisted. There was nothing else to do, and the Lord of Hell began to create the agreed-upon tool, spending 8,000 skill points on it. It was a mine destroyer, a drill created from the claw of an underground predator, which could be used to extract metal at an accelerated rate. Everything was just perfect, exactly as Ji Young had imagined, and now he could start getting rich. While he was busy mining ore, players in the barony of Mikhail were busy trading weapons and offering their services to repair swords and knives. One of the users wanted to buy 20 pieces of iron ore to fulfill the miner's request, as she really didn't want to go to the mine herself and extract them. A young man approached her, who, like her, had wanted to complete this quest a couple of days ago, and asked her what task she was looking for help with. When it was confirmed that all this was being done for a repeatable quest, he told her that it wasn't worth spending time on it, as completing it only slightly increased her reputation with the miners. No special reward, no money or anything else. It would be more profitable to simply extract the ore yourself and sell it to a merchant. Two blacksmiths, Aiden and Kashim, listened intently to their conversation. They clearly did not like this state of affairs, as almost all adventurers sooner or later began to refuse their requests for help. Players in this world were called adventurers, and almost all the blacksmiths in this city hated them because they were starting to take their jobs, forging weapons themselves and selling them. Unlike the masters of their craft, who had spent their entire lives honing their skills, these seekers were nobodies with no name, yet they acted like they were something special. The last hope of the barony's indigenous inhabitants was the young lady of these lands. If the Baroness did not take action soon, their city would be doomed. Not everything in this world was created as a regular game. The economy in Arcadia completely mirrored the real one, which meant production and consumption as well as earnings. Supply and demand, and of course exports and imports, nothing new under the sun, also applied to the virtual universe. People remained people everywhere. There were 5 regions here, each specializing in a certain type of raw material that was not produced in other regions, or at least not in such quantities. Depending on the season, demand for specific goods would rise or fall, so each region resorted to various tricks. At the moment, the most sought-after raw material, unsurprisingly, was iron ore, which suddenly began to disappear due to the influx of adventurers. Because of everything that was happening in the game at the time, it was almost impossible to get the necessary metal, so it was easier to buy it from those who managed to get it and were now selling it. Many players chose the profession of blacksmith because selling weapons and earning good money for it seemed like a great idea. But that's what most people thought, and now iron is hard to find. This led to a completely different problem. The constant shortage of iron ore caused the price per piece to rise from 10 pieces of bronze to 17. Now this ore was 70% more expensive, and as a result, blacksmiths were also suffering heavy losses because no one was buying weapons that had risen in price. Dissatisfaction with the overly realistic economy grew with each passing day, and many of those who had chosen the profession of blacksmith now regretted it. While the young man complained about his life and lamented that he had not chosen the warrior class in time, and the girl cursed the economy, someone approached them. The adventure seeker in glasses asked a perfectly reasonable question. Why don't they just go and get the iron themselves? This perfectly logical question led to an unexpected reaction. The friends were clearly very upset and considered it a waste of time. The reason was the difficulty of mining. Just the journey from the city to the mines took more than 2 hours of real time, and who would want to walk so far and for so long? In addition, mining iron itself was very difficult, and pickaxes and equipment often broke when players tried to extract ore. In short, it was easier to wait for someone else to mine the iron, focusing on improving their profession level by repairing equipment. This was Arcadia's big problem at the moment. Digging in the mines on your own was extremely unprofitable, and most users avoided it like the plague. But what would happen to a game with such a realistic economy if one of the players didn't think so? And this smart guy saw the most reliable way to make money. And that madman was, of course, Yoon Jae-young. He had been digging in the mines for several hours with his drill, which Satan had created for him, and with each passing minute, his resources increased and his skill grew. Moreover, not only did his chances of obtaining rare resources increase, but now he could also find hidden veins that contained even more ore. During all this time, he had mined an incredible amount of iron, as well as several rare minerals and precious stones, so it could be considered that spending influence points had paid off. When the guy decided it was time to stop and take a break, Tanchik rushed up to him. The demon had been looking for him for a long time and finally found him. The king of monsters ignored all of his master's questions. He could only think about how to get his hands on the influence points as quickly as possible and began to offer him an even better drill. He began offering his incredible artifacts again, this time in exchange for the remains of the skill. The demon offered an amulet that was simply perfect and ideal in every way. But this did not bring Dex any joy. The guy had told his familiar more than once, or even twice, that he didn't need anything, and if he did, he would say so. Why would he need a level 220 artifact that he couldn't use? Besides, it would be like hitting the jackpot, and if he took it, the whole game would lose its appeal. Moreover, it would be impossible to even put it up for sale. If the young man did so, everyone would immediately understand who he was. It would work if he withdrew the money immediately after the sale and never logged in again. But the main character had no plans to leave the game yet. He sincerely hoped that this time he had explained everything clearly. His patience was running out, and each new attempt by the demon to persuade him only made him angrier. When the problem was resolved, they returned to the original topic of conversation, and Jae-young asked again where his familiar had been all this time. The demon tried to make excuses, saying that it wasn't interesting at all, but his master was interested in absolutely everything. And then the eyes of the king of hell became crazy again. The cave echoed with the laughter of a madman. He seemed to want to tell him, but then changed his mind and decided that he would tell him everything when he found what he was looking for. After laughing heartily, Satan looked into his master's inventory to check how much ore he had already mined. There was probably more ore there than in the entire barony, and most likely that was the case. But the main character had no intention of stopping there. He wanted to dig in the mine for a few more days, and only then give everything away. There was a reason for all this. The guy had a real plan. He wanted to earn as many friendship points with the miners as possible by repeatedly completing the ore mining quest. And when that happened, the Baroness herself would take a personal interest in him and come to meet him, which was exactly what the true madman was aiming for. Several more days passed at this pace. The situation continued to worsen, and more complaints from blacksmiths and miners arrived on the Baroness's desk. Many wanted to close their workshops and even move away. The situation was extremely sad, and the girl had to convene a meeting with her assistants and advisors to resolve the problem that had arisen in their barony. According to the gentleman sitting at the table with her, all these problems were caused by a sudden influx of adventurers who were choosing the blacksmith profession en masse. Moreover, these adventurers were, at best, novices in the blacksmithing trade, producing goods of extremely low quality and wasting tons of ore in the process. However, the main problem is that the number of miners has remained the same despite the influx of blacksmiths. And the reason is that adventurers hate dirty work and want glory. They were the main problem of the barony, and it was impossible to force them to do dirty work and mine ore, in accordance with paragraph 1 of Article 128 of the Code of Laws of the Continent. All the suggestions the girl could make were prohibited by continental law, and all this gave the Baroness a terrible headache. She had no idea how to deal with the whole situation. Suddenly, in the darkest moment of despair, a guard burst into the office with news. Usually in all games and movies, this means the beginning of a bright streak. But for the heroes, everything was shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Would it all turn out well, or would it be the opposite? For now, the Baroness only realized that she was urgently needed. In the middle of the street, there was a whole pile of high-quality iron, and on top of that, there was also gold, magical ore, and many other things. Everyone who saw this ore wanted to buy it as soon as possible, but no one knew where it came from. And when the Baroness saw it all, she froze in shock for a moment. All these goods were sold by a local miner, a single player named Yunjia Yang, who once again surpassed all other users of Arcadia. After 3 long days of intensive resource mining, he was able to get 5 gold and 12 silver coins as a reward. In real money, that was about 500,000 won, because each silver coin was worth 10,000 won, and each gold coin was worth 50,000 won. Working at this pace, the young man could earn 5 million won a month, which was a pretty good haul, enough to pay for capsule rental, apartment, and tuition. In general, he could have earned much more, but he wasn't sure it was worth changing anything, because it would take a lot of preparation. While the young man was preoccupied with thoughts of earning money and how to survive in the real world, a stranger approached him in the virtual world and asked if he was the one who had brought the ore. The mysterious stranger turned out to be Baroness Mikhail herself, and the game immediately notified him that the girl was expressing interest in him as a player. A smile appeared on the young lady's face, and a message appeared in the notification bar stating that her favorability had increased significantly. Everything went strictly according to plan. The guy couldn't hold back a satisfied smile and proudly admitted that it was him who had spent 3 days of his life to get all this for them. The Baroness's voice softened. She was very grateful for the help and greeted the hero with a smile, introducing herself as the lady of this barony. Adhering to her high moral standards and elite upbringing, the girl invited the young man to have a cup of tea with her and talk. Of course, he agreed to meet his new acquaintance, because that was what Dex had been aiming for from the very beginning. And soon they arrived at Baroness Mikhail's castle. In the mayor's office, they sat down at the table and were served cups of a special brew, which is prepared exclusively in Arcadia in the barony of Mikhail. This drink was special because it was made from herbs collected from Mount Fian, with only the best herbs of the highest quality being selected. In addition to mining various ores, this brew was another specialty of the barony. Jiang tried it and noticed how delicious it was from the very first sip. After a little small talk, they got down to the main topic of their meeting. The Baroness asked how long it took her guest to get all that ore in the area. The protagonist had no intention of hiding this from anyone. He wanted everyone to know his value and how quickly he could extract ore, and he honestly admitted that he had done it in 3 days. At that moment, the girl's emotions got out of control. She slammed her hands on the table and jumped to her feet, shouting that it was impossible. Coughing quietly, she returned to her seat and a noble calm appeared on her face. She was most interested in whether other adventurers could achieve such a result, but the answer was no. And even though they couldn't get the same amount in 3 days, if they gathered a crowd, it would still be worth it. Mikhail understood this, but it was far from simple. She understood her position and that of her barony perfectly well, so she immediately turned to the young man for help, because without him, she would lose her city. A minute later, a new special task arose. The Baroness's concerns, the barony's economy was bursting at the seams due to the influx of adventurers, and now he needed to somehow increase iron production. This was exactly what Ji Young had been waiting for, so of course he accepted the task. Now he had to figure out how to speed up ore production in order to move on to the final phase of the plan. In other words, Baroness Mikhail wanted him to help attract adventurers to develop the mine, because these lazy bones had no desire to do the dirty work. For the sake of earning a living and comfortable gaming, Dex promised to complete this task at all costs and help his new friend. That night, he sat down at his computer in his room to figure out the best way to get gamers to dig in the mine. In reality, it wasn't as easy as it might sound because Arcadia was just a game, and users went there to have fun, not to do routine tasks. But despite everything, the young man had a plan even for this situation. He was well-versed in human psychology and economics. First, he needed to completely change the perception of young people. Jae-young created a new channel where he planned to publish his videos and attract players. A couple of days later, at Seoljin Middle School in Mapogu, Seoul, one of the students, approached his classmate and asked if he would like to join them at Arcadia that day. The sad and completely devastated boy said that he probably wouldn't be able to join them, as he had decided to quit Arcadia Online. They had been playing together for quite some time, and the boy didn't understand what the problem was with his friend. So his classmate began to tell him about the strangeness of this game. When he first entered the game, he was immediately killed by some strange person, and the next day it turned out that the slimes had become many times stronger, and it was now impossible for newbies to defeat them. Immediately after that, the city of newbies simply disappeared, and the guy died many times before he was able to escape from there, and that was only the beginning of his troubles. Even when the situation seemed to be turning in his favor, he managed to get to the barony of Mikhail and even changed his profession to merchant, but things still went badly. There weren't many profession options in that barony, so he had practically no choice, but now he has a bunch of strange skills, none of which are offensive. As a result, the boy became completely discouraged. He was so disappointed in his life that he no longer saw any point in going to Arcadia and told his friends to play without him. His friend didn't want to give up so easily and decided to cheer up his comrade at all costs, even though he was upset because he thought there was nothing interesting in the game except hunting. There was only one way to restore his desire to continue playing and lift his spirits, to shift the focus from hunting to something else that was just as interesting. He immediately took out his phone and opened a new channel of some guy who talked about what else you can do in Arcadia and how you can make real money. The video began with the mines in Mount Fian, where everyone usually extracts ore. The guy greeted his viewers and started the video about making quick money. According to him, this mine had become quite a popular location in recent days, and he wanted to talk about iron ore mining, even though it was dirty work. Despite the fact that everyone in the world considers ore mining and mining to be a boring routine, he decided to show something that no one could resist, a whole pile of coins that he had earned in a week. As you might have guessed, this is Yoon Jae-young, and he showed the earnings he actually made, but he presented it as money for 7 days, not 3. According to him, at the start, all users' resource extraction skills would be at the lowest rank, and it would not be possible to extract more than 20 units of resources per hour, which equates to 400 bronze, considering the prices. This did not sound very interesting, which is why, according to him, it is necessary to start by increasing the mining skill rank. This way, you can increase the mining speed and probability of success, as well as the chance of obtaining rare resources. The guy said he was at rank A and found at least 1 magic crystal or diamond every day, but of course, that was a lie. After that, the schoolboy was stunned. It was just incredibly cool that the main character was able to hook at least one person. After such an epic performance, of course, the guy wanted to try it out. What schoolboy, or indeed any person, would refuse such easy money? This new channel about Arcadia took the internet by storm, but in reality, the author of the video left out a lot of information, or even lied. The speed of mining demonstrated in the video is only possible with a drill like Dex's. The video omitted the most important details, creating the illusion that anyone could achieve the same results and accordingly earn huge amounts of money for it. However, it had a big impact on users, and the very next day, players who found the video really useful flooded miners with their consent to accept the quest. They eagerly bought pickaxes from blacksmiths in the city and asked how to get to Mount Fian. The barony of Mikhail had probably never seen so many miners before. The esteemed baroness laughed at this for several minutes. She couldn't believe that all these idlers were now voluntarily going to the mines. Not only the adventurers who had chosen the profession of blacksmith, but also others were happily going to the mountain to do the dirty work. The girl was really curious how her friend had done it. The answer turned out to be much simpler than the baroness could have imagined. All Yoon Jae-young did was appeal to base human needs. All he had to do was mention money, and people would do anything to get even a handful of shiny coins. All adventurers, absolutely all users, were the product of capitalism, and while Mikhail understood what he was talking about, she did not understand her friend's last words. And even though she didn't fully understand how the guy did it, she was very grateful to him. But it was too early to relax. Some measures still needed to be taken. First, it was necessary to cut the miners' salaries and instead give them a percentage of the ore they extracted. Then they would be more motivated to work, and the freeloaders would quickly drop out. The Baroness was overjoyed with all these new ideas. She was very enthusiastic and absorbed every word the hero said. All he had to do was explain the basic concepts to her, and she was already thrilled. It seemed that the girl didn't understand a thing about economics, so the next step was to teach her how things work in reality. First of all, Dex advised her not to pay attention to the fact that ore prices had risen higher than ever and continued to rise every day. In Mikhail's eyes, this was indeed a very big problem, so she was very surprised when she heard that it was not worth paying attention to. According to the young man, everyone who needed ore should be allowed to buy it at any price. To be honest, prices for it had been too low before, which is why no one was enthusiastic about mining it. It was also necessary to decide what to do if complaints arose. The main character thought about this question for a moment. He did not keep her waiting long, and in the next moment said that those who were dissatisfied could dig the ore themselves, if they wanted to. At first, the Baroness froze in shock. She had not expected such a response, and none of her subjects dared to say anything so provocative. But immediately after that, she burst out laughing and began patting the young man on the shoulder, offering him the position of finance minister. Unfortunately for her, Jae Young wanted to continue traveling. He apologized and said he wanted to continue traveling. These words quickly calmed the lady down, and she apologized and immediately took control of her emotions. Now that the young man had been very helpful to the Baroness, and she was extremely grateful, it was time to proceed with the final part of the plan. And he was right again. The girl smiled and happily offered any help she could. She was curious to know how she could repay her new friend for such a great service. Not wanting to waste time, the guy put a scroll on the table in front of her, in which he outlined his entire plan for earning money for his livelihood. The Baroness did not expect any malice and calmly took the scroll, opening it to read the contents, and at the same time asked what was in it. It was a proposal for cooperation written by Dex himself, which he had written at the very beginning when he first met Mikhail. Trusting the young man's word, the girl opened the scroll. She was bound to like what was written there very much, or at least find it interesting. Unfortunately, in our world, the average person can only earn a limited amount of money. This raises the logical question of what needs to be done to break these limitations and earn even more. The answer was much simpler than it might seem. One simply had to gain power over others and become the head of the food chain. As soon as the girl saw the offer made to her by the player, everything was turned upside down, and Arcadia changed again, unnoticed by all users. The partnership was incredibly intriguing. Jae Young was proud of it. It was the pinnacle of his skill at the moment, but by no means his last idea. If the barony of Mikhail agreed to give him 10% of every profit, he would definitely raise this town to the top of the trade world. After a few short lessons in business, it was time to recall the ancient legends that said that several thousand years ago, on the very spot where the barony of Michael now stood, a war between angels and demons had raged. In those terrible and dark times, the decisive battle was between the Demon King, Satan, whom we already know, and an unknown but majestic warrior of the heavens. Both soared into the air, and a decisive battle began between the two forces. For a long time, neither could strike the other. They were evenly matched. But that night, the angels had the advantage. The girl had a special weapon that allowed her to be the first to strike a serious blow to her opponent. It was Muspelheim, the holy weapon of the heavens, which should not have been present in this battle at all, and its appearance angered the Lord of Chaos. In his eyes, only cowardly fools could use such dirty tricks. While the demon was cursing, the angel aimed her weapon at him again. The Demon King's opponent was the Archangel Michael. Her gaze was cold as ice and her mind was clear. She did not consider it necessary to stoop to communicating with Satan. All the girl could say that day was that she, Archangel Michael, would destroy the Lord of Chaos and rid the world of his oppression. With a sacred weapon in her hands, the Archangel rushed at the wounded Demon King, who was unable to fight any longer, and that was the last thing he remembered from that night. At that moment, his dream ended. Tan jumped up abruptly and opened his eyes. For him, it was a real nightmare, a past he hated. Now he was completely safe, lying peacefully on the shoulder of his new master, and the dream came only because he was near the place of his defeat. The Demon Lord had just remembered something very unpleasant, and these memories destroyed his peace of mind and enjoyment of a comfortable rest. The noise of the street and the trading quickly brought him to his senses. The unpleasant feeling from the dream quickly passed, leaving only a bitter aftertaste. Soon his mood began to improve little by little. His memories became hazy, and to distract himself a little, Satan asked Dex what was in the scroll he had given to the Baroness. Since his little friend was so interested, the main character saw no point in hiding anything, and he quietly and rather gloomily began to explain, drawing the king's attention. His face became simply terrifying, and his eyes shone coldly. Now he looked even more like a demon than the Lord of Chaos on his shoulder, and even the little imp was frightened. Digging for ore wasn't that easy. If an average player was lucky enough to stumble upon a vein, he would be able to extract 10 pieces of ore per hour at best. The rare stones that Jae-young found were mostly thanks to the unique tool he possessed. In short, mining was a very thankless and indeed dirty job, so it was no surprise that everyone used to refuse to do it. But that didn't mean it was impossible to make money from it. There was one way, and it was the very plan that the guy had already begun to implement. That method was selling tickets to the mine, or to put it more simply, Dex planned to charge players for the right to enter the mines. Those who didn't have money for the ticket could pay later, but that wasn't so important. The most important thing was the idea of payment itself. It would be impossible to pull off something like this for too long, as people would quickly realize that it was a scam, so Noha planned to charge 1 gold coin. As soon as the Demon King heard the price of admission to the mines just to dig around a little for 10 pieces of iron, his jaw dropped. Even for him, it was too expensive, and he was afraid that people would not pay such an amount, but he was wrong. After seeing the hero's video, people rushed to the mine and paid without hesitation. It was very simple. After such a promising story about quick money, people would be sure that the entrance fee would quickly pay for itself, so they would pay, and he would be able to make some easy money. Wanyam's eyes burned with greed and selfishness. Even the Demon King thought it was too much. Tanchik looked at him silently, unable to find the words to describe what was happening. This guy was a real devil, without a shred of guilt for exploiting other people. The king didn't even know whether to pity these poor souls or kick them for their gullibility. The longer he was around him, the more he listened to his plans, the more he realized that his master was simply perfect. The familiar's reaction and words slightly surprised the young man, and he cautiously called out to the demon, but did not have time to finish his question. Satan didn't let him finish and asked him to follow him directly. He was finally ready to show him what he had found a couple of days ago. It was a special place, so magnificent that Yoon Jae-young would certainly not regret finding it and opening it up. Together, they returned to the mines beneath Mount Fion. Without asking any questions, the young hero followed his familiar deep into the mines, moving further and further away from the excavation site until they came to a door. In the past, the Demon King had been in front of these huge locked doors before, but he didn't remember it, and while his master was digging in the mines, he not only remembered everything, but also found this place. It was here that the chickens with halos had left their treasures during the last war between angels and demons. Finally, the king was able to find them, and now heaven would pay. The height of the gate was truly impressive. It was huge and very ancient, and the entire entrance looked very old and abandoned, as if it had not been maintained for several hundred years. Despite this, the iron had not rusted, and the wood had not rotted, which could only mean one thing. Most likely, some kind of spell had been cast on these gates. Without wasting any time, Tanchik turned to his master and asked him to open them. He was sure that someone with so many influence points would be able to do it. However, the young man knew nothing about his power and did not understand how exactly he could open these doors, which were definitely enchanted. There was nothing else to do. Since the Demon King himself believed that an ordinary player could handle it, it was worth a try. As soon as Jae-young's palm touched the doors, a notification popped up saying that he couldn't go inside because he didn't have the right parameters to break the seal. Immediately after that, a notification about a new task appeared. He could receive a large reward if he reported his discovery to the Baroness right away, but clearly no one was going to do that. As soon as the guy mentioned that there was a seal on the door that he couldn't remove, the Demon King immediately started yelling at him. This seal was the very reason he had brought the player here, but the guy didn't get the hint. He didn't have the skill to remove seals, and he didn't know how else to open the door. Only then did Satan finally realize how little Yoon Jae-young knew about his own power, which was both striking and annoying. After that, the king immediately took offense and began, as usual, to mutter under his breath that giving such a tool to a human was pointless, and that if he were an imp, he could at least be commanded. Cursing was pointless. The most important thing now was to open this door and get what the angels had left there. So the demon decided to give a mini lesson on the power of influence. Of course, the demon had a different name for it, but he didn't care what humans called it, because the name had no meaning. This power was beyond divine authority. It was capable of doing anything to upset the balance of the world. So powerful was the ability in Dex's hands. Those who possessed influence could change the nature of things and control their surroundings, a power closest to creation, but used for destruction. After such a colorful explanation, the Demon King was sure that now, finally, the guy had realized what power he had in his hands. But his stories were so vague that Yoon Jae-young didn't really understand what it all meant. It was a fiasco. Satan's patience was far from angelic, and he shouted at the top of his lungs that his master could do anything, absolutely anything, anything at all. Since the guy didn't understand anything, the king spent another 10 minutes explaining that this power was necessary for beings like him to interact with human reality. It accumulates very slowly and in negligible amounts, so slowly that it would take him 500 years to accumulate the amount that Tan received after the contract. Now it was clear why the Lord of Hell wanted these skill points so badly. This time Jae-young understood what the demon was trying to say. The most important thing that the familiar had been trying to explain to him all this time was that he would be able to open the gates with the help of influence, and no seal could withstand this power. The holy chicks, as Satan called them, had clearly made sure that ordinary people couldn't get inside, which meant that this place was not as simple as the hero had initially thought. The power of the seal mattered to others, but not to him. Although the guy was unaware of it, with the amount of power at his disposal, some seal was nothing at all. The reason he couldn't open the door the first time was that he wasn't thinking along those lines yet. For everything to work, all he had to do was really want to do it, want it with all his heart, push the door with the intention of removing the seal and going inside. Under Satan's guidance, the young man tried again, but this time with the direct intention of opening the gate, and it worked. A magic circle appeared before him. 15,000 skill points were required to break the seal, an impressive amount for which the young man could have obtained 2 unique items. But why else would one accumulate influence if not for things like entering a repository left behind by angels, the highest heavenly beings? Obeying Dex's command and power, the seal was broken and the path to the lair of the heavenly chickens with halos was open. Now he and the Lord of Hell could safely enter. This place was a heavenly altar abandoned by angels, left here for some unforeseen situations, and it was not for nothing that this place was sealed with a powerful seal. During the Great War between angels and demons, the land of Arcadia became one large battlefield for the higher beings, who at that time did not care at all about lower life forms. Soon the entire continent was stained with blood, and if it weren't for the protection of the World Tree, perhaps no mortal creature would have survived. A millennium has passed since those terrible times, but the echoes of the Great War still reverberate in the hearts of the inhabitants of Arcadia. All this was recorded in the memoirs of a certain wanderer, and the war became a warning to future generations. People prayed and continue to pray that such a thing will never happen again. Users were forbidden from entering the location, Stairway to Heaven, which is why a warning appeared at the developer's headquarters that a mystical quest had been activated. In response to this problem, an emergency meeting was convened urgently. They already had many problems due to the disappearance of the village of newcomers, but this was a matter of extreme importance. All the department heads were simply exhausted. None of them could remember the last time they had slept, and now there was a new problem. It must have been that the Korean server was the only one in the world that was so lucky. Only a few days had passed since the situation in the newbie town, and already there was a new emergency meeting. Exactly 32 minutes ago, the trigger for a mystical quest had been accidentally activated in the Fian Mountain area, a level of quest that no player had ever been able to access before. After checking the related quests, the director of the scenario department concluded that what had happened was related to something hidden in this mountain, and all the details were in the report. As the director of the Arcadia branch, Kwon Myung-han did not even know that Mount Fian in the barony of Mikhail was in the possession of angels. In fact, no one from their branch knew that last year, Fian was called the Stairway to Heaven until today's incident. This was because angels had descended to the continent for the first time in that region, and the abundance of ore was meant to somehow protect the stairway from outsiders. To put it more simply, inside this seemingly simple mountain is the entrance to the dimension of the messengers of light, the angels. Arcadia was full of mysteries even for those who worked with it directly. It had many branches that were not originally conceived as part of this mystical task, Everything became even more confusing, and the director of the script department, overcome with excitement, revealed the name of the quest: the Second Great War of Angels and Demons. This caused shock bordering on horror in the branch director. After all the problems they had already faced, the last thing they needed was a great war between non-human beings in Arcadia. Meanwhile, Jiyoung stood in front of the ancient sarcophagus and read all the notifications that had flooded him after the opening of the new location. The last thing he expected was that he and Tan would actually find something as magnificent as the stairway to heaven. The demon flying nearby burst out laughing, and he sank back into his thoughts, telling himself that the feathered creatures with halos would pay for this, and that he would get to them again. Overjoyed, he flew forward, urging his master to join him in knocking all holiness out of the heavenly chickens and ruining their plans. The room was quite spacious for a room with a single box, more like a sarcophagus than a treasure chest in size. And yet Tanchik was sure that inside, 100%, there was definitely a treasure left by his holy enemies. Before opening the chest with the Demon King, the young man placed his hand on the lid, decorated with carved symbols, and unlocked a new task, his whole body enveloped in holy energy. The language in which the inscriptions on the chest were engraved was inaccessible to him. An ancient being was needed to decipher them, and the task of exploring the ancient ruins was activated. He had to think carefully about all the consequences. The notification had said that the boy would receive a special reward if he reported the ruins to the Baroness. The longer Dex thought, the angrier Satan became. He tapped his little hands on his master's head, which only tickled him. Of course, if the hero had not known the history of this place, he would have already run to the Baroness to tell her about the discovery and receive his due reward. This could have happened if Tanchik hadn't been there. But after what the Lord of Hell had said, it was impossible to leave things as they were. After all, Baroness Mikhail would never find a reward more valuable than the artifact left by the angels themselves in the stairway to heaven. More importantly, Jae Yang discovered this location using his influence, which effectively makes him a tomb raider, and if he tells anyone, there will be many questions. It was better to keep what happened a secret from everyone, open the chest and take the treasure for himself, as Satan says. The words that it was time to open the box of heavenly chickens delighted the king. He became enthusiastic and rushed to the master. But after 10 minutes of joint efforts, they still couldn't move the lid of the sarcophagus even a millimeter. The heavy golden box of angels remained where it was, as if no one had ever touched it. Both of them were exhausted. Dex lamented that he hadn't leveled up his character, while Tanchik regretted not being in his true form, because then he could have lifted the lid with one finger. Tears welled up in the Demon King's eyes. It wasn't even a sacred seal or a magical barrier, just a heavy stone, but he still couldn't overcome it. The words that it was just a stone gave the young man an idea. Any stone could be broken if he had the right tool. First, he needed to confirm with the demon that there really was treasure inside. The answer was yes, and Tan was sure that there was something important inside. Now that he knew for sure, there was no other way out because Dex had just the right tool, capable of breaking any stone. He equipped his mind destroyer, his powerful drill, and prepared to smash the coffin lid to smithereens just to get what was inside. There was no other way to open this box. They had left him no choice. But even so, the Demon King had no words to describe how he felt about his master's idea. Who else but a human would think of using a drill to open a hiding place left by angels, the holy messengers of heaven? There are moments in life when there is no other solution but to destroy everything that stands in the way of the goal. The sharp end of the drill pierced the lid of the sarcophagus, and a terrible screech and rumble filled the space, echoing off the high stone walls of the stairway to heaven. Standing aside, the Prince of Hell, the king of all demons and monsters, the great Satan watched what was happening and did not even know what to say about it, except to note that humans are even worse than demons. When the young man managed to break the lid, the achievements of the destroyer of relics came tumbling down. The favor of the heavenly creatures fell to zero, and now it was better for Dex not to show himself to them. Inside the treasure chest lay the skeleton of a man dressed in a cassock, with a gold amulet hanging around his neck. This was the treasure Tan had been hunting for. The fact that there was someone's burial inside greatly upset Joyoung. If he had known in advance that it was someone's tomb, he would not have destroyed the coffin lid, because that was too much. He did not want to rob the dead man of everything, so he suggested taking only the most valuable and necessary items, such as the treasure his familiar had been hunting all this time. This treasure turned out to be the very gold necklace, a carved cross, which Satan wanted to get his hands on in order to annoy the angels. The feathered ones had saved the sacred artifact for the future, but now the Demon King's master would take it, and his enemies would never see their secret weapon again. As soon as Jae-young took the shining heavenly medallion in his hands, he immediately reacted to the man in front of him, and holy light illuminated the room. This reaction caused a strong wind to rise, which nearly blew the Demon King away, and the glow enveloped the young man. The magic of light filled him, rising up his arm and penetrating the depths of the protagonist's body and soul. The silhouette of a hero from the past appeared before them. Taking the medallion, the young man activated the highest forces of light and obtained a part of them. Along with the shining heavenly medallion, Dex was assigned the hidden class of Holy Prophet, the second hidden rank of character he had been able to find within Arcadia. However, the profession he had chosen earlier did not fall into the category of saints, and due to the contradiction in the data, the medallion was temporarily deactivated, and the system asked him to contact customer service to clarify the circumstances. The large surge of holy energy happened too suddenly, and the Demon King not only did not have time to prepare for it, but he did not even think that such a thing could happen, and he almost died. After all, he was a dark being, the lord of all demons and all evil. But fortunately, he was fine and flew up to his master, wondering what had just happened here. But how could Jae-young, an ordinary person, know what had happened when even Satan himself did not know what this heavenly medallion was and what this new class assignment was? Now everything had become even more complicated. Who could have thought that two forces, two professions, one from the light side and the other from the dark side, would clash in one person? Meanwhile, around the barony, one of the Baroness's subordinates was carrying out their plan with Dex and stopping people who wanted to enter the second mine without paying for a ticket. The schoolboy who had been unlucky from the very beginning of the game in Arcadia was caught in the crackdown, and once again, misfortune turned against him. He was stopped before he could enter and extract the ore. After the video of the unfamiliar guy on the internet, not much time had passed, and at that time the mines were completely accessible, but now there was a guard at the entrance, and it all looked very suspicious. It turned out that there was now a fee to enter the mine, and it was necessary to purchase a pass before starting to mine ore, but the schoolboy knew nothing about this. The fact that the young man was unaware of this greatly angered the guard. Those wishing to borrow the treasures of Mount Fian must contribute to the development of the mines, so there is an entrance fee. The young man was very interested in this. More precisely, he still wanted to earn some extra money in the mines, so he had no choice but to ask how much the entrance fee was. At first, he was delighted to hear that the pass would be valid for a whole month, but when he heard that it cost 30 gold coins, he almost lost his mind. It turned out that in order to buy a pass, he had to earn at least 1 gold coin a day, which is equal to 100,000 won, and if multiplied by 30, it comes out to 3 million won a month. All this meant that the poor schoolboy had no chance of digging up untold riches in the mine. He didn't have enough money for that. And who would have 3 million a month just to dig in a mine in a game? Hoping that he would be given a discount or leniency, the boy said that he had come here precisely to earn some extra money, so he did not yet have such sums. And at that moment, the foolish and naive schoolboy fell into a trap set by another user specifically for the Baroness. With money now in the barony, Mikhail was on edge with everyone. And the guardsman expressed understanding and, as if by accident, mentioned that a special system had been devised specifically for players like this one. Everyone who came to this mine fell for such tricks, and the system consisted of passing now and paying later, but the man deliberately did not give any details. For more detailed information, everyone without exception was sent to the customer service department, a small wooden house that had been placed next to the entrance. A pretty and very beautiful girl looked out of the window to talk to customers. She knew she was attractive and used it to her advantage, smiling as she lured players even deeper into the trap. What can we say about a schoolboy who has no such life experience? Perhaps not even a girlfriend? Of course, he was struck by her appearance and went to get the details without question. Standing aside, the guardsman silently thought about how stupid the players were. Everyone who came here always took the bait, without exception. And so the young player became another slave in the mines of Mount Fian, which belonged to Baroness Mikhail. The more of these fools walked straight into their trap, the more money their city had. Until recently, these mines had been desperately short of workers, the situation so critical that the barony was on the verge of economic collapse. But now there were even too many people there. Even from outside, you could hear these young people shouting to work as quickly as possible to earn their pass and start making a profit. They all had such enthusiasm that one could only envy them. The cage door slammed shut behind these poor souls. It was hard to believe that so many people had fallen for it. Even the NPCs understood that it was a scam from start to finish. The thirst for easy money drowns out the voice of reason every time, and it works in absolutely any universe, be it reality or Arcadia. The plan was too cunning to have been the Baroness's, and although it was not known who exactly had come up with it, whoever it was, they were definitely a sadist. Meanwhile, Yoon Jae-young completed the task. Baroness Mikhail's fears were dispelled, and all that remained was to find her to collect the reward for completing the quest. This was just an added bonus to his situation, but now the most important thing was to figure out how to wrap things up and end it all here, at the Stairway to Heaven. The guy already had a plan for what to do next, and he was sure that the Demon King definitely shared his view and must have guessed what he was going to do next. Such words greatly distressed Tanchik after the mortal broke the sarcophagus with a drill. He no longer knew what else to expect from him. Then the young man listed everything they had managed to do. First, they broke into the territory of the angels, then stole a sacred artifact, destroying someone's sarcophagus in the process, and now he was a criminal. If anyone found out about what had happened, the young man's life would become even more difficult, although it seemed impossible for it to get any more difficult. So he wanted to keep what had happened a secret. The further he went, the more frightening it became for the Demon King. His excitement and anxiety grew with every word spoken, and he held his breath, waiting to hear what would be said next. His premonition did not fail him. Yoon Jae-young took out his drill, the destroyer of minds, and said with a smile that it was time to get rid of all the evidence to avoid problems in the future. It was then that the Demon King realized what his master wanted to do, but he couldn't believe that someone was seriously going to destroy the Stairway to Heaven. To his surprise, the main character smiled and said quite calmly and seriously that this was exactly what he planned to do at that very moment. The next minute, the drill started working, stones fell, columns collapsed and caused the ceiling of the tomb to collapse, and soon the sarcophagus with the remains was buried under the walls of the cave. After the evidence was destroyed, the guy's face lit up. Dex looked very pleased and said with a smile that all that was left was to block the entrance to the shelter. The Lord of Hell stood aside and watched what was happening in complete shock. He couldn't even imagine such a thing in his worst nightmare. It turns out he still has a lot to learn from humans. Very soon, together with Tanchik, they arrived at the castle of Baroness Mikhail. The girl was very happy. She laughed and talked about how eagerly she had been waiting for a new meeting with her savior. Now the barony had enough miners, and all thanks to this user. They wouldn't have to worry about ore for at least another year. The girl didn't know what exactly Dex had told the players, but everyone in the area rushed to the mines. After that conversation, a whole bunch of people voluntarily gave themselves up to slavery to the barony when they heard the exorbitant price of a pass to the mines. More than 9,500. Before that, only 800 workers had been working in the mine, and now there were more than 9,000. It was simply amazing, especially for the Baroness. For her, everything the young man had come up with was simply brilliant. She was positively glowing with happiness, but in reality, the guy had just picked it up from somewhere in the news. At their first meeting, the girl was far from cheerful. The burden of problems that had been piling up for more than a day had hit her hard, but now she was positively glowing. All that remained was to hope that she would be all right and that her desire to make as much money as possible from these slaves would not drive her mad. Before she became completely immersed in her fantasies of wealth and power, Jae-young decided to remind her that the goal had been achieved and now it was time to discuss the reward. These words quickly snapped the Baroness out of her reverie, and she returned to reality and announced that she had prepared something special for her little assistant. Soon, a rather heavy bag of coins was placed on the table in front of the young man, which was the promised 10% of sales. In total, he received 120 gold and 23 silver coins, worth about 120 million won, so now the dreamer would not have to worry about paying the rent for the capsule. Before the guy had a chance to run away and disappear, the Baroness decided to try her luck again and offer what she considered to be a lucrative deal. She couldn't let such a wise and cunning man get away, so she again offered him the position of her minister and promised to make him the second most powerful person in the barony, sharing all power equally. As a result, he received an offer from the game. Baroness Mikhail trusted him unconditionally and therefore offered permanent cooperation, allowing the player to gain power equal to that of the Baroness herself. In the boundless world of Arcadia Online, in addition to its storylines and endless possibilities, a hidden but very touching story unfolded. It's funny, but it all started with one person who wanted to do something for another person. One of the game's creators, Jennifer, helped her loved one find happiness in a world where he couldn't move without permission. It was difficult to describe in words what he felt at that moment. And so, especially for her, Jack created the world of Arcadia, completely free from everyone and everything. It all started with the two of them, and it should end with them. While the young creator was online, Alice, the blonde goddess of the world of Arcadia, connected with him. She had important news for the administrator. They hadn't been able to meet and talk properly lately because the girl had been very busy, which could mean that something really important had happened. A system error had occurred. A data inconsistency had been detected that required administrative intervention to resolve. This was beyond the capabilities of artificial intelligence and required the intervention of the creator. It was all about the medallion that Jae Young had picked up. The data inconsistency was precisely that he had first become a bard of anarchy, and now the class of Holy Prophet could not be enlightened to him. It was getting more and more curious, and this situation excited Jack, who couldn't help but smile. Even he, as the creator of this virtual world, did not expect such a turn of events. The profession of Bard of Anarchy was deeply hidden, and now a second secret had been found. It seemed as if a destroyer had appeared in his perfectly created world, and it was becoming more and more interesting. This couldn't help but bring back memories of an old acquaintance who had invented this class of Bard of Anarchy, causing no end of trouble. But this player also got his hands on a shining heavenly medallion, a special item of the Holy Prophet class, which should only belong to the main character of the Great War storyline. Now he had two special items in his hands, the most important in the entire game, which contrasts with the game itself. The guy literally got his hands on the powers of darkness and light at the same time. It was very interesting and curious. The more Jack learned, the more fun and interesting it became for him, and Alice was just happy as long as the administrator was satisfied. The most important thing now was to figure out what to do, because at the moment it was impossible to grant the user Dex the class of Holy Prophet, and the artificial intelligence was forced to turn to the creator. Jack wanted to think about this problem later. For now, he wanted to play along a little and reward the guy for his discovery with two valuable items. To express his satisfaction with his ingenuity, he wanted to slightly change the properties of the Holy Medallion so that it would allow him to obtain the power of the artifact. This little player from the Korean server had managed to disrupt all the plans and order in the world Jack had created in just a couple of weeks, so the balance had to be restored. To do this, he wanted to use Archangel Michael, the very same majestic warrior who thousands of years ago was able to defeat the king of demons, Satan. At the same time, the main character came to a decision regarding Baroness Michael's proposal. He decided to refuse permanent and long-term cooperation with her. This shocked the girl. She was sure that her offer was simply perfect and that no one in their right mind would be able to refuse it. Although this was true, Jae Young felt that it would cause more problems. So as an excuse, he said that after exploring the continent, he would reconsider the offer. The promise caused the Baroness to have another emotional outburst. She jumped up and literally invaded the young man's personal space, happy that he would even consider it. Since that was the end of it, she handed him another reward, a small envelope with a letter and the official seal of her barony. It was a letter of recommendation from Baroness Mikhail herself, with which the player could obtain protection in any corner of the kingdom. The item was indeed a very valuable reward, but the guy had no idea what he would need protection from or what could threaten him in the first place. It turned out that the kingdom was in complete chaos, and seriously, even a box of letters of recommendation could not guarantee safe travel. The young man had never heard anything like this before, at least not from other players, so it was quite possible that this information could only be obtained from NPCs. Things were not going well in the royal family, and that was putting it mildly. The king was already very old, and soon his heir would have to ascend the throne. But even here, things were not so smooth, because the boy was still too young to rule the state on his own. The courtiers and ministers manipulate him as they please in an attempt to seize power and strengthen their position, and the prince is still too young to fight back. But the worst of them all was Duke Bergen, a man who became the unofficial leader of the nobility, gathering all the top nobles around him, and now trying to make the prince his puppet. Moreover, he was calling on the people to go to war with a neighboring state. Baroness Mikhail was convinced that he simply wanted to suckle at the treasury under the pretext of military expenses. It was not even worth mentioning what would happen to the country if the Duke got his way. It would be a complete disaster. The situation was too complicated. Yoon Jae-young did not expect it to turn out this way. He could only expect problems from it and wanted to stay out of this story as much as possible. As soon as he thought this, the Baroness became enthusiastic again. In her letter of recommendation, she described in detail how he had helped solve the problems of the barony. If he showed it to the royal family, even they would give him an honorable reception. But first, she advised him to find Count Broken and also asked him to help the Kingdom of Bordeaux. After these words, a mission from the system appeared, and the guy had no choice but to accept it. Now he had to get involved in this story, even though he had just been thinking of avoiding it. His emotions were running high with every passing second. He was so angry at the game for forcing him to engage in all these underground games, but he couldn't refuse and promised with a smile to do everything possible. Unlike the player, the Baroness was genuinely happy. She believed that he could be counted on and that he would successfully complete this mission. After that, with a heavy heart and an even heavier head, Dex left the Baroness's castle amid her loud wishes for good luck in his future adventures. After everything the guy had done for her, she was happy to help in any way she could, as long as he contacted her, and she promised to wait for a positive response to the collaboration. The player himself just forced a smile as he said goodbye to the Baroness, no longer sure that befriending her was a good idea at all. After meeting this young man, her heart was pounding with excitement, and she was 100% sure that he was special. And she was not mistaken. This adventurer was not like everyone else, and he would definitely change the world of Arcadia. The decisions and actions taken by the player under the nickname Dex rapidly began to change the virtual world and all its inhabitants. It didn't matter whether he wanted it or not, or in which direction he was trying to steer events. It all began to bear fruit on the very day he first entered the game. This guy's actions changed more than one destiny, and the magnitude of his contribution was absolute and undeniable. Only a blind person would fail to understand this. This contribution was great even if some of these decisions had absolutely no logic behind them. This world was created for players, so can we condemn a user for playing exactly as the creator originally intended? But most important was the chaos he was yet to wreak, which would eclipse all his previous exploits and make them seem charming in comparison. When they left the barony, Tank asked if everything was okay. He knew that human politics was a very complicated thing and wasn't sure if it was worth getting involved in. Indeed, the politics of the human world were truly diabolical, even worse than those of demons, and even the master himself was not sure he wanted to get involved in it. But he had no choice. He had to accept it and, with a smile on his face, finish what he had started. Out of desperation, he had to look for the positives even in the most joyless situation, and Jiang was able to find them. He was doing it all for the sake of influence points. At that moment, the flow of holy energy awakened again, and a notification came that the problem had been fixed, and the parameters of the holy medallion had been completely removed. The pendant glowed with a bright light enveloping the young man's body. It had been activated, and Jack deserved credit for that. This bright, angelic energy almost burned Tanchik, but he hid in time. The light began to thicken, and this made both of them nervous. Through this thickening, bright, blinding light, two pairs of snow-white angelic wings could be seen. A golden holy light shone in the player's eyes. Now he truly held within himself two opposing forces of good and evil, two artifacts belonging to the most ancient races. Standing behind him, the Lord of Hell could not believe his eyes. He recognized these wings, and even more, he recognized the golden hair and aura surrounding the creature that had emerged from the medallion. Because of the connection granted by the medallion, the player Dex's personal guardian angel was summoned, and now this amulet, just like the pendant of darkness, was impossible to remove. Another tiny figure appeared before the two friends. His Holiness, the Archangel Michael himself, descended upon the main character. The relationship between angels and demons is similar to that between dogs and cats, so it can be said that they are sworn enemies. The two races, which cannot exist under the same sky, had a meeting between their leaders that went much worse than could have been expected. As soon as Michael saw Satan, they got into a terrifyingly loud argument, trying to figure out which of them was right, which of them was stronger and more powerful. Of course, the angel accused the demons of bringing chaos to the Holy Lands, while the devil insisted that the girl would have done the same if she had been in his situation. They were ready to engage in a real bloody battle, but the only thing that separated them was the lack of the full power with which they were going to fight. In addition to their strength, they were also separated by their master, who had to stand between the two little flying men and forcibly separate them. Both wanted to destroy the other. Tanchik talked about how he didn't have his true body, and that if he did, he would surely crush the angel. For her part, Michael only mocked the demon, saying that he was not the only one who had lost his true form, and besides, he was the one who had fled during the last war. It turned out that when the archangel brought the divine weapon, Muspelheim, she really had every chance to kill the demon king once and for all, but he left in time. All their squabbles and quarrels sounded to humans like childish arguments or ancient myths that could only be read about in a library. Thinking about where he had heard a similar story before, the young man did not even notice when the quarrel ended, and the forest became quiet for a moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the young warrior of the heavens flew closer to the man and asked if he had made a contract with the king of demons, Satan. In response, she heard that he had indeed made a contract, but since it had been forced upon him, it was not made of his own free will. Then she told him that the power he called influence was very great and could become very dangerous in the wrong hands and even destroy the world, especially in the hands of that utterly vile and malicious Batman. And again, the conversation turned to ancient beings insulting each other. With the contract already signed, there was nothing that could be done except to urge the young man not to succumb to Slavic flattery and the temptations of the demon. With a bright and dazzling smile, the Archangel girl promised that she would become Yoon Jae-yang's guardian angel and guide him on the righteous and true path. The holy energy emanating from the girl penetrated the very heart of the main character, enveloping his body and giving him extraordinary peace and relief. Such words spoken by an angel greatly amused the Demon King, and he laughed quietly and looked at his opponent as if she were mentally retarded. He sincerely considered her a fool, for she hoped to set on the right path not just anyone, but his master, the most morally gray person he had ever met in his life. However, the majestic archangel did not understand why her marriage was being mocked or what the conversation was about. Then Tan, as the king of demons, gave her his word of honor that the man standing before them was one of a kind, worthy of the respect of even the devil himself. The guy standing before them was closer to being called a demon than any person the Prince of Darkness had ever met before, and perhaps even worse than a demon. Hearing these words, Dex wanted to take offense, but immediately dismissed the idea because, in essence, Satan was not particularly wrong about him. The Anarchy Bard class was clearly designed to bring chaos to this world, and if anyone wanted to talk about the nature of what he had been doing so far, it could be considered evil. It was almost impossible to remember the desire of the Holy Virgin in this case, but Michael did not think so. She had her own principles, dictated by heaven. Her conviction that all people created by the great Creator had goodness in their hearts spoke for her. It was the sacred duty of all angels to show this goodness. Flying closer to the man defiled by darkness, the girl placed her palm on the hero's heart and promised that from that moment on, she would do everything to awaken this kindness in him. All of Satan's worries and warnings were left behind. The angels and the man quickly became friends, and the holy maiden asked to be called Ellie. For the sake of his master, the Demon King turned a blind eye to the fact that his sworn enemy was now traveling with them, but he had no intention of giving up his influence and promised to kill her if she dared to touch them. These words became a new reason to start mocking him. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said that he should have given up his monopoly and influence immediately after her appearance. Once again, a real battle broke out between them, and they began shouting at each other at the top of their lungs, trying to figure out which of them owned the influence points, which in fact belonged to Dex. Now, instead of one noisy creature, two incredibly loud and constantly arguing creatures were flying around the main character's ears. Taking advantage of a moment of silence, the young man turned to the archangel named Ellie to talk about what exactly he could give her in exchange for his influence points. Unfortunately, the world was capitalist, and it didn't matter whether they were angels or demons. They were governed by the logic of market economy competition. And since they themselves had brought up the subject of influence, he would never give it to Tan for free, which led to a perfectly logical question. It was important to know what Archangel Michael could give in exchange for the influence he received. Because in this world, the most important thing is to give and take. Such is our cruel world. For a moment, the girl froze, not knowing what to say, either because she was disappointed by the man's greed or because she simply did not expect such a question, wanting to take advantage of him. She quickly recovered and smiled, knowing that paying a reasonable price for what one desires was common knowledge even in the heavenly kingdom. There are several types of heavenly weapons that can really help people, and the Archangel hoped that this was exactly what her new master needed. However, the items had already been covered in the material, and everything that the Archangel and the Demon King could give him was too high level, so he asked about something like skills. Unfortunately, the girl did not know what that was, and she had to explain that he needed abilities that would allow him to fight strong people. In other words, he needed power. This explanation was quite suitable. Ellie thought for only a minute. She knew too much about everything that fit the definition of strength and wanted to figure out the most suitable one. Bard of Anarchy is certainly an incredible profession that allows you to gain such a mysterious power as influence, but there is a huge penalty for it. And that penalty was the absence of a level system, without which it was impossible to understand how high you had risen and how much stronger you were than the players around you. The skills that the hero currently possesses are not combat related, and it would be nice if there was a way to use the items obtained from the Demon King, but even that would have its limits. It would be great if there was a way to compensate for this weakness, which is what he asked the Archangel for, and fortunately, she had something suitable. At that moment, the contract with the angel was concluded, and now the hero could spend influence points to borrow the power of the heavens in such quantities as he needed. In order to obtain this, it was necessary to spend a large number of points, but everything worked out perfectly. After this contract, the young man acquired the skill of divine descent, and holy energy literally gushed forth and filled his body. Its powerful flow was burningly painful for the Demon King, who tried to cover himself with his hand and fly away to avoid being hit. Concluding a contract with a higher celestial being was such a powerful process that a bright pillar of golden light shot up into the sky from the very spot where they were standing. This was seen by the monsters that were in the nearby forest. Huge trolls 2 or even 3 times taller than a human. The first to appear was the ancient knight of honor, Farhan, who in the past had given his life to protect what was dear to him. Next, the great wizard of truth, Merlin, a bearded old man who was the greatest sorcerer in the history of mankind, appeared before the world. Following them was the divine archer of legends, Parcel, one of the most powerful and beautiful girls who ever fought evil. Even the great thief of loyalty, Murfin, responded to the call of heaven and was revealed as a blade capable of striking down enemies at the first call. Divine Descent allowed players to temporarily borrow the power of ancient heroes who possessed loyalty and offered their souls. This was perhaps one of the most useful skills a player could acquire, to use the direct help of the heavens and ancient heroes to fight enemies. At that moment, several monsters emerged from the forest thicket, and their leader turned to Dex, asking him to give him everything he had. If he gave them everything they wanted, the monster promised to grant him a quick and painless death. Instead of fear, a smile appeared on the main character's face. It was the perfect time. He had been looking for someone to test his new powers on. Meanwhile, inside Mount Fian, in one of the mines, players were toiling away as slaves of the barony, some against their will, others already enjoying it. It was hard to believe, but all these people were working day and night in the game, in a virtual universe, hoping to strike it rich with just one find. However, they were not so foolish as to not realize sooner or later that their dreams were not destined to come true. Little by little, they came to terms with the idea that they had all been deceived. Some cried about it, some tried to work off their monthly pass as quickly as possible and never return, and some simply accepted it. The schoolboy, who had returned to Arcadia only because of the thought of easy money, suffered greatly. Now all his friends had gone hunting, and he was forced to dig in the mines. He no longer cared about the money, he just wanted to get to the surface and escape from this mine. But all he could do was lament his naivety. Thoughts of escape became an obsession, and he began to think more and more about simply running away. On the one hand, it really was a great idea, just to escape from this mine and forget about it like a bad dream. On the other hand, there was the desperate cry of a man being dragged back to his workplace by the guards. The guy screamed and tried to break free with his last ounce of strength, cursing and declaring that he hadn't bought the capsule to slave away day and night. 2 other players watched all this, laughing at him and saying that he had wasted his time trying to escape. Realizing that the schoolboy was unaware, they began to tell him that running away from the mine meant that he would become a criminal and be wanted in all the cities and villages of the empire. You would be forbidden from appearing anywhere. Otherwise, you would be spotted and brought back, so there was no point in running away. In the end, you would have to return to the mine and work off your debt anyway. The easiest thing to do was to stop whining and get to work so that he could pay off his debt as quickly as possible. After hearing these stories, any thoughts of escape disappeared on their own. All that remained was despair. The young man shed tears and continued to dig with all his might, sparing neither himself nor his pickaxe, and over time, his mining skills improved to level 5. His speed increased, and now he could mine ore for long periods of time without getting tired, and the eternal flame became interested in him. It was very curious. The boy looked at the notification screen and couldn't understand what an eternally burning flame was. But let's go back to the past, to the days when the Knight of Honor for Han was still the living embodiment of loyalty and bravery, the great holy sword that crushed evil. A legendary holy warrior, always granting victory to those who stood on his side, his sword striking terror into all demons. His shield protected many innocent souls, saving them from the clutches of terrible monsters and beasts. His mere presence was like a promise of victory, and he was also called the embodiment of honor, a great warrior who had overcome many dangers and difficulties. However, after many years of defeat in horrific battles for the demons, they came up with a completely different name for him, one that was perfectly suited to someone who had mercilessly slaughtered their race. In those days, Farhan could destroy the strongest and most powerful shield of any Lord of Hell with a single swing of his sword, leaving only ashes and shards behind. He punished anyone who dared to stand in the way of the Holy Knight of Honor, cruelly and mercilessly, leaving no chance for escape or salvation. After destroying shields with one swing, he used the second to put an end to the senseless and empty lives of demons. After many years of such torment and actual extermination, the demons came up with a name for him that was very different from those given to him by his allies. Farhan, the Demon Destroyer. This was his second nickname, instilling terror in all souls who wanted to challenge the undefeated knight. It was his soul that entered the body of Yoon Jae-young when he activated his new abilities. And now all the skills of Farhan, the Knight of Honor, were available to him for a certain period of time. Standing aside, the Demon King immediately recognized the shield and sword that appeared in his master's hands. How could he not recognize the attributes of the one who had long destroyed his people? Everything that was happening was even cooler than the young man had imagined. He could already feel the power and strength hidden in these ancient artifacts. Emotionally unrestrained, Tanchik began to swear again. He couldn't control himself when he realized who had possessed his master's body, and it made him angry. Every inhabitant of hell knew the name of this knight. This monster had reached every demon in the underworld, even the relatively harmless ones. For humans, this meant that he was a great warrior with no feats to his name, but in the demon dimension, he was considered a crazy, obsessed maniac. But there was no time for squabbling. The young hero had a task to destroy the monsters that stood in his way, and he did not want to keep them waiting any longer. Now that he was endowed with the powers of a great hero of antiquity, he could begin the slaughter. His determination was truly frightening and impressive. It only frightened those who were not fools, unlike the orcs, who only became angry when they noticed how much the young man in front of them had changed. It was surprising that even they noticed the changes. Ordinary monsters would have immediately attacked him, but the mini-bosses seemed to possess some level of critical thinking. Leaving the barony, Mikhail and Jae-young set off on a special route that virtually no players, even high-ranking ones, take. The chosen path ran through a forest that few people ever walk through because, even though it was the shortest route to the next location, no one would risk going anywhere near it. The reason for this was a gang of orcs led by a mini-boss, an orc bandit, a huge and terrifying monster. He was not only strong and scary, but also had a high level. Level 25 was no joke for users, but it was too late to back down. While the orc raised his weapon and rushed into battle against the man, Jae-young stood up to accumulate holy energy and at the same time tried to figure out the skills of a Knight of Honor. The huge weapon collided with the holy shield, a rather powerful barrier that gave it no chance to hurt its owner. The unshakable will skill was activated, providing great protection and preventing anything from injuring or killing the character who used it. Finally, Yoon Jae-young figured out how to use the abilities given to him by the ancient hero, Farhan. And now that it was his turn, he was well aware of what he could do and what he would do. He gathered holy energy in his hands again, this time intending to finish off his enemies. More than anything, he didn't want these mobs to die too quickly, because then all the fun would be gone, so he activated several skills at once. This power frightened the orcs. They finally understood the power that humans possessed and begged him not to come any closer, backing away. Dex's eyes burned with madness and golden holy energy. He swung his sword and demanded that all the orcs line up so that he could slay them together. This blow was enough to wipe out a good part of the forest, let alone the monsters standing at the very epicenter of the energy explosion. After the skill's effect ended, the points spent were calculated, and it took a total of 352 influence points. All the orcs nearby were destroyed, which greatly upset the main character, as he had hoped the fight would last a little longer. Archangel Michael stood aside, completely stunned. She had never seen anything like this in her long life. Even with skill, a mere mortal was incapable of wielding such a large amount of power. It was impossible, which is why she was so shocked. And yet this young man somehow managed to destroy powerful enemies with a single blow, using an incredible amount of mana, and then it dawned on the girl. She realized why the creator had sent her here. It was all because of this young man who possessed one of the most powerful forces in the universe and could use such power. The man standing before her eyes was capable not only of influencing, but of changing the whole world with his actions. A quiet laugh drowned in the night silence of the dense forest, and the Holy Virgin Archangel Michael saw with her own eyes what Yoon Jae-young was capable of. Meanwhile, Dex was still too upset about how quickly the battle had ended. He wanted to fight properly like in the good old days. After long and loud quarrels, too much energy had been spent, and the familiars who were once the greatest beings on the continent were fast asleep. Next to them, leaning against a tree, sat their master, a young player who had managed to get his hands on the two greatest and most powerful artifacts, and now the forces of good and evil were under his command. Wasting no time, he studied his new skill, Divine Descent. The guy was glad he had used it ahead of time, because thanks to this, he was able to figure out its pros and cons. Everything in this world had both good and bad qualities. One of the positive aspects of this skill was that it could reduce the problem caused by the level gap in battles. Initially, Dex could only buy items from the Demon King to use them to reduce the gap between himself and his opponent. But the purchase required too much influence. And once he had to use the items he bought, he also had to put up with restrictions on their use and fight in an unstable state. This was the reason why the guy didn't want to buy any combat items from Tanchik, but now the problem was solved, although the disadvantages remained. The downside was that it took him a maximum of 3 minutes. Even if it took some time to look at the skill window, it didn't take more than 10 minutes. In 3 minutes, he spent more than 300 skill points, which was too much, and now he was curious how many he would have to use if the battle was against a really strong opponent. In addition to this, there was the problem of skill mastery. With each new creature that did not come to him during the Divine Descent, it was quite amusing. The fact that the young man described the disadvantages of the skill as amusing was very curious to the Archangel Michael, and a quiet chuckle was heard from behind him. While he was thinking, Ellie woke up. People say that angels sleep very lightly, which cannot be said about some others. Of course, this hint referred to the Demon King, who slept peacefully and did not even wake up from their conversation, only grimacing when he was mentioned. Since the man she now served was concerned about the expenditure of influence, she decided to discuss with him what he did not know about Farhan, a warrior of great power. The power of the Knight of Honor was so great that not all people were capable of it, so his call to Earth was not as expensive as it might seem. More importantly, the power known as influence was the most amazing, as it made an impossible situation possible. The girl was very articulate. Despite feeling as if the bullies had taken his money, Jae Yang was perfectly fine. After all, he now had many more options for solving the problem of the level gap. In any case, he was going to use this skill only in situations where it was necessary and there was no other way out, although he would have to do so carefully. Returning to the topic of the Baroness's mission, it becomes clear that the main base for the Korean server of Arcadia was the Bordeaux Kingdom, where things were not going very well at the moment. Despite this, the Bordeaux Kingdom is considered strong and prosperous compared to neighboring countries, which gives us reason to think that things are even worse elsewhere. It was located in the middle of the second continent of Arcadia, and taking advantage of its geographical position, acted as an intermediary to facilitate trade with other countries. The kingdom was able to make huge profits thanks to its strategic location, which led to the creation of several large trading enterprises. One such enterprise was the Great Trading Union, GM, where a wealthy man was now at his wit's end because he had brought a lot of goods, but the head of the union had not come out to see him. Less than a minute later, an unfamiliar man came down to him and apologized for the disrespect shown to what appeared to be a very important guest. This stranger turned out to be the branch manager, and although he was not the head of the trade union, the man still hoped that he would be able to take good care of the merchant. Despite his position, John Smith was very polite and courteous, behaving like a true deputy head. Their head was currently in an important meeting, where Duke Bershin was trying to convince him that war between the Kingdom of Bortov and the Kingdom of Parkol was inevitable and necessary. According to him, all this was necessary to resolve deep-rooted enmity and make the kingdom even richer. But the head of the union, Choi, was in no hurry to agree and asked if he could help trade in general. For a villain who was just an NPC, the Duke was too smooth-talking. Even Choi, an ordinary player, noticed this. If Birkin wanted to, he could definitely mobilize all the troops of the Bordeaux Kingdom, which are the core of the Korean server. He was a very dangerous man. Ignoring all the rumors that he was trying to claim the throne for the Great Trade Union, this man remained the best partner who could bring in millions. It was a real miracle that he managed to meet such a person so quickly, and for this, the strategic team that worked for Choi deserved to be rewarded. In the real world, Choi Jae-gyu was not an easy person. He was one of the sons of the chairman of GM Group. He was not a high-ranking person because he had tried many leadership positions, but each time he ran away from them and refused. This happened so often that his father couldn't take it anymore and yelled at his son, saying that if it happened again, there would be no more work for him at the company. In fact, the large trading company founded in the Kingdom of Bordeaux and called the GM Grand Trading Union was not so simple. There was a large Korean corporation, the GM Group, which was headed by Choi Jae-gyu, the youngest son of the company's chairman and head of the Choi family. It was a huge community that played Arcadia Online solely for the purpose of earning a lot of money in gold coins, which they would then convert into real money. In other words, behind this huge trading association within the game were real people with real and very ambitious goals. The meeting with Duke Bershin was like a meeting between reality and virtual reality, a battle between the human brain and the mind of artificial intelligence. Only in Arcadia was it possible for two worlds that seemed completely different at first glance, and that could not exist without each other to intersect. The trading enterprise was built around adventurers, and the Duke came because he had heard not only about its rapid growth, but also about the strong bonds between the people in it. He wanted the Union to use all possible methods to buy up as much grain as possible and promised to pay a very good price. Of course, this offer was only veiled. In reality, the man planned to do the GM Union a big favor and transfer some of the authority over logistics supplies. All that was needed was to act quietly and not attract any attention whatsoever, which was the main reason Bershin came to meet with the adventurer. The offer was so generous that it seemed impossible to refuse, but it was just as cunning, literally a trap. And the younger son, who had already made too many mistakes, easily fell for this cunning and very generous trap, all for the sake of money. On the one hand, it was an excellent chance to prove himself to his father, achieve certain results and earn respect, to prove that he could still be part of the family business. Within the game, he had to maintain his role and not let anyone know about his father's company's true intentions. But the guy kept calling his servant by his real name. In his happiness and excitement, he wanted to contact his father right away and tell him everything. He was literally bursting with joy inside. This was a great opportunity to get more investment. But Smith, the branch manager, who was also an advisor and butler to the young master of the Choi family, couldn't let him do that. Such a sharp and cold refusal greatly surprised the young master because the man did not even take a minute to think. He immediately cut him off. His father's company had already invested $8 billion in this project, and it would be very difficult to get more investment. But for Jae-gyu, it wasn't a lot of money. No matter how angry the young master was, there was nothing that could be done about it. The funds they already had at their disposal were more than enough. The young gentleman had grandiose plans. He wanted to help the Duke supply the kingdom with provisions, and in the event of victory in the war, take the place of the infirm king. If that happened, the economy of the Korean server Arcadia would fall into the hands of the GM Group, and his father would be proud of him and surely make him his successor. All these ambitions were dictated by a banal inferiority complex and a desire to prove to his father that he was really capable of something. While Choi Jae-gyu was lost in his illusions, Yoon Jae-young arrived at the man Baroness Mikhail had sent him to, Count Brocken. Despite his stern appearance, the man was clearly a wise and reasonable person. He respected the Baroness's decision and was even pleased to meet the adventurer Dex. After a quick introduction, the young man seized the moment and took out a letter of recommendation, handing it to the stern-looking NPC. The Count took the envelope in his hands and examined the seal on it with interest, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face, as he found everything that was happening very amusing. According to the hero, he did not know the contents, but he was told that with this letter, he would be able to obtain protection anywhere in the kingdom. There was also some information about him, but the man did not even listen to his story and tore the envelope in half. It was very unexpected. Broken didn't even open it to read what the Baroness had written about this young man. He just tore it up. Throwing the scraps of paper aside, the man looked up at the adventurer and smiled, asking him to explain why Baroness Mikhail had sent him there. His gaze was very intense and oppressive. The Count looked sternly at the young man, tracking his every movement and any change in his facial expressions, literally studying the player. Yun Yang instantly understood everything. The man wanted to ask him directly and hear personally why he had been sent, rather than read someone else's words, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Putting on a silly smile, the young man said that he did not know, and that such things should be considered by people of higher status. They were just simple adventurers like him. It was literally a challenge. The player immediately understood the Count's intentions, and the man noticed it. They both knew more than they let each other know. Suddenly, instead of anger, Brocken laughed loudly, surprising the young man, and said that he liked him very much. This answer was clearly what he had been waiting for. The reason he had been sent was obvious. War was about to break out between the Bordeaux Kingdom and Parcelle, and the Baroness probably believed that his talent could help stop it. On the one hand, Dex was playing dumb, but on the other hand, he genuinely did not know how to stop it. He had never thought he had such abilities. The fact that the guy wasn't at all surprised to hear about the war spoke volumes. Baroness Mikhail trusted him a lot since she mentioned something about it before he left. And since this user had his friend's trust, the Count wondered if he had any good ideas in mind. Continuing to play the fool, Dex simply listed what he had already heard, that the prince was incapable of making decisions and that most of the nobles were in league with Duke Bershan. After the man confirmed that all this was the absolute truth, the young man stopped playing the fool and seriously thought about the situation because it was extraordinary. In fact, he had been thinking about this question all the way to this place, so now he was just trying to figure out what exactly to say in this situation. There were two solutions in his thoughts. One was simple, the other was difficult. But it was not this that surprised the Count, but the very existence of a simple solution, which sounded absurd. It was very simple. Since Duke Bershen was the instigator of all this, it was obvious that when the head of the organization left, the organization itself would collapse. It was indeed the quickest and easiest way to achieve the goal. Kill the Duke and thus get rid of the traitor within the kingdom. Yun Yang had a bright smile on his face. He was not afraid of the Duke at all, even though he was in his office, and spoke honestly about what he thought. All this made Brocken laugh again. The Baroness really knew people well since she had sent him here. The guy turned out to be a very interesting person. This man's voice was as powerful as his body, booming like thunder in a clear sky, ringing right inside one's head. It was the simplest of all possible methods, so it was no surprise that the Count had already thought of it. But committing murder was not so easy. The people protecting the Duke were knights and mages of master level, always on guard 24 hours a day wherever they were. If there was anyone on this continent crazy enough to succeed in murder in such a situation, Brocken sincerely wanted to meet him in person and shake the hand of this daredevil. What he certainly did not expect was that, at that very moment, the adventurer who had come to him at the invitation of the Baroness would declare that he could easily do it. It was so awkward and unexpected that the Count decided that the young man had misunderstood or misheard him and asked if he had heard everything he had just said correctly. The positive answer confused the man even more, but he still said that based on what he had seen, he strongly doubted that the guy would leave even a scratch on the Duke's clothes. To everyone around him and the NPCs, Dex looked very harmless. His nickname was Green, which meant that he had not killed anyone, and his level was 1. After these words, the boy's eyes changed dramatically. He smiled and asked defiantly if the Count really thought he couldn't handle it. The aura around him changed dramatically, and it did not go unnoticed. It became so heavy and deadly that the man froze for a moment. And yet this proved nothing. He laughed quietly and said how good it was to be young and confident, slowly rising from the table. Stepping into the center of the room, Broker looked at the young man over his shoulder and asked him to follow him. There was only one way to find out if this adventurer was capable of killing the Duke or not. Eventually, they went out to the training ground. Since the player was so confident, he had to prove it in a sparring match with the Count himself. Baroness Mikhail might be impatient and very emotional, but she was definitely a wise woman when it came to judging people, and the man trusted her judgment. This meant that the reason this guy had been sent here was truly impressive, and it only fueled the fire in his chest. Pulling his sword from its sheath, The man was enveloped in a red aura. Count Broken was a master swordsman of the kingdom's shield organization, one of the most skilled warriors. But even that did not cause any excitement in Yundiang. The guy smiled and bowed his head, quietly activating the divine descent skill. This time, the wandering knight, Caphelis, a great hero of the past who could use 2 swords and 2 hands at the same time, descended upon him. A green beam from the heavens fell upon the user, and even the Count saw this bright light, and the air on the training ground changed and became heavier. The aura around the young man changed so much that the man even tensed up. Just a moment ago, he was definitely someone who had never held a sword before. Now he seemed like someone who had trained his whole life and fought hundreds of monsters. 2 ancient swords appeared in the young man's hands. The skill was activated, the ancient hero descended upon the young man, and now he could use his abilities. All the young man had said was 5 minutes. It was truly impressive, even terrifying in a way. No one had ever seen anyone change so quickly before. Dex planned to finish in 5 minutes because it took too many influence points, but a normal NPC would never understand what was going on. Immediately after these words, the guy activated several skills in a row: a swift step, the will to fight a decisive battle, and the sword of the wind, and rushed at his sparring partner. Combined with his spirit defense, the attack was faster than the wind, and the Count barely managed to block the blow with his sword. Even for him, this blow was very strong. The blow was delivered with a determined desire to end the fight, but the man still stood his ground. The main character guessed that the swordmaster was indeed different. He jumped back, temporarily ceasing his attacks and watching Brocken's next move, while the man carefully got to his feet, recovering from the blow. The lively player standing before him was clearly unusual. He could see that very clearly now, and it made him smile. These words made the young man smirk. He had expected more from the Count, but this man had only now realized that he was unusual, though that didn't change anything. Hearing that the NPC now understood that the young man was very serious about committing murder on his own, Dex happily offered to end the fight. However, no one was going to stop the sparring at that point. The adrenaline in his blood was pumping, and the man planned to show what he was really capable of in response. Raising his weapon to the sky, the Count activated his special skill. Formless blade, blade of aura, and red lightning and streams of magic surrounded him. The man was only a half-trained master of the sword, having received this title not long ago, but he was very proud of his skills. The sword shrouded in magical mana, the powerful aura, and the heavy air around him spoke for themselves, proving his words. The situation was heating up, and the sparring was turning from a demonstration into a real serious fight. The hero wondered if it was necessary to go this far. Now the man had finally lost his mind. He was a true warrior who got a thrill from battle, especially with worthy opponents. The air grew hotter and hotter, and the Count with his magic-shrouded sword was getting closer and closer, his blade growing larger, and magical lightning bolts aimed at the young man in front of him. Yun Jae-yang slowed down, he began to attack in response or somehow block, and very soon his sparring partner was very close. The blow was struck, and the young man did not even flinch. A veritable hurricane wind arose, sweeping away all nearby objects. When the magical storm subsided a little, smoke rose from the place of the blow. The air burned, as did Count Broken's gaze. But when the smoke and heat cleared, the man saw the young man standing where he had been, and what he saw caused him to be truly shocked. His attack had been completely blocked. The young man had suffered absolutely no damage, and what's more, he had used a formless blade technique that no ordinary person could know. Although he was different from the shapeless blade man, he was sure that it was exactly the same skill that only those who had reached the level of a sword master could use. Notifications poured in that the skill he had used was level 50 and had borrowed additional influence skill points, all of which caused discontent. To express his dissatisfaction in some way, the guy started scolding Ellie, who was taking more points than she should have, and from the outside it looked like he was talking to himself. Not only was the skill itself very expensive, and more time was passing, but now additional points were being charged. Dex's mood instantly worsened, and he turned gloomily to the Count in front of him, not wanting to prolong this sparring match. This time, he planned to end it once and for all, so that not a single extra influence point would fall into the hands of the greedy angel. The jump was too fast and swift, and the Count barely managed to block the blow that came at him from the adventurer. The young man's eyes burned with fire. He was simultaneously full of hatred and thirst for victory. The avid gamer in him spoke. His attacks rained down on Broken, and all the man could do was block the blows and do everything he could to avoid getting caught in the barrage. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. The man dug his feet into the ground, pushing down hard, just to stay in place and not fly into the wall. This was one of the strongest enemies he had ever faced in his life. In the end, he made a mistake and stumbled, opening himself up to attack and falling into the trap set by Dex. Now the fight could be over. One swing of the sword and the blade rapidly approached the man's neck. A little more, and his life would be over. The air seemed to burn, and the aura screamed of death. The fight was over. Count Broken's blade flew to the side, its owner letting go of it at the moment when he had already said goodbye to his life. The ground around him was scarred by the blades Dex had used, the heated plates literally burning and smoking, and the two men stared at each other in silence. When the Count realized that the fight was over, he was able to make up his mind again. The man was happy and even surprised that he had survived this meat grinder. The cost of the skill depended not only on time, but also on how it was used, and this time the guy spent 2,512 influence points, and what's more, he was able to subdue the Swordmaster. Ellie peeked out cautiously from under her hood, explaining that last time the guy hadn't used much strength, but now everything was different, and she saw him having fun for the first time. It was very exciting. Usually it was impossible to use the power of the heavens to perfection, even when it was summoned due to a very large number of points. But the guy skillfully controlled the balls, and even without the influence of the ancient hero, the Archangel immediately noticed that the guy must have trained before. In the past, Dex had spent a lot of time to take first place in Rhythm Blade, so it could be assumed that he had indeed trained. While he was discussing the points spent with Mikhail, Broken was able to recover and was already getting to his feet, his eyes fixed on the amazing adventurer. His heart was still pounding wildly. It had been the most incredible fight of his life, and he was happy to have survived. Even as the kingdom's foremost swordsman, he was unable to read the trajectory of the young man's sword. The player standing before him, Yoonja Young, was someone who remained unknown until the very end and possessed absolute power. After such an epic battle, the man could no longer treat the young man as he had before. He approached cautiously and, addressing him formally, asked what sword technique he used. In fact, the young man himself did not use any path, but since he was now using the power of Caphelis, he said that it was the path of the wind. This answer shocked the man even more, as it was one of the most difficult and secret ways of warriors, and his respect for the young man grew even stronger. The power of the wind, which is faster than anyone else, as well as freer and sharper than anything else in this world, few can boast of being able to tame it. His heart began to beat even faster. The Count was amazed. If he could achieve something like that, he would have no more obstacles in life. Ambition and perseverance burned within him as in years past, and the man raised his sword, determined to get at least half a step closer to the master's skill. After that, he practiced and trained late into the night, wanting to strengthen his abilities and as if he wanted to justify himself to his guest. After he had calmed down, they returned to the office, where the man solemnly apologized to Dex as if he were a more important person. He apologized for the way the group had treated the young man earlier, saying that the whole situation had been caused by his ignorance, which made it even more awkward, and the hero tried to stop him. After the apology, it was time to continue the previous discussion, and the Count asked if the adventurer was really serious about killing the Duke on his own. Since it was the simplest and quickest way to solve the problem, the young man saw nothing strange or suspicious about it, and since it would be Dex, the chance of killing Chen was very high. But if the Duke died, chaos could reign without the royal family. These words made the user smile. The NPCs in this game were naive and sincere, just like in any other, and he asked if the man was familiar with the Gordian knot. Of course, there was no Gordian knot in Arcadia, and none of the locals knew what it was. Then the main character began to explain what it was, a complex knot that was almost impossible to untie. And now that we were faced with such a problem, an even more difficult question arose: how to untie this knot? The question was quite complex and really worth thinking about, not to mention the NPC, who, despite having artificial intelligence, was still a character in the game. But the main character, who already knew the answer to the question, did not want to wait or give himself a chance to figure it out. The question was rhetorical. The knot just needed to be cut. Even if you try your best to untangle it, remember one simple truth: what is not tangled cannot be untangled, so it is easiest to just cut it. It was the simplest way out of the situation, which is always available. In other words, you just need to go for it and get rid of the root cause. As for the consequences, according to the brilliant logic of the main character, they would resolve themselves once the knot was cut. This was too irresponsible, even for an adventurer, and such an attitude struck the Count. He did not expect to hear anything like this from the person standing in front of him. And yet, the young man was definitely the only one who could speak so easily about all the problems that had accumulated within the royal family of the Bordeaux Kingdom. There was no better solution. At least that was what the NPC was sure of. Impressed by the player's skill, he bowed and agreed with his decision. Only after the battle did Count Brocken realize that the aura was not just around the adventurer Dex's sword, but inside him. What emanated from within, in the very heart of the young hero, was the most terrifying person in the world, perhaps comparable to a demon. As a result of this conversation, an additional quest appeared in the main mission, which mentioned the murder of the Duke. The guy thought that the system really wanted to make sure that he was capable of doing it. The game was getting more interesting every day. The little demon king emerged from the hood and asked with a laugh if his master was going to kill Bershin. On the other hand, the little archangel Michael came out, sternly asking if that was what the guy really thought. And again, the two opposing forces, imprisoned in the bodies of small creatures, clashed in a verbal battle, insulting each other. More than anything, Dex wanted this noise to end, so he was ready to simply accept the angel's demand to inform the Duke that he was going to kill him. It sounded so crazy that Tanshik couldn't even laugh. To him, it sounded as if the angel had finally lost her mind. After that, a new wave of bickering began, but the young man managed to stop them in time, saying that he had no intention of killing Bershin at the moment. None of the little familiars expected such a turn of events, but their master was calm. Whenever a conflict arises, it is worth listening to both sides. He doubted very much that the Duke would start a war without any reason. There had to be grounds for it, and quite compelling ones at that. From the point of view of the adventurer Dex, who was not even born in the Crimson Kingdom, there was much to be gained from the struggle for power and war. There was only one thing that mattered more than anything else, and that was his own benefit. He was going to choose the side that would bring him the most profit. In such a situation, the guy was sure that none of his opposing sides should have any complaints. It was pure egocentrism, a kind of promise that could be disregarded at any moment for greater gain. That's what it means to be a wandering adventurer. On the same day, news spread that a Gene Electronics share price had exceeded $5,000, and the reason was Arcadia. Thanks to their efforts, many investors became interested in the release of the new game Arcadia and the Dreamer, but GM Group chairman Kui Sun-yang was not very happy about it. Just 5 years ago, his company was on par with Ajin Group as competitors, but they began to lose ground after Ajin took the lead with revolutionary technologies. But the main reason for such a large gap was the Dreamer capsule, a technology that surpassed all others and changed the market not only in Korea, but around the world. This meant that they could not remain in old industries, such as construction and automotive manufacturing. If they did not expand their scope, their business would go downhill. Just as the man was thinking about what innovations he could introduce to prevent this from happening, his younger son burst into the office. Choi Jae-gyu did not immediately explain what had happened. In his excitement, he shouted at his father to give him $8 billion as if it were pocket change. Not long ago, Choi Sun-yang had given his son $8 billion, and now he was asking for the same amount again, claiming that he was sure it would be enough, but without saying what for. The chairman's patience was running out. He was boiling with anger, but he continued to maintain a visible calm. When his youngest son wanted to play a game invented by competitors, he left him alone. Now it seemed that the guy had finally lost his mind. He calculated that $8 billion was a small amount, that such investments required at least a report, and at that moment, a pile of papers fell onto the table. This thick stack of papers, as thick as a book, outlined the entire plan, as well as all the opportunities that Choi Jae-gyu could achieve with these investments. Before his father made any decision, the young man asked him to carefully read everything that was written there. It was a real project to isolate the Burgundy Kingdom, which his ambitious son wanted to bring to life. It outlined all the possibilities of war and the advantages of seizing power. It didn't take as long as expected to read through the huge pile of papers, after which the man looked up at the young man and asked if what was written there was true. Of course, for the most part, it was the absolute truth. Jae-gyu relied on the words of Duke Bershin when developing this plan. If everything continued to go according to plan, the GM Group would be able to take over Arcadia, which their competitor, Aegean Electronics, was working so hard on. The old chairman simply could not pass up such an opportunity. It was the perfect chance to bring to life all the plans he had been thinking about all day. For this, he was willing to invest 50 billion won, but no more. That was the maximum amount he was willing to go, but it was the last chance given to the young gentleman. Everything turned out even better than he had expected. Now the young man had so much money at his disposal that he simply had no right to fail. It was simply amazing how much there was in that other world. The world of Arcadia, with counts, dukes, and even romantic quarrels, as if it were another life. All his adult life, Kui Sun Yang, like everyone else his age, had been sure that games were just something children played, but he had underestimated them. But the world was changing, and he wasn't going to wait for the old man to accept the new reality. It was time to try to keep up with the times. On that very same day, Choi Jae-gyu returned to Arcadia and hurried to Count Bershin's estate to discuss their future deal. But before they could meet, a secret envoy, Sir Leonid, from the Empire of Harmel, a very distant country in the north, visited the Duke. Usually such important guests did not visit the estate, which meant that this young man had a lot to say. Everything in this world revolved around war, just like in our reality. The Empire of Harmel knew that the Crimson Kingdom was preparing for such a step, and they had a proposal. If they promised to hand over the plains of Harel to the Empire after victory, they would support the Bordeaux Kingdom with all their might in the upcoming war. Moreover, if Duke Bershen so desired, the Haremel Empire agreed to help him and do everything possible to ensure that he became king. Harel, the plains located between the mountain ranges of the Bordeaux Kingdom and the Harmel Empire, naturally wanted to get this land and strengthen their defenses, so it was unlikely to be a trap. It was not such a high price that the kingdom could not pay, sacrificing the unclaimed plains in exchange for the opportunity to sit on the throne. The deal was done, and now the Duke had a reliable and powerful partner on his side. The man eagerly awaited the opportunity to work with Sir Leonid. They shook hands in honor of the alliance, and the young man sincerely hoped that the Bordeaux Kingdom would not forget its promise after the war. After that, the young knight left the Duke's office. He was the first guest today, but far from the last. It seemed as if the man was having an open house today. For an NPC, an ordinary game character, Bershin had too much ambition and thirst for power. Everything was going according to his plan so far, but very soon there would be a variable. Under one man but above the whole world, a creature that obeys only one man, but at the same time rises above the whole world, the man believed that this phrase existed for him. At the moment, there was only one person in the whole world who stood above him, and that was, ironically, an 8-year-old child. This country, the Bordeaux Kingdom, needed a real king, not just someone who was called that, and Duke Bershen planned to become that ruler. From his thoughts about the power that was about to be in his hands, the man was startled by a youthful voice. While he was rejoicing in his victory, a new guest entered the office. It was the head of the GM trade union, who had come here in person, because the larger and more important the deal, the more significant the changes in it. The young man bought rations that would be produced in the future in territories where the enemy kingdom currently purchases supplies, as well as all the grain available on the current market. All supply routes for the enemy had already been cut off, resources reserved, which meant that internal stability was out of the question. The guy was too good to be a mere adventurer. The purchase of rations in advance was known as the concept of trading in the future for adventurers. Under this agreement, contracts could be concluded in advance for the trade of goods on a specific date in the future. It is understandable that many of the tricks used in the real world were unfamiliar to virtual reality characters, and the Duke was very fond of this interesting idea. Too much had been invested in this. The GM trade union had put everything they had in this deal on the line, all for the sake of getting even more in the future. It was no surprise that the young man wanted to know if it was possible to secure the enormous rights he had been promised, and this request made Bershin smirk. Although he was an NPC, the man was still very cunning, so he hinted that the young man was rushing things and dismissed the agreement. Now it was finally clear that he was just taking advantage of the alliance. The old man said that it was normal to discuss such things after the war was over. That's when Choi Jae-gyu became confused, and all his confidence in himself and in this plan crumbled like a house of cards. Joking with the Duke was a bad idea. He had not only real power, but also intimidating strength, and a single glance was enough to silence the youngster. The hint that if he continued to doubt him, he would get nothing at all had a good effect on the young man, and he came to his senses. The situation was getting complicated. The game character was already starting to get on the young gentleman's nerves, but if he lost his temper now, his father's investment would go to waste. All that remained was to agree and resign himself to waiting for a convenient opportunity to carry out his plan. But would he be able to do it? According to the Duke, he already had an appointment that he was late for, so he sent the head of the union away, and once again the young man had no choice but to agree. Everything was going wonderfully for Bergen. He used all available opportunities and everyone he could. He didn't think much of adventurers, so he had no plans to share anything with him. And apparently the younger son of the GM group chairman understood this too. He left the Duke's office and punched the wall with all his might to let off steam. The fact that some NPC dared to behave so cunningly towards him infuriated the young man. He was very angry and upset. But he had no choice. He had invested too much money to get involved in a power struggle with them. It would be better to play along at first and wait for the right moment. To buy all the grain on the market, the guy used 500,000 gold coins, spending all 50 billion won that his father had invested in this idea. But at that moment, it was nowhere near enough to control all the grain supplies that existed in Arcadia. That is why the young man used the fantastic idea of trading in the future to somehow gain time and opportunities for himself. Choi Jae-gyu was confident that this would definitely weaken the kingdom of Parkel significantly. But in order to carry out the plan, the contract promised 10 million gold coins. This was so much that if converted, it would be 1 trillion. If the plan failed, not only would the GM Alliance suffer, but the GM group itself would also suffer. This was actually a last resort, and the guy did it secretly because he knew his father would object to it. All that remained was to reassure himself that the war would definitely start. No matter what, it would happen. He just needed to calm down and wait for the price to skyrocket. This was not just a game of chance. Jae-gyu had invested in a future he was confident in. It simply had to happen because it was the last chance he had been given. A man walked past him in the corridor, and the aura emanating from him was so strong that it even caught the adventurer's attention. He had never experienced anything like this with anyone else during the game before. Nothing had happened yet, but he felt that this was no ordinary person. This mysterious and unknown young man turned out to be Yoon Jae-young, who had come specifically to meet with the Duke and weigh the pros and cons of a military solution. At one point, it seemed to him that he knew this young adventurer, and Choi Jae-gyu rushed after him, shouting for him to stop. The young man ran after him, turning the corner a few seconds later, where the stranger had gone. But there was no one in that corridor, and the young man tried to catch his breath after running, not understanding how he could have lost sight of this person. Even though the hood and cape covered him a little, he was sure that these were the clothes of a novice, worn by low-level adventurers. The fact that some adventurer, and a low-level one at that, was doing something in Duke Brishan's mansion drove the chairman's son crazy. Paranoia burned inside him, and he immediately began to panic, thinking that the guy had come here because he had discovered his plans and wanted to ruin them. With a wave of his hand, the young gentleman summoned the 2 men following him, who were always on hand for situations that got out of control, like this one. The unknown adventurer entered the meeting room, and Jae-gyu ordered his 2 followers to keep an eye on him and bring him to him if he turned out to be a user. A little more, and he could have gone mad. His paranoia was so strong that he was already 100% sure that he had been exposed and could not allow his plans to be ruined. At the same time, the young adventurer, who had come all this way to speak with the Duke, gave him a recommendation from Count Brocken. The Duke felt no danger from the young man, nor any interest in him, and told him not to waste his time, but he did not manage to finish his sentence. With a bright and happy smile, Dex declared, quite confidently, that he wanted to kill Count Brocken. It was just the perfect opportunity to strike up a conversation. Hearing this statement, the man instinctively clutched the letter in his hand, speechless. He had never expected to hear such a thing from anyone. To explain the reason for his desire, the main character revealed all the plans he had made with the Count, saying that Broker wanted to kill Bershin to prevent war. According to the young man, the man considered this the only way out and was already making plans for the murder. This information interested the Duke, but it was all too good to be true, and anger appeared on the man's face. He couldn't believe what the adventurer was trying to impose on him without any evidence. When it came to evidence, the Duke himself should have had enough that he could remember, an excellent phrase with which he could defend his truth. And he was right. The Count and the Duke had always had a very tense relationship, and everyone knew that many opponents of the war wanted the Duke dead. The old man chuckled quietly, assessing the young man's negotiating skills. The matter was becoming more and more interesting. An angel and a demon peeked out from under the adventurer's cloak. sincerely not understanding what was going on, because just a moment ago their master had been planning to kill the Duke, and the Count was simply thinking about what to do. Before they could say anything else, they were quietly shushed, and then it dawned on the greedy and cunning Demon King that something was not quite right here. There was a sparkle in his master's eyes. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he was doing it on purpose. He had his own plans, which he had not shared with anyone before. Everything was going well, and the Duke believed the young man's words. He would never have thought that the Count would reveal this card, because the man had always been unyielding when it came to justice. But people are ready for anything when they are cornered, and now that everything had been confirmed, the man was curious as to why the gambler was sharing this information with him. Dex grinned. Everything was going according to his plan. Only this seemingly intelligent man had swallowed the bait and didn't even choke. He continued to play along with Bershan, saying that the king should be an experienced and wise man, not some immature child, which the crown prince was. The thoughts that were spinning in the old man's head were quoted almost verbatim, which couldn't help but flatter his ego. With an innocent and smiling face, the young man continued to flatter him, saying that the kingdom would only get better under the Duke's leadership. Everything was going perfectly. Even though the NPCs here had artificial intelligence, they couldn't think as cunningly as humans, and the Duke burst out laughing. The main character's plan worked perfectly. The man not only believed him, but also trusted him, and sincerely so. When he asked his little ally his name, he heard the short and simple answer, Dex. Both felt that everything was going perfectly, and the two men had a great feeling about their collaboration, but only one in that room would emerge victorious. With a slight smile, Yoon Jae-young promised that he would try to live up to the expectations placed on him by the Duke, and at that moment, the trap snapped shut. A few minutes later, the young man calmly left the mansion and walked away, having done everything he could. On the way, the Archangel Michael cried silently and mentally begged God to forgive the sins of her lying master, while the Demon King sincerely did not understand what he wanted to achieve by playing both sides. What annoyed the guy most was that he had to spell everything out for Tanshik. He hoped that at least the demon would understand him without words. All Jae-yang is doing now is trying to earn as many points as possible for his influence skill, but none of his familiars understood this explanation. The thing was, war was going to happen anyway. The only question was who would start it. But in the end, it didn't matter who did it, the Bordeaux Kingdom under the Duke or the Kingdom of Parkel. In such a situation, there is only one thing that can be 100% certain. When chaos reigns due to the war, Yoon Jae-yang will bear a huge responsibility, and that is when he will be able to gain more influence, just like in the slime incident. Even with these explanations, Satan still did not fully understand what was going on. If war was beneficial to his master, why didn't he work with the Duke from the beginning? But it wouldn't work that way if he acted as the Demon King wanted. Despite all the cunning and meanness of the devils, they couldn't resort to such tricks as humans could. If Duke Bershan had immediately become king, there would have been no one to fight, so first he had to be on Count Broken's side. War with a foreign power was not the only chaos that could arise. War between internal forces was even more unpredictable. The chaos that resulted from the two wars could bring incredible benefits, which Dex would reap. The young man's eyes burned with a dark fire. Even in the eyes of the Demon King, he seemed like a crazy fool, but it was indeed a good strategy. Doubling the war meant doubling the influence. The action was amazing, cunning, and elegant, so the little demon couldn't pass it by. He took out his old worn book, The Records of Satan. It was the wisdom that the King of Hell simply had to, write down. If you are going to betray someone, then simply do not take anyone's side. A true demon must act in this way, thinking only of his own benefit, caring about nothing else. This is exactly what Yoon Jae-young did. He thought only about his influence points and how to increase them. And when everything turned out the way he wanted, all that was left was to rejoice. But he couldn't get far from the Duke's estate. In the middle of the road, two creatures unknown to him stopped him, blocking his path. The assistant sent by Choi Jae-gyu appeared out of nowhere, looming over the young man and pretending they only wanted to talk. Their faces, hidden behind masks, were terrifying even through the plastic, and red eyes glowed from under their hoods. A slight smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Something very enjoyable awaited him, much more enjoyable than simply talking with the Duke. Late in the evening, they reached the headquarters of the GM Trade Union. The unknown masked men led the adventurer to the door of the head's office. Inside, there were two more people wearing the same masks. Apparently, they were bodyguards accompanying the younger son of the GM Group chairman. As soon as the young man entered the office, the head of the trade union greeted him and politely invited him to take a seat. In this situation, Dex masterfully kept his cool. But then again, he had no reason to be nervous. He smiled and thanked them for providing security. It was a simple exchange of pleasantries, in which you and your companions merely masked your venom with false politeness. The union had enough people. It cost them nothing to do so. They coincided perfectly. Even their thoughts were the same, both thinking that the nickname of the person they were looking for was not recognized, that this person was not so simple. Agreeing mentally that they were both suspicious, the young men remained silent and looked at each other, as if studying and waiting to see who would act first. This silence could have gone on all night, so Dex took matters into his own hands and asked why he had been brought here. After a short pause, Jegu said that he just wanted to check something and apologize for any inconvenience caused. All politeness and smiles had ended a minute ago. The reason was very unusual for an invitation, and the hero was curious what the man in front of him wanted to check. The guy didn't hesitate any longer and immediately asked what they had discussed with Duke Bershin, worried about his contribution and his plan. In such situations, Ji-young was excellent at playing naive. He just had to smile, pretend to be a fool, and say that he did not consider it necessary to tell a stranger about it. However, his opponent, who had invited him to the union headquarters, did not like this answer, and the young man foolishly slammed his fist on the table. The guy's patience was running out. He was already losing his composure and was ready at any moment to send his people to get rid of this kid who was getting on his nerves. The union leader sitting at the table exuded a murderous aura. He was so incredibly angry that further confrontation could only lead to casualties. Both Tanchik and Ellie emerged from their hoods. They had both seen how solo this young man was, and they both thought it wasn't worth angering him further, but their master was very irritated by this brat. So irritated that he simply couldn't stop provoking him. But still, it was worth slowing down, so he thought about what he could do. He needed to assess the scale in his opponents. He remembered clearly that 2 masked men had brought him here, and it was obvious that they were warriors hired by the trade union. There were 5 more such people standing at the exit of the office, which meant there were at least 7 of them. It would be difficult to withstand such numbers, but not impossible. On the plus side, the head of the union had not revealed his character's name, but the fact that he had given some information about himself meant that he was confident that Dex would not be able to escape. There was simply no other choice. His irritation had reached such a level that he was ready to use divine descent and leave silently. At that moment, the butler Smith came out, bowed and apologized, explaining that they just wanted to know if the Duke had given any quests. Finally, a person worth talking to had appeared, and the heroes immediately said that it didn't seem like they just wanted to ask questions. At that moment, young Mr. Choi completely lost his composure, slammed his hand on the table, and jumped to his feet, shouting that the young man was forbidden to interfere in the Duke's affairs. Whatever his relationship with Birchin was, Yagu promised that if he saw him near the man again, he would take action. If he continued to meddle in matters that did not concern him, not only this game, but his entire life would become very difficult for the young man. At that moment, the executive director, who played the role of butler, grabbed the young gentleman by the scarf and pulled him forcefully to shut him up. The young gentleman had crossed the line, and this was the only way to shut him up before it was too late. The man's words had an effect on the young man. He stumbled and even took a step back. Although his irritation had not gone away, he now kept his mouth shut. Once again, Smith had to clean up after his master. He explained that the young man had invested a lot in the Duke, so now he was overly excited. Even Dex noted that this was a very unusual person. He smiled faintly, deciding to listen to what they had to say. To resolve the situation they had all gotten themselves into, the man explained that they were not a simple organization, but a branch of the real GM group. No one expected this. Even Jae-young could not have imagined in his worst nightmare that a real group could open a branch inside the game. It was so unbelievable that he even asked if what he had heard was true, and after confirmation, a rather thick bag of coins was thrown on the table in front of him. The trade union, the GM group, had invested heavily in the arcade, or more precisely in the Duke himself, but they couldn't reveal the details. Smith hoped that the guy wasn't stupid and would understand everything from the amount in front of him. They were willing to pay a huge sum as long as he didn't touch the Duke and didn't ruin their plans, but young Mr. Choi had already angered him. Of course, the main character understood everything perfectly well. He may not have understood all the details, but he understood the essence. He smiled faintly. It wasn't part of the plan, but it was a very pleasant change, except that he wasn't going to leave the situation with the guy who had pissed him off like that. Continuing to play the fool, Dex took the bag of coins and with a silly smile, clarified that he simply needed to refuse the task given to him by Duke Bershen. His opponents' faces showed indignation. On the one hand, everything had turned out perfectly for them, but on the other hand, who in their right mind would expect it to end this way? When they left the Alliance, Tan and Ellie both didn't understand what had just happened, and the Angel thought it would have been better if they had had an honest conversation from the beginning. Nevertheless, everything turned out well for the main character. He did not expect to receive any money, and yet he had a sudden extra income. The GM group was also involved, obviously seeking to profit, for example, from military equipment or perhaps some kind of agreement directly with the Duke. Whatever the case, none of this had anything to do with the young man. It would be beneficial for him if a war broke out, and it didn't matter what kind of underground business the company was involved in. That was exactly how it was. But the younger son of the company's chairman managed to anger him. Although they had communicated very little, Dex already hated him. His anger was so strong that he couldn't allow things to go well for this arrogant, rich young gentleman. While the Angel and the Demon were indignant on the sidelines, which was the only thing they had agreed on in the last millennium, their master came to a decision. With a happy smile and a satisfied expression on his face, he declared very solemnly that he planned to kill Duke Bershen. On this point, the Angel and the Demon disagreed again. The Demon King was upset because he thought it was pointless, but the Angel, on the contrary, was very happy. In Satan's eyes, the man had gone mad again because he was going against the plan that he himself had devised, but Michael was pleased that he was finally fulfilling his promise. However, the young man had no intention of deviating from the plan, and if he told everyone about the murder, as Ellie wanted, it would not work and would only complicate the situation. To kill two birds with one stone, the young man planned to keep the murder a secret so that absolutely no one would know that the Duke was no longer alive. This completely disillusioned the Angel with her master. The girl took offense and declared that she could not help him with this and would take away his divine descent skill. Now her loud cry was directed at the man, not the demon, as she tried to convince him that murder was an act of cowardice and, moreover, evil. Standing aside, Tanchik again lost track of what was happening, but then he rejoiced and quickly came up with a plan of action. He could finally turn the tide in his favor. He smiled broadly, finally looking more and more like a demon. The situation was more advantageous than ever. Deciding not to waste a single precious minute, the Lord of Hell turned to his master to quickly tell him about what he thought would make them both happy. After so much time playing together, he finally understood what a human needed and was ready to offer something similar, if, of course, he did not object to the power of the demon realm. This is where Jae Young was confused. He did not expect that the little devil, who had been flying around him for so long, could give him the same power. Everything was exactly as the young man understood it. The demon could give him the same thing that the Angel had just taken away out of spite. It was exactly the same divine descent, only now from the devil, the dark forces of hell, which could help in battle. It was just the perfect chance for Tan. He could finally give his master a weapon that he could use while giving him his influence points. With a sly smile, the demon set to work, creating a magic circle under Dex's feet, which was a contract. The pentagram immediately glowed, sending out dark magical lightning bolts. The spell took effect, and very soon he would get his skill back. The contract with the demon realm was successfully concluded, just as it had been with the Angel not long ago. Only now he could use his influence to temporarily borrow the power of demons, power that would not be taken away from him just because he was acting dishonorably. The power of a demon that he could use to bring chaos to this peaceful world. The dark forces slowly faded away, blowing the young man with the wind, and he stood calmly in the center, where the pentagram had been, and looked at the stats of his new skill. The system window displayed a long list of powerful and mighty demons, some of whom belonged to the Legion of Darkness, while others were simply well-known dark beings. The choice was quite large, and everyone there looked very interesting. Dex's eyes burned with curiosity. He hadn't felt such pleasure playing Arcadia in a long time. Everything was better than he had expected. If the heavenly side was more focused on strength, then the demonic side focused on additional skills that were useful and practical. But most of all, the guys were interested in the reason why Tanchik hadn't told him about this excellent skill before. It would be nice to have more options. The angry and dissatisfied Archangel pressed the Demon King, but he pushed her away with an impassive face, saying that no one had ever asked him, so he hadn't said anything. The demon also believed that humans needed the power of the heavens, but then his master asked a very reasonable question. Did he really think that he wouldn't care whose power he used? After this explanation, the hero's good mood returned, and with a smile and burning eyes, he chose between demons and dark magicians, like a child in a toy store. He settled on a creature with a skull instead of a head, a creature steeped in darkness that looked just right for testing his new powers. The guy didn't have any particular reason for choosing it. He had simply seen it in a history textbook in the library of the City of Newcomers while completing the second task of the game. All this time, Archangel Michael hadn't said a word, silently watching them, and now she was peeking over his shoulder, looking curiously at the system window. When she saw who her master had chosen, her eyes widened in horror. She was sure that it was exactly who she had thought it was. This terrifying-looking creature was Lich Argamer, the Legion of Death, an incredibly powerful and fearsome being. Lich Argamer was a necromancer, the most evil dark mage who defeated the Empire in 4 kingdoms, filling the entire continent with fear. Wherever his legion passed, not a single living soul remained, no matter how small, and now, centuries later, his name is mentioned as the embodiment of death. It was this power that Yoon Jae-young intended to use. He made his way to Duke Birchin's mansion and climbed onto the roof, observing from above. His eyes burned with a dark, demonic flame, and the main character resembled a bird of prey, a vulture watching its future prey. Below, 2 guards were passing by, patrolling the area. They were unlucky to be in this place at this hour. These courtyards were ideal for the first test of the power granted by the King of Hell, and the most attentive of them immediately noticed something unusual. The sight of the man standing on the roof was frightening. He really did look quite dangerous, especially at night. Against the moonlight, the dark silhouette hardly resembled a human being, and yet, who else could it be if not a human creature? Standing on the roof, the true madman smiled broadly and summoned the divine descent granted by the demons. The summoned soul was none other than Lich Argamer, the great dark mage, whose silhouette appeared above the young man with a scarlet skull burning in place of his face. The power that descended upon the young man was so strong and oppressive that it practically pinned the 2 soldiers to the ground, forcing them to sit down. The air around them suddenly grew cold. A chill ran down their spines, and it all looked so sinister that now both of them were frightened. The creature from hell had temporarily taken control of the main character's body, and he could use Lich's power as he saw fit. He already had a plan for how he would entertain himself. The skills now available to him were exactly what the guy had expected. Everything was going just great, and finally the game was getting more and more interesting. Dark energy enveloped the bodies of the young warriors. One of the knights had already encountered this, and immediately recognized that the force trying to take over his body was black magic. Moreover, this magic was of a very high level, and he doubted that the 2 of them would be able to cope with something like this. The man quickly assessed the situation, got his bearings, and shouted to his friend to listen carefully, that they would not be able to capture this man alive. His companion behind him had never been in such a situation and did not understand what was happening, so he thought his partner's plan was bad, but now was not the time to set priorities. The entire mansion of Duke Birchin could fall under the control of this stranger if they lost here and now, so the guard drew his sword from its sheath. A terrifying smile appeared on the face of the main character, who was using the powers of Lich. He really looked even more like a demon than the King of Hell. He began his takeover of the mansion by directing a dark spirit at the 2 guards to take possession of their bodies and get rid of them. But the guy underestimated the guards. The knight, who had already assessed the situation, knew exactly what to do, and gritting his teeth, activated his defensive skill. Driving his heavy 2-handed sword into the ground, the guy activated a holy shield that blocked the dark magic and protected the 2 knights. This guy turned out to be really smart. The rumors that the Duke's Guard was magnificent, almost like the Royal Guard, were apparently true. And yet they were not as magnificent as the main character. After all, this guard was just an ordinary, typical paladin. His upbringing spoke for itself, and the knight apologized, warning that he was going to fight with all his might. Typical behavior for good characters, just like Ellie. After that, he activated his holy power, using the skill of the Blade of Justice to attack the Dark Mage and strike him down in one blow. However, he underestimated his enemy. Divine Descent was stronger than any skill, and Dex simply smiled, waiting for the right moment. The eyes of the Bard of Anarchy burned with insane joy. He was truly getting a kick out of everything that was happening, a true madman indeed. He activated the spirit spear skill, and a huge spirit from the depths of hell pierced the knight with his spear of darkness. In the last moments of his life, the knight realized the terrible truth. This enemy was truly beyond his power, and there was hardly anyone on this continent who could defeat him. All life literally drained from the knight's body. He withered before their eyes, and the last word he uttered was necromancer. The death of his comrade finally frightened the second knight, and he recoiled as the heavy sword fell to the ground. Now he too understood who was standing before him. His body trembled as if he were about to lose consciousness. Horror overwhelmed him, preventing him from thinking rationally. Who would have thought that a lich would actually appear in the Crimson Kingdom? He turned and ran, shouting and raising the alarm so that the other knights would know about the danger that had come to their court, that had befallen their entire kingdom. The lich had appeared, the very horror of legend, whose name still terrified everyone who lived on this continent. He wanted all the soldiers to gather together, but they would hardly be able to defeat it. And at that moment, he was struck by a spiritual spear, just like his comrade, and the young man died without having time to warn his comrades and his lord. Standing on the roof, Yunjae Yang could not allow the entire guard to rush here. Not yet. The necromancer was most vulnerable when summoning the undead. Even if he used divine descent, he still didn't want to risk fighting the entire guard right now. That wasn't part of his plan. The last guard, who tried desperately to warn the others, fell at the hands of an unknown attacker with the power of a necromancer. Now that they were both dead and I posed no threat to him, Dex was going to try out that special skill you gave him access to thanks to the Death Legion's call. This skill was the resurrection of the dead. Dark magic lifted the knights' bodies into the air, slowly penetrating them and taking possession of them. Within a minute, a low-ranking undead warrior, a ghoul, stood in Duke Bershan's courtyard. It was the knight who had died last and was weaker than his partner. Standing next to him was his former comrade, who, thanks to being a paladin and possessing holy power, had become a mid-level undead, a knight of death. And all this was done only because the arrogant, haughty young master of the GM group behaved too insolently towards the wrong person. Dex hoped that his plan was outstanding until he intervened. Necromancers are a special kind of dark mage, unlike any other, and therefore irreplaceable, as was the case in the Dark Demonic War. They are capable of summoning an unlimited number of undead, because the number of dead never ends. On the contrary, it increases almost every day. In other words, it would not be an understatement to say that a single necromancer can be considered a tremendous force in and of themselves. That is why they are not considered very effective during a full-scale war or siege, whatever it may be and whenever it may take place. Just like now, when the dead summoned by Yunjae Yang are besieging the Duke's mansion and killing one knight after another, giving them no chance to contact the others. Eventually, communication was completely cut off, and the young man felt relieved. Otherwise, it would have been a real thorn in his side. The decision to set up an ambush was the right one. The knights who remained alive outside tried to unite and work together to stop the onslaught of the undead, who had appeared in the courtyard from nowhere. They wanted to call for help from the holy knights who served the Duke. But one glance at the undead was enough to understand that their holy knights would no longer help them. Even if one of them remained, they were all with Bershan and defending him. They had no other choice. No one left to come to their aid, and there were too many enemies. The main character stood aside and heard perfectly well what the guards were saying to each other. It sounded too pitiful, as if they had all been abandoned to certain death. But even so, they shouldn't be too upset, because he was still with them. The young man pointed his hand toward the survivors and activated his power. He promised to use them all to good effect, summoning the Knight of Death, the largest of all those summoned by him, 5 times taller than an ordinary man. Trembling with fear, the young people could not even scream. They had no strength for anything. They could only cry, looking at the one who would bring them death. In the next minute, dark magic consumed their bodies, turning them into new death knights that the true madman could control. After death and reincarnation, the former knights knelt before their new master, who descended and approached them. With a satisfied smile, he congratulated them all on becoming part of his small army, and now they had the honor of carrying out their master's special task. The dark, low-ranking undead listened silently to what they were told. Lich wanted them to find the one who had abandoned them all, Duke Bershan. These unfortunate souls were given the opportunity to take revenge on the one who had failed to protect them. Even though they were already dead and in the power of the necromancer, they could still cry. After that, they vanished, leaving behind only a dark magical trail and went inside the mansion to find the Duke and get even with him. Dex smiled and enjoyed the process, mentally advising the Duke to hide well if he really wanted to survive, although he doubted that it would help him. On that terrible night, the entire mansion of one of the most powerful men in the kingdom was engulfed in dark magic by a necromancer who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The entire building shook, and the Duke finally woke up from the rumbling and intense pressure that penetrated every room and every corner. This noise, clearly unnatural, frightened the old man, and he shouted, demanding to know who was hiding in the darkness. At that moment, one of the guards burst into the room, and the young man shouted that Bershin needed to run, but the man was skeptical because there was no place safer in the kingdom than his mansion. Then the young man, crying hysterically, explained as best he could that a lich, a necromancer who had killed almost everyone, had appeared on the estate. The old man felt a chill inside, and horror appeared on his face. He did not fully believe that the lich had appeared here, but the expression on his knight's face inspired confidence. In a panic, the man demanded that all the knights gather and defend him. They did not yet know that they no longer had a single holy knight left, while dark magic penetrated the room. The small and pitiful Duke Bershin was found, and Dex smiled when he sensed where his target was. The souls of the slain soldiers rushed into the room, moving with the help of dark magic, and in the blink of an eye, they materialized in the room. This surprised the Duke, and he flinched but did not start to run because he did not fully understand what these purple dark arrows were. Only when the Knights of Death, the undead, appeared in the room did a loud cry ring out. And now even those who did not fully understand what was happening realized the full horror of the situation. The young guardsmen were not prepared for this, and indeed, who in the entire Crimson Kingdom could have prepared in advance for an attack by a necromancer? They died within a second. After they had finished off their former comrades, the resurrected dead turned their empty eye sockets toward the one who was supposed to protect them. Bershin managed to get out of bed and backed away toward the wall, leaving the man completely defenseless. All he could do was yell at the undead and try to chase them away. The next minute, the same giant entered the room, breaking through the wall of the mansion. The old man screamed in horror, now completely losing his ability to think clearly. Even in his worst nightmare, this man could not have imagined that his life would be subjected to such trials. But at that moment, he noticed something familiar. The sword in the hands of one of the Death Knights was painfully familiar. It could only belong to one person, Lander, one of his Knights of Light. The very same guard who was the first to spot the necromancer in the unknown attacker, who tried to defend himself and his comrade to the last. And it wasn't just him. All the other undead that filled the Duke's room were his bodyguard knights, who were supposed to protect him but had fallen. Finally, it dawned on Duke Bershin that a lich had been born in the Crimson Kingdom, and his first target was this mansion. A man in a dark hood entered the room with a smile, his face impossible to see from such a distance. Walking a little deeper into the room, he raised his head, and the Duke saw a familiar face. "Dex, don't hide your pleasure," he greeted the man. At the sight of him, the old man began to laugh hysterically, saying that if the adventurer had any business with him, he would definitely find time to meet and discuss it. He shouted that he would do and give anything this man could ask for, that he was capable of giving him everything. Standing in the middle of the room, the true madman smiled faintly, but when he heard the question of what he wanted, a terrifying broad smile appeared on his face, more like a snarl. Without hiding his superiority and pleasure, the young man said that he wanted the Duke's death and nothing else. That was what he wanted, and the Duke could indeed give him what he desired. The young man stood over the old Duke, watching as his indignation gave way to horror. The fear reached its peak. Tears appeared in the Duke's eyes and his face contorted as he asked why the young man was doing all this. It wasn't that Ji Young was in a hurry to go anywhere. He decided to chat a little and asked if the Duke didn't think he should be more careful with those he used. Sitting on the floor, the once most powerful man in the Kingdom of Bordeaux had long since ceased to understand the essence of what was happening. Meanwhile, the main character continued to say that he didn't care about the war, the Duke becoming king, or whether he would benefit from it or not. None of this mattered at all, and the young man could easily turn a blind eye and ignore it. But Bershin definitely shouldn't have gotten on his nerves. With the help of these brainless idiots, it was hardly possible to do anything properly, so the young man advised the old man to achieve more in his next life, even though he did not know if the NPC had one. The Duke's life was coming to an end, and the man began to shout that if his life was spared, he would do as this man wished, do anything. But Yun Jiang was no longer interested in this. He turned to his living dead and ordered them to end it as quickly as possible. The undead headed toward the Duke. In the last seconds of his life, the man suddenly became calm, most likely out of sheer despair, unable to believe that his long-held desire would end this way. The Knight of Death, once Lander, let out a blood-curdling scream and swung his heavy two-handed sword at the man who had once been his master. Duke Birchin's head flew off his shoulders, and with his death, the last plan ceased to exist. A total of 321 related quests were deleted. The additional mission of the main task, created personally for Dex, was completed, and he received a total of 53,000 influence points. He would receive more if he continued to cause chaos. Both familiars simply glowed with happiness when he received this ton of influence, and both felt even greater power emanating from their master, which they wanted to get their hands on. The main character's mood dropped sharply when they spoke. These little scoundrels were definitely good at sniffing out such things. He asked the Demon King if there was any time limit on the skill, and the answer was yes. He could use it as long as he had influence. And that was just fine. A new plan immediately formed in the young man's head. He raised his hand and used his necromancer magic, and his appearance alone frightened Tanchik. Using his skill to resurrect the dead, he decided that if he wanted to ruin everything, he had to do it right. Dark magic lifted the Duke's body into the air. In this virtual world of Arcadia, there were still many places waiting for him and his little familiars to destroy them, and any methods could be used to do so. The main character eagerly awaited the moment when he could not only bring chaos to this world, but also ruin all the plans of the young master of the GM group. On the other side of the continent of Arcadia, the night was much calmer than in the Bordeaux Kingdom. In the Holy Empire, everyone was fast asleep, and even the wind did not disturb the peace. Holy Father Amin was still awake. Sleep had completely eluded him tonight. The old man hoped that not a single lamb had strayed from the path. As he wandered around the palace trying to fall asleep, someone quietly entered, addressing him very politely and courteously. A little girl cautiously entered the room. She had white, almost silver hair and purple eyes like amethyst. It was the Holy Maiden, Sylvia, and from the worried expression on her face, it was immediately clear that something very bad had happened. The Holy Father's terrible premonitions had come true. There were indeed those who had not only strayed from the path that night, but had also committed a great evil, which was revealed to the little saint. Able to see visions and predictions that came from God himself, she could warn of impending danger when it was needed. Now she saw that evil had arisen on the continent of Arcadia. It was Dex who had used the power of Lich, but they did not know this yet, and the Holy Father's face changed. The situation was much more serious than Amin had thought. He wanted to find out at least some clues about the location, anything that could help them find and destroy this evil. In Saint Sylvia's vision, one of the unfortunate souls cried out the name of Duke Birchin before his death, and as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. This spoke volumes. Even here in the Holy Empire, the true face of the Duke was known. The man knew that he was the force behind the Crimson Kingdom. The young girl burst into tears, covering her face with her hands. She was both frightened and grieved for those unfortunate souls who had died such a terrible and undeserved death. It was hard to see the girl crying, so Amin hugged her and put his hand on her head, reassuring her that God was only conveying a message through her, and that all those visions were not real and she was safe. A few minutes later, the Holy Knight Egudiel entered the room, and the young man knelt on one knee, greeting the Holy Father and the Holy Maiden. As a Holy Knight of the highest rank, he was almost the only one to whom Amin could entrust this task before it was too late, and the entire continent was plunged into darkness. Since young Lady Sylvia had received a vision from God, her father wanted Sir Egudiel to thoroughly investigate what had happened to Duke Birchin and find any traces of darkness. Meanwhile, Knights of Death roamed freely throughout the duchy. The undead brought chaos to the settlement, and the entire place was plunged into turmoil. All the townspeople who were still alive, overcome with fear, began to leave the territory, and the productivity and military strength of the duchy were greatly reduced. This was the end not only of all of Birchin's plans, but also of his protected fortress. Yunjie Yang had a great time while doing all this, but now it was time to finish. With a wave of his hand, the guy sent a magic arrow and burned the flag flying on the roof of the Duke's mansion to the ground. For conquering the Duke's territory single-handedly, he received the title of Cruel Necromancer. The secret plans were completely destroyed, and the hero received 14,000 influence points. Dozens of undead soldiers walked below. The sight was magnificent. The main character sincerely enjoyed what was happening and even regretted a little that he had not chosen the necromancer from the beginning. The fallen and resurrected knight slowly moved through the streets of the duchy, searching for new meaning or a new victim, but there was no one around except for other skeletons. Yes, becoming a necromancer because of such powerful strength was indeed very tempting, but seeing corpses every day was surely quite a difficult task. Lich Argheimer's army of the dead was definitely a very powerful force that would certainly come in handy, and since he had gathered more than 60,000 influence, it could be considered a huge profit. Still, there was nothing good about the situation dragging on. Dex was not eager for anyone to find out about what had happened, and it was very expensive to use the skill for any longer. It was still a borrowed power that he could use with the help of divine descent, and the longer he used it, the more influence it would consume. The young man had a feeling that he would give away more influence than he had earned, so he asked Tan how much influence had already been spent. Taking out his huge calculator, the little demon began to calculate the points he wanted to get in his paws, counting the number of people who had died from the power of the Lich. After a long and clearly unfair calculation, the demon declared that the user owed him 42,284 influence points, and even called him a weakling, but immediately corrected himself. This did not go unnoticed, and Dex was very upset to hear all this. But the Demon King chose to pretend that he did not remember ever saying anything like that. In addition to the insult, he also owed a whole bunch of points, which he really didn't want to give up, so he started demanding a discount because it was too expensive. This request was like a bolt from the blue. Tanchik clearly did not expect such insolence and hoped that his cunning and dishonesty would go smoothly and work. In a panic, he began to tell the expensive customer that they used a fixed price system and that he had to pay the corresponding amount. But the guy didn't care. He considered himself a VIP customer. And since he was a VIP client, he believed he was entitled to a discount, if not a coupon. Being treated like a department store infuriated the little demon, but what could he do? Seeing that the familiar was not going to agree to do as he wanted, the young man declared that if there were no discounts, he would only deal with Ellie. These words made an incredible impression on the angel, and she began to shine brighter than the full moon in the sky, rejoicing that they would indeed cooperate with her. This statement greatly frightened Tanchik. Unlike Ellie, he was not so happy and obediently began to look for discounts, initially offering only 40,000 influence. But this was too small a discount. Practically nothing had changed, and it was not acceptable. Jae Young continued to insist and said that he would only agree to 35,000. Their argument continued. The King of Hell kept trying to trick him and offered first 39,990, then 39,980 points, which only annoyed the main character even more. He had no choice but to give in and offer 36,500 influence points, a sum that astonished the Archangel. Even she could see how humiliating it was for her enemy. It was the last amount. He wouldn't give any more discounts, and fortunately it was enough, and his master agreed. The deal was done, and the descent skill ended. Even the system emphasized that the discount was huge, after which the points were removed. The negotiations with the devil were successfully completed. An achievement appeared. He became the first person who was able to fool the King of Demons, and his negotiation skill increased sevenfold. Perhaps for the game, it was an amazing achievement to deceive Satan. But for Dex, it was Tank, whom it was not difficult or complicated to outsmart. While the little demon lamented and cried about his unfortunate fate, Yoon Jae-young thought about his future plans. In any case, in the Crimson Kingdom, this territory which was once a duchy is now in complete disarray, and the network is surely in chaos as well. The time had come to put his plan into action. The young man warned his familiars that he would be gone for a short time. The little ones were very curious as to why he was leaving, because without him, they would not be able to do anything. The young man had no intention of letting them in on his plan. All he said was that he needed to finish something, and it was directly related to what had happened to the Duke the night before. As for the Archangel Michael and the Demon King Satan, they would find out everything in time. They just had to wait a little while for the true madman to finish. After this brief conversation, the main character logged out of the game and left the Dreamer's capsule, sitting down at the computer and turning it on. He went to a forum created by fans of the game Arcadia, where a discussion was in full swing about what had happened in the duchy. Someone had posted a screenshot of the necromancer who was behind it all. Some had even managed to die from the undead that now roamed the area that once belonged to Duke Bergen, just as Jae Young had expected. It was interesting to read the comments, but he didn't go any further, spending only a few minutes on it before returning to his original plan, having already gathered everything he needed. Now he was completely ready to ruin the life of the young gentleman from the GM group, a smile shining on his face and excitement in his eyes. For as long as he could remember, Yoon Jae-young had always loved playing MMORPGs. He enjoyed leveling up, defeating strong players and powerful bosses. And of course, when playing such games, it was impossible to avoid encountering people like Choi Jae-yu in the GM group. Over the years, he had dealt with people like them quite a bit, and using his previous experience as a basis, he had found the perfect method to deal with people who abused their power. From the moment Dex decided to mess with this rich jerk, he slowly began to prepare for this perfect method. His computer contained numerous video files with everything he would need in this little cunning battle against the rich upstart. One of these files showed the youngest son of the Choi family talking to Duke Bershen and discussing something unrelated to the plot. He had all this on his computer because he asked Tanshik and Ellie to track down and observe Jegu, and then everything was very simple. All that remained was to delete all the parts in which Jae Young himself was involved in any way, to make it seem like something was going on, leaving only the fragments where the Duke discusses profits from the war. And not with just anyone, but directly with the adventurer who is the head of the GM trade union, who was going to help him in this war. He also left a fragment in which the young gentleman himself in his office ponders that if the Duke keeps his word, his trading enterprise will be able to dominate the entire continent. The profits they would make from monopolizing grain production would be just the tip of the iceberg. Choi Jae-gyu planned to make several hundred times more profit, all thanks to the idiots playing in Arcadia. There was no special work left for Dex to do. This guy did everything for him, told everything himself, and set himself up. All that remained was to assemble these pieces into a single canvas. What the King of Hell and the Archangels had obtained for him was enough to destroy Jaegyu's life, and the rest was a mere formality. Yoon Jae-young, a natural-born sour of chaos, couldn't wait for people's reactions to the video he posted with the loud title that it was made not by a monster, but by a player. In a relatively short amount of time, the video posted by an unknown YouTuber was viewed more than 1 million times, with everyone discussing it in the comments and cursing the GM group. Of course, Choi Jae-gyu also watched it and now sat in complete horror in front of the monitor, realizing that his end had come. The executive director approached him from behind, but he had little to say, mostly just listening as his young master shouted and asked who had leaked their conversation. All the personal conversations in this video took place together, which even the hired mercenaries didn't know about, so there shouldn't have been any users there. The young master's patience ran out very quickly. The young man easily lost his temper, and after such a disgrace, it was not surprising that he flew off the handle and smashed the monitor with his fist. He became obsessed with the idea of revenge, of killing the person behind it all and revealing his plans, completely forgetting about the problems this video could cause him. Then the executive director intervened, saying that although he understood how the young man felt, finding the culprit was not the most important thing to do right now. The most important thing was to delete the video before it spread even further. Otherwise, the work of the GM group would be destroyed. But they were too late, as the company chairman called at that very moment. It was too late to do anything, to try to hide or delete it somehow. His father knew about it, and he was clearly very angry. Anger gave way to panic, rolling in waves, everything blurred before his eyes. The young man was sweating profusely, afraid to even look at the phone, let alone pick it up. That same evening, the news reported on an incident that had occurred in the popular game Arcadia, showing a video in which a user was abusing the game's economic system. It was now known that the culprit behind the incident was the GM Group, as discovered by Agent Electronics, a subsidiary of Arcadia's Korean branch. Currently, the Fair Trade Commission and the prosecutor's office are expected to announce their position on the incident, as the amount of money poured into this madness was enormous. Lee Mi-yeon, the CEO, the very girl who has a connection with the creators of Arcadia, was following this report. It was interesting to watch the chaos caused by virtual reality. Director Kwon Myung-han came to her to discuss what was happening, as he was unsure whether it was appropriate to let the public know about everything. To his surprise, the girl thought it was a good chance for them to make an example of GM for other corporations that had taken notice of Arcadia online. Still, the man had his doubts, as he was sure that the corporation would not sit idly by. Then the CEO smiled and said she wanted to see it through to the end. It didn't matter to her what she had to do, she just wanted to achieve the biggest and most spectacular finale for this case. However, she did not think that the jam groups were so stupid. After all, who would lose more if this incident came to light? In fact, it was better for their branch, as they could teach them that they could screw up if they tried to get involved in some funny business in the world with the conscious Ajin group. This young lady clearly had guts. She didn't care at all what would happen to the GM group. The most important thing was the user who uploaded the video, the same mysterious and anonymous player who had already posted similar videos, luring players into the mines. The slime invasion incident, the iron ore slave incident, and now the Duchy of Bershan. All of this user's actions had a huge impact on the entire world of Arcadia. Thinking about this, Lee Mi-yeon laughed quietly. There was a pattern to it all, which boiled down to one single person. While she and Director Kwon were discussing the mysterious unknown user, this very mysterious and cunning madman was struggling to stay awake in the middle of the couple. Fortunately, he had an assistant who would never let him fall asleep. The same friend who was obsessed with Arcadia and was now talking incessantly about the GM group incident. He recounted everything that had happened in the game over the past day in one breath. And the sleepy Jae-young pretended not to know and asked why such a large corporation was involved in something like games. Then the guy said that the game's economy was big enough that a large corporation in real life would want to get its hands dirty in it. It was no longer just a game. After its release, Arcadia became something much bigger than just a simple game. Now it was a whole world that existed on its own. The guy had no idea how right he was. The main character smiled faintly as he looked at him, and all he could say in response was that it was true. Fortunately, everything was going strictly according to plan. It wasn't just Yeg's reaction to being carried away by Arcadia. The whole world was acting as the hero had predicted. Everyone, even the students, reacted according to his plan. All he had to do was throw a single bone, and everyone, like dogs, would rush to bark at the place he pointed to. The perfect crime, the perfect opportunity, everything was just perfect. The young man picked up his phone and went to the news to see how things were going with his young master. The news had just published an article with his photo, the son of the chairman of the GM group, and a dispute over the use of virtual reality to create speculative savings. In this photo, the guy looked very unhappy, surely made a scapegoat, but Dex still managed to teach him a good lesson. While he was watching the news, someone entered the auditorium, and a voice that the guy had never heard before sounded. A young man in a white suit stood at the lectern, and all the students' attention was immediately focused on him. They were very curious to know who had come to see them. It turned out to be one of the members of Arcadia's research and development team, Kang Pil-jun, as well as their senior, who would be giving a special lecture today. Before starting the lecture, the guy began to talk nonsense, saying that he hoped they would listen carefully to what the teacher was saying, and the students already didn't like it. Yoon Jae-young, who was sitting in the room, became interested in this person, as he did not expect to meet an Arcadia employee here. Meanwhile, the Demon King and the Archangel, who remained in the same place where they had said goodbye to their master, were bored while waiting for his return. Suddenly, while the Demon King was waiting, he felt a huge and rather powerful stream of holy magic approaching the Duke's mansion. Judging by the vile and scorching power, which he immediately disliked, it was a completely unusual person. The amount of power this person possessed was simply enormous. It was the very same Holy Knight Egadiel, sent by the Holy Father to investigate the Duke's death. Things were getting more and more tense, and Tan thought he needed to get out of the area as quickly as possible before he was discovered, but he couldn't find Ellie anywhere nearby. It was hard to believe that these sanctimonious people had appeared here just when their master Dex was offline, and King Hades didn't know what to do. The army of the undead surrounded the army of light, which had come here to cleanse the area and investigate the situation. The knight waved his hand, using his power. One strike was enough for the holy light to envelop all the knights of death who were nearby, destroying them. These unfortunate souls were dying for the second time, and for the second time, their master whom they served was not there to help or protect them. After Egadiel's attack, only armor, weapons, and some clothing remained of the undead, and the Knight of Light stood silently and looked at the items. Then he knelt on one knee and wished his former comrades to rest in peace with regret. He sincerely regretted their death and mourned them. For those on the side of good, the sight was truly horrific, the situation corresponding to the prophecy of Saint Sylvia. Along with regret, the knight also felt anger. He was angry at himself for not finding out about this earlier, because if he had come earlier, he could have saved his comrades. At this point, they had to end their investigation because the undead they had just cleared were above average rank, and this was only the entrance, which meant that further on they would be stronger. If the knights went in now, they would suffer heavy losses because few of Egudiel's companions could handle such a level of power. Nevertheless, this was enough. The man turned around and ordered that the Holy Father be informed that a lich capable of leaving a mark on history had appeared. The lecture with the Arcadia employee began. The young man had come there to take a certain test to become the world's first virtual reality engineer. Virtual reality technology is directly connected to the human brain, and this connection is the main technology that allows us to interact with the virtual world in any way. Everyone has different faces, and the same applies to the brain. Each brain has its own way of using signals to communicate with the machine. In other words, there are deviations. All this meant that a unique talent for virtual reality really does exist. The speed at which the brain and the machine receive and send electrical signals will depend on the presence of this talent, which is called the synchronization speed. Today, Kang Piljun planned to measure the synchronization speed of the students, which would be a good experience for those who are serious about studying computer engineering. But when he asked who wanted to volunteer, almost no one responded except for Kang Tai-Su, a freshman who raised his hand. The situation was becoming more and more interesting for those sitting in the auditorium, especially for the female half, because the young man was very handsome. Only Yoon Jae-yang's new friend sat dejectedly. All he could do was sigh in despair. In principle, if you think about it, it immediately becomes clear why the guy was so sad, because the classmate who volunteered had once studied in the same high school class with him. Moreover, Tai-Su was the leader of a group of cool guys that included a girl whom Lim Jae-yong really liked. Be that as it may, Jae-yong wasn't particularly interested in any of this. He sighed quietly when he didn't get a response from his friend and stared ahead. But as soon as he relaxed and forgot about it, Kang Tai-Su, who was passing by, introduced himself and personally greeted the main character, even though they had never met before. The guy not only greeted him, but also declared his desire to work together with his friend, which was practically a direct challenge. After these words, he finally approached the teacher and apologized for walking a little longer than he had originally intended and being late. Meanwhile, a crazy smile appeared on Yoon Jae-young's face, and excitement ignited in the classroom. The true madman in him did not fall asleep for a second. In front of the students stood a capsule that measured synchronization speed. In fact, there was another machine that did this, but since the test was unofficial, it didn't matter. The degree of accuracy might not be that high, but there shouldn't be any problems with measuring speed, and of course it was completely safe. The volunteer who had volunteered to be the first test subject had already entered the capsule and was waiting for the experiment to begin. A bright light from inside the capsule illuminated the room. The percentage countdown began, and everyone was curious to see what level of connection to virtual reality one of the coolest guys had. Tae-Su himself was sure that there was no point in measuring him. He would never get low numbers and was going to use this chance to show the others the difference between them. He especially wanted to take revenge on Jae-yoon, the gopher, and the guy in the hoodie who was always with him. He didn't like either of them. He hated most the eyes that were interested in nothing but himself. This indifferent, cold-looking guy just drove him crazy. Kang Tai-Su wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to measure his level in order to completely crush him once and for all in front of the others. His compatibility percentage was 21 and 35 and the auditorium was silent until Piljun spoke. It was quite surprising because on average people score in the mid-20s, and this was a very high score. The young man almost broke the record. The highest score ever recorded was 26%. It was a great start to the experiment and a great result, and the happy man asked if anyone else wanted to be the next volunteer. Before anyone could answer, Tae-Su pointed at Ji Yang and said it would be good to examine that guy. Sitting in the middle of the audience, the main character smiled wildly, as if he had been waiting for this moment his whole life. He was one of those people who love to take on challenges and leave nothing behind for his opponents. Now he smiled even wider, and at one glance it seemed as if this had been his plan all along, as if everyone in this world acted as they pleased. Lin Jae-yong, who was standing nearby, hastened to apologize to his friend, but it was pointless to apologize to someone who was eager for this confrontation. Finally, the young man's eyes lit up, not only with anger towards himself, but also towards the situation as a whole. He smiled smugly and kept his burning eyes fixed on his classmate. Kang Tai-Su also smiled, enjoying his future victory and completely confident that he would crush this smug sucker and humiliate him in front of everyone. A few minutes later, Jae Young entered the capsule and the measurement began, the bluish light once again flooding the auditorium. Lying inside and feeling the soft electrical impulses, Jae smiled, knowing that today he would be the winner in their little silent competition. The numbers grew exponentially, and even the students felt the pressure coming from the capsule, and then the measurement exceeded 40. A smile appeared on Jae-yoon's face, his eyes wide with surprise, and with every passing second, he admired his friend more and more. The synchronization speed seemed abnormal, as they had never encountered anything like it before, and Kang Pil-jun's assistant asked for permission to turn off the machine. But the man refused and asked them to wait, saying that it was not a mistake. The meter was showing the true number, and there was no system failure. Only after a minute of tense waiting did the capsule stop and settle down. The measurement was complete, and everyone in the office saw a real miracle. Young Jae Yang's virtual reality alignment percentage was 92.89. Upon seeing the number, Kang Tae-soo, who had previously wanted to humiliate and laugh at the young man, turned pale and nearly fainted from surprise. The auditorium was deathly silent, and only Pil-jun was talking to the young man, convincing him that he absolutely had to play Arcadia. Moreover, he was convinced that the guy had a real natural talent for computer games. Jae Young climbed out of the capsule with a smile, thanking him for the compliment. It was all really interesting, and he had fun and enjoyed himself while putting Kang Tae-soo and everyone who doubted him in their place without much effort. After the couple started lunch, the main character bought himself a kimbap, one of the cheapest snacks for poor Korean students, and went to the courtyard behind the university. Today was a wonderful day, with many people apologizing to him, including the wealthy young gentleman Choi Jae-gyu. All this made the guy incredibly happy. It was truly a wonderful day, and it was unlikely that anything could spoil it. After the news spread throughout the media, the number of views increased exponentially, not only in Korea, but also from people all over the world. Thanks to such popularity on the internet, he won't have to worry about money for a long time. Although the income turned out to be less than he expected, apparently the website employees received mere pennies. Still, he no longer needs to worry so much about rent and capsule rental debt, and if he also exchanges the items he receives for influence, the profits will be sky high. It is quite possible that this was the last time Jae Young ate kimbap as a university student. While he was sitting and scrolling through the news, Lim Jae-yong found him. The guy had been bothering the entire university until he was able to find out where his friends' lunches were. Gasping for breath from his long run, the guy started babbling non-stop about how Ji Young was just incredible. Who would have thought he would have more than 90% synchronization speed? The young man himself had only 15%, although it didn't matter that much. Even the professors were talking about the hero, but he wasn't interested. Instead of reacting, he simply shared with his friend that the new type of kimbap was very tasty and offered him a piece, but Ji Young wasn't hungry. Although he was not interested in any of this, his friend felt it was his duty to tell him everything. For example, that everyone had a good impression of Yoon Jae-young. His words sounded subdued and sad. The guy lowered his head, speaking more quietly than usual, saying that everything his friend did was simply incredible. Deciding to change the subject from what was clearly upsetting him to something else, the student asked out of curiosity what would happen if Jae Young played the arcade game. Despite the fact that he had told everyone he had ever met that he didn't play that game, for some reason he told this person the truth. Perhaps it was because everything had gone according to plan that day. The spoiled son of the GM group apologized, and his smug classmate got what he deserved. Or maybe it was because the new kimbap he ate without thinking turned out to be very tasty. It is quite possible that the reason was that the weather was good. No one knows why it happened that way. But still, he told someone else for the first time that he had been playing the arcade game since the open beta version, and even revealed his nickname. For a while after such an epic and unexpected confession, the young people looked at each other in complete silence. A minute later, Lim Jae-yong seemed to realize that he had just heard something impossible, and even asked again what exactly he had just been told. Sweat dripped down his face, bringing him to a state between horror and intense excitement as a fan. He couldn't believe that Dex was standing in front of him. Of course, he knew him. All gamers in Korea knew this person, or rather, this nickname. No one knew anything about the person behind the nickname. Known by the nickname Dex, he was #1 in all kinds of games of different genres, but that could hardly be true. Jae Young was sure that Jae Young was just a fan, and yet it was really him. The hero spoke with great confidence, even though he knew that, unfortunately, he had no proof, because he had deleted all his accounts. Remembering the match percentage calculated for his friend, Such figures literally spoke for themselves. It was the most compelling evidence. Realizing that this was indeed Dex in person, the real #1 Korean gamer, the young man fell sharply to his knees, bowing at his feet. This reaction frightened Yoon Jae-young, and he stood up, looking at his friend with concern. Instead of answering, the guy suddenly yelled, asking for an autograph because he was Dex's biggest fan. The young man's jaw dropped. He was genuinely worried and thought that something had happened. But it turned out that his friend was just an idiot, after which he had to suffer to calm Jae-young down. Meanwhile, in Arcadia, in the distant Coldheart Valley, the players were on a small hunt. It's a pretty tough area since the recommended level for it is 85. The group of adventurers was surrounded by a fairly large crowd of monsters, and even a mini-boss in the form of a huge snake had its eye on them. There were far more enemies than they had expected, but the friends did not panic, because if they died, they would receive an additional penalty for death. They had originally come here with a powerful necromancer, but she had disappeared somewhere, leaving them alone with powerful enemies. At these words, a blonde girl appeared from a dark magic circle, summoning the dark swarm, her special skill. A multitude of magical creatures resembling toads appeared and immediately rushed at the monsters, inflicting a great deal of damage. In an instant, the mini-boss was defeated. The dark mages truly had high damage, and the girl took down the monsters with a single swing. The high-ranking girl with the nickname Black Dragon of Darkness was the strongest, #1 among the dark mages in Arcadia. After she dealt with the enemies, she turned her attention to her companions and thanked them for their help in this battle. Even though they knew their companion was very cool, they had no idea she would turn out to be a ranker, so it was a pleasant surprise. Despite her high level and great power, the Black Dragon was very kind to her assistants, praising them and thanking them for their help. After that, she asked her friends to help her a little more. But before that, the guy asked if she needed to regain her strength. Maybe they should wait a little longer. To the young man's surprise, her stats should recover by the time they deal with the rest of the monsters, so the girl saw no problem. A skill with ultra-high damage and a short cooldown time is only possible for high-level dark mages who have passed hellish trials. Now he understood why all the other players said that you could level up much faster if you played in a team with a dark mage. After a brief conversation, the Black Dragon rose into the air and activated her magic, and together they began to clear out the remaining monsters nearby. When it was all over, they thanked each other for their help in this little hunt. The young players gained a lot of experience by working with such a powerful and high-level girl. They said goodbye to her, feeling only satisfaction and peace of mind. It is rare to meet such kind and responsive players these days. The girl was completely sincere in her communication with them. She waved at them with a smile and remained in the valley for a while longer. Entering the cave, she sat down on a ledge and yawned. These monsters were quite weak, and the battle was boring, even despite the good company. All this time, she was looking through the quest and information inside the game network, hoping to find something interesting to do at her high level. So she found a quest related to the death of Duke Bershin. She had to verify whether he had indeed died at the hands of a dark mage and reveal the identity of the killer. Although it was interesting, because even the people from the most intelligent community in Arfandia could not find the culprit, unfortunately, she could not do anything alone and simply left everything as it was. Nevertheless, she was very curious to know who could be responsible for this crime. If the developers of Arcadia themselves were not involved, and one of the many users was to blame, then it would be truly insane. This was practically impossible, because even a ranker like her couldn't pull off something like this and remain completely unnoticed. At that very moment, she received a new task from the game, which was created automatically due to events happening on the other side of the continent. All the conditions for unlocking the quest, Awakening of the Forgotten Darkness, had been met. The witch hunt had begun, and the Black Dragon of Darkness had been chosen as the main player. A little later, Yoon Jae-young returned to Arcadia, appearing in the very place where he had originally left the game, in the Duchy of Bershin, where a little demon and a little angel were already waiting for him. They began almost simultaneously, as usual, to shout and talk, managing to swear and insult each other along the way. The main point was that Tan Sheik was in a hurry to tell his master that the Empire of Light was now aware that Lich Argymer had been resurrected and was unlikely to let it go. It was a very rare occasion when the Archangel partially agreed with the demon, a creature whose powers Dex had summoned. Even in heaven they were called enemies. She did not recommend using them. Hearing the demon realm being insulted as a cursed tribe, the King of Hell flared up again and started yelling at the heavenly chicken. The words Ellie used to respond to her opponent finally pushed Tan over the edge, and he moved from words to action, challenging her to a fight. The girl's eyes burned with determination. She was confident in her abilities, even if they were limited, and was only too happy to kick the demon bat's ass. In the next second, they clashed in a battle between good and evil, kicking each other and tumbling through the air, while a morally exhausted Yoon Jae-young watched. Nevertheless, judging by what the little familiars had told him, everything was going according to plan, and the guy was glad he had used some of his influence to leave the undead behind. In honor of the great villain of antiquity, known to history as Lich Argeimer, who still holds the continent in terror, the world must be informed of his awakening. Revealing the cause of death and the arrival of the Holy Empire was part of Yoon Jae-young's plan, and now he eagerly awaited the reaction of these good heroes. After his investigation, Knight Agudiel arrived at the Empire, kneeling before his father and the Holy One to report his findings. After carefully examining the evidence and the Duchy of Berchen itself, it was determined that the culprit was definitely Lich Argeimer. Hearing this terrible news, Saint Sylvia trembled, covering her face with her hands. She was still too young for such things. The Holy Father's head ached from the news, but unlike the girl, he was able to remain calm, though that did not mean he was indifferent. The Holy Empire stayed out of the continent's political affairs to allow those who were ignorant to find enlightenment and repent on their own. But in the end, the forces of evil once again brought chaos to this peaceful world, which meant that death would return to these lands and a new era of fear would begin. There was only one thing left to do. As a representative of God, the Holy Father gave an order to Agudiel, the Knight of the Heavenly Sword. As the priest of the Holy Empire, the man wanted the warrior to condemn and expel all evil that existed in these lands. It was imperative to inform other empires and kingdoms of this in order to warn them of the existence of a powerful and cruel enemy. It was terrible. The war that had lasted for centuries in the past had begun again, a terrible war between good and evil. It was then that the quest, Awakening of the Forgotten Darkness, appeared, and the users of Arcadia were divided into factions of good and evil, with the Black Dragon as a dark necromancer belonging to the latter. The girl's eyes were filled with excitement. She was confused and even a little scared that she was being hunted, and that everyone who was supposedly good would try to kill her. Only one player in the entire game was happy. Yoon Jae-young smiled contentedly, his eyes burning with excitement. Everything was going exactly according to his cunning plan. During the last great Holy Demonic War, Arcadia was divided into two factions, which affected not only angels and demons, but also the ordinary inhabitants of kingdoms and empires. The faction of good included all the heavenly forces, the Holy Empire, the Knights of Light, as well as adventurers who had chosen traditionally good professions. The evil faction included the kingdom of demons, monsters and beasts living in hell and on earth, as well as adventurers who became witches and necromancers. Both sides are on bad terms with each other. They dislike each other and consider the other side to be worse and unworthy. This turned into a role-playing game, with each side enjoying the process and organizing competitions. But there are moments when players kill someone for no reason. It is quite normal that small conflicts and skirmishes never escalated into total war, because there was a rule prohibiting murder in cities, and if someone violated it, they would be declared wanted. But now, due to the appearance of a new quest, which was caused by an order from the Pope of the Holy Empire, this rule has been abolished. But the worst thing is that the balance of power has been disrupted. It all seemed like a silly joke. The dark mage Black Dragon slowly walked through the snow-covered wastelands, rereading the announcement about the witch hunt over and over again. A total of 50 million villains were identified, which was almost the entire population of South Korea. The fact that they were going to kill everyone in the evil faction was madness. To avoid dying for no reason, the girl decided to wait out the war in the city, not yet knowing that it was now dangerous in the cities as well. As soon as she crossed the border between the hunting grounds and the once safe territory, a warning appeared that this was now a killing zone. For all those who did not want to fight, it was better to leave. The ranker gasped in surprise, freezing in place at the entrance to the city. Gradually, the dark mages began to realize what a nightmare awaited them in the near future. The ban within the city had disappeared, and now places where people gathered were dangerous. Not far from her, someone delivered a holy strike, killing a player who was a dark mage with a single attack. It was the first sentence handed down to a villain. The Order of Saints was grateful for this, and after the trial, the user would now be able to receive a special reward depending on how many villains they had managed to deal with. Greed and avarice ruled people's minds. As soon as they found out that there was a reward for this, the user literally went crazy. Noticing another dark mage nearby who had just entered the city, the man's gaze became more like that of a crazed wild beast. The black dragon was greatly frightened by this sight, and she backed away, genuinely not understanding what was happening. It turned out that she still could not fully comprehend the fact that it had begun. City guards and players who wanted to get even with her began to gather in front of her in increasing numbers. Not all of them surrounded her, but their eyes sparkled with bloodlust. Previously, in order to prevent NPCs from killing you, you could start a dialogue with them and try to convince them to retreat. The girl resorted to this method as soon as she realized she was in danger. But it didn't work. The game character immediately shouted that an evil dark mage had entered the city, calling on his comrades to seize her. Talking to any of the guards was no longer helpful and was unlikely to help in the future. Now any confrontation with anyone who was not a dark mage would lead to death. She had to act very quickly, otherwise she would die and receive an additional 24-hour ban. But in her current state, it was almost impossible to think clearly. Realizing she had no other choice, the Black Dragon of Darkness used her most powerful skill, Dark Swarm, and attacked the guards surrounding her. After the user killed the guards, all NPCs in the world became hostile towards her, and her initially green nickname turned red. Panic and adrenaline made her breathing irregular and her heartbeat rapid. The girl didn't want this, but she had no other choice. It was the only way to survive. This did not go unnoticed. Other users and characters saw what dark magic was capable of, and their hatred for the evil faction grew even stronger. Realizing that now they would not let her go, the Black Dragon decided it was time to run. Everyone who was nearby at that moment and saw what she had done set off in pursuit. Not far from Birkin Castle, in the vicinity of the Duchy of Yunjiayang and Tanchik, they noticed the beginning of a witch hunt, and the Demon King became worried, saying that this was why he had asked them not to overdo it. His words elicited a quiet sigh from the main character, who was tired of explaining to everyone that he wasn't doing all this because he wanted to, but simply because he wanted to get as many rewards for the quest as possible. Even for the Demon Lord, this explanation was too much. He looked at his master as if he were a psychopath, someone in their right mind who would start a second war between good and evil for the sake of a reward. His excitement turned to panic, and the little demon began to regret not objecting to the use of Lich's power, because if the damned chickens and angels went crazy, it would be very tiring for him. He had already lived through one war between good and evil, and knew perfectly well what awaited him if things continued this way. In his panic, his brain worked faster, and soon a brilliant idea appeared. It was to try to convince Ellie to return to her original form and reconcile everyone, to ask them to slow down. But the Archangel had no use for that. Indifference caused the Demon King to panic even more. He said, "Does she really want their master to get into trouble because he used their powers to try to pressure this? Moreover, isn't it the duty of angels to prevent bloodshed?" The angel replied that this was a wonderful opportunity to get rid of all evil beings in this world, and she was all for it. In principle, this was exactly what one would expect from an archangel. But for some reason, this answer shocked Satan, who did not expect it to end this way. Soon the game system announced the introduction of martial law, and the Holy Father declared that even if it meant the destruction of an entire continent, the Holy Empire would not stop. After this announcement, the Demon King had a fit and yelled at his master, urging him to take responsibility for everything that was happening now. Soon, everyone on his side would die because he had used Lich Argeimer to create such chaos, and the demon threatened that he would no longer lend his power unless the guy fixed everything. As petty as it sounded, it was hard to deny that the demon was right. The reaction was worse than Dex had expected, which meant he would have to intervene. After thinking for a moment, the hero turned to his guardian angel, asking her to mediate, but she didn't understand what he was talking about, because this decision was made exclusively by humans. In a sense, she was right. It was problematic to intervene and change a decision made by humans, but then the guy pointed to a specific part of the notification. Judging and destroying 50 million players just because they were dark mages was going too far. And he even quoted the saying, "Hate the sin, not the sinner," to convince the angel. But what had the greatest impact on her was that he was willing to share his influence points with her in exchange for her doing him this small favor. The girl's eyes immediately lit up, and she smiled and said that since she was a guardian angel, she couldn't ignore her master's requests and would try to reconcile the two sides. In order not to alienate her, the guy played along and thanked her with a smile, even though he shared the Demon King's opinion that this holy maiden was very calculating for an angel. In order to calm things down a little, the main character sacrificed 1,500 influence points. Upon receiving them, Ellie said she would return soon and immediately set to work. Temporarily returning to her original form as an archangel, Michael went to the Holy Empire to talk to the Holy Father Emi about the situation. The priests, ministers of the temple, were shocked. No one had ever seen God's messenger personally descend to earth to ordinary mortals before. Saint Sylvia looked at her with shining eyes. She was sincerely happy, feeling fanatical delight. The girl had always dreamed of seeing an angel with her own eyes. With a blissful smile, the Archangel Michael spoke, saying that she had a message from the Creator for them, urging the inhabitants of the Holy Empire to listen to her very carefully. A few minutes after their conversation, a notification arrived stating that the conditions for witch hunting and the main quest had been changed. Dex and Tan jerked up, looking at the message window, but what they saw shocked them both. Even the Demon King did not expect this. Asking the angel for help, he was, of course, counting on her, but even so, the guy couldn't believe it was true. In the next second, the Archangel returned in the guise of a little angel, joyfully saying that her followers had promised to do everything as she had asked. While she was proud of herself and extolling her perfection in every way, her two companions were completely devastated, unable even to lift their heads to look at her, as if their strength had left their bodies. Nimwain, instead of 50 million people, they had to kill 49,999,900 dark magicians. The number had only decreased by 100 points, and even the always calm Zhe Young was boiling with rage. It felt as if she genuinely did not understand what was wrong, because they could save 100 lives, so they should be happy with everything. The Demon King flew into a rage and rushed at her, shouting accusations and insults. But the angel pretended to be innocent and said that she had already tried everything, but they still didn't like it. While Satan yelled at the winged heavenly chicken, the main character stood aside and looked like the saddest person on the planet who had ever decided to create angels in this game. Not only were they created, but they were also very insolent, doing what they were told, but still doing what they wanted, and they were even allowed to reincarnate. It's good that at least this amount of influence points wasn't spent in vain, even if it wasn't significant, but something did change. Moreover, the guy didn't feel sad for long, because this whole situation with the angel gave him a brilliant idea. This time, everything could really work out the way he wanted it to. Without wasting any time, he called the Demon King, saying that he had an idea and really needed his help, thus interrupting their latest battle between good and evil. Since Tanchik was so concerned about the evil faction and sincerely wanted to help them, he had to do something, and Jaeyang had an idea of how to do it. These words caused the Demon King considerable concern. He had already seen what all of his master's previous ideas had led to and knew that nothing good would come of this. Meanwhile, the players ran across the snow-covered valley after the one and only Black Dragon of Darkness, eventually pushing her out of a window onto a cliff, cutting off all escape routes. There were too many of them, and while it made sense to fight, it would be very difficult. So the girl ran away from them all this time in the hope of escaping. She didn't want to kill anymore. In the end, she spent too much stamina and strength running away from them, and now she only had enough skill points left for 1 or 2 attacks. The more players died from dark magic, the harsher the death penalty for the dark mage would be, but she had no other choice. Killing everyone was the only way to escape. The reward for killing the black mage, who was in first place among all the others, was sure to be incredible, and all the players who were chasing her were intoxicated by this. They couldn't wait to finish her off, see what would drop from her, and divide all this wealth among themselves. Unfortunately, the girl did not react in time. She was too excited, and so when the holy energy of her opponents was directed at her, she did not have time to attack in response. All she could do was close her eyes and wait for it to end, and tears welled up in her eyes. She felt hurt and scared. Seconds passed, but the girl did not feel death in the virtual world. She stood as she was and continued to stand, no holy energy enveloping her body. Then she decided to open her eyes and see what was happening and who had saved her, because she couldn't hear anyone's footsteps. And who could have made their way through this crowd? In front of her, Satan levitated in the air with a smile, holding all the holy energy that was supposed to fly into the girl and kill her on one little finger. Fear slowly gave way to incomprehension. The black dragon silently stared at the bat-winged creature in front of her. not knowing what to say. This small creature exuded an incredibly strong and powerful aura that seemed familiar to her. This little demon easily dispelled the light force. The knight on the other side also stood silently for a while in confusion, but then spoke. Even from there, he could see that it was hardly a full-fledged demon. Because of his size and appearance, Tana was often mistaken for a little imp, not even a full-fledged demon. But these comparisons still annoyed him. And again, he flew into a rage, just hearing himself called a little devil, and a clot of black magic appeared in front of the knight's chest. The next second, the lump exploded, and dark magic engulfed the player's body, causing intense pain and inflicting great damage. The Demon King looked at him with contempt, his face showing rage and disgust. Even if they were players from the good faction, they were still hypocrites and powerless against him. The adventurer was defeated with just one attack, and the damage from this attack was so powerful that the aura emanating from it hardly resembled anything familiar to them. Stunned, the black dragon stared at the creature in front of her with eyes wide with shock. She still couldn't get over the shock, and all she could think about was who this was. The aura of the little devil standing before her was truly impressive, as if she were looking at the true Lord of Hell, but because of his appearance, the adventuress did not recognize him. While there was time between battles, Tan yawned, bored, because these humans were too weak. Taking advantage of the lull, he turned to the girl. To his even greater surprise, he knew her nickname. The shock slowly turned into excitement bordering on fear, and the girl frowned slightly. The next second, a notification appeared that she had encountered the most ancient darkness and reached an important turning point in the quest chain. A slight tremor ran through her body. The adventuress couldn't believe her eyes, and even more so, she couldn't believe her thoughts. She already guessed who was in front of her. After addressing her, the Demon King asked her to stand quietly behind him while he dealt with the thugs who had been chasing her across the valley for several hours. The players standing aside grimaced. They saw what had happened to their comrade, and even if it was just a pet, they were afraid of repeating his fate. It was a waste of decency, points on trash like them, so Tanchik wanted to finish them off as quickly as possible. After a moment of confusion, the adventurers rushed at them again, wanting to finish off the little creature first and then deal with the dark sorceress. Each of them activated their light attack skills, and a powerful and rapid stream of holy energy rushed toward the two creatures from the evil faction. The insult in the form of a pet annoyed Tan, but he no longer allowed himself to lose his temper as he had when he was called an ordinary imp. He simply stored up his anger so that he could take it out on them later. Using his power, he created a protective barrier around himself and the Black Dragon of Darkness, which not only blocked all forces, but also immediately dissolved any light energy. All the attacks that were launched immediately evaporated into thin air, and the players couldn't believe their eyes and hurled insults. Now the Demon King reached the peak of his rage, gathering all the dark power that lurked within him in this state, gathering it into a small ball. The dark, rotten power enveloped the players' bodies, seeping inside. The divine energy within them resisted, but it was useless. The players could not use this power. Quite quickly, the demon's energy completely engulfed the bodies of all the pursuers, slowly decomposing them from within, and all these notifications poured in without stopping. Using the dark power and influence points allocated by its master, the demon chose the most gruesome way to get rid of the vile, sanctimonious people. Obeying Satan's command, the dark power in the adventurers' bodies enveloped them, as if trapping them in invisible nets. The next second, their characters were completely shattered, as if made of glass, and there was no trace of the players left. Only dust and shards fell on the snow-covered ground, and the Demon King levitated in the air, using only a small part of the powers he could wield in this guise. The battle turned out to be completely uninteresting. They all died from a single blow. In the end, humans really don't understand words at all. When they were safe, the girl standing behind him suddenly fell to her knees and began to fervently thank her Dark Lord for saving her. Among those who had decided to become black magicians, there was no one who did not know about the Lord of Demons, the great and invincible Satan, so she sang his praises. The Black Dragon of Darkness turned out to be one of the biggest fans of the King of Demons and Monsters, and she kept saying how honored she was to meet him in person. Finally, a worthy address to Tanchik, the little demon was embarrassed. He had not felt such pleasure in a long time, listening to the praise of the devoted. Now it was time to talk business. He asked if she was really the strongest dark mage among the adventurers, and it turned out he was right. And yet she did not look strong. The girl was thin and without muscles. These words frightened her slightly. She thought that the Lord was disappointed in her and offered to show her characteristics to prove her strength. But it was pointless, just an unnecessary and insignificant remark. The main thing now was why he was looking for her. The king asked her to listen to him very carefully. According to the plan of his master, Yoon Jae-young, there was a special task for the two of them that could help fix this whole mess. Despite her surprise, the adventuress felt a slight thrill because she had the chance to work with her idol. As he explained the next steps in the plan, the king looked incredibly proud and smug. However, the girl herself did not look so pleased when she heard that she would have to become a symbol of evil, especially in the situation she found herself in. One of the rarest dark mages, Lich Argamer, sold his soul and gained immortality by signing a contract with the devil himself. However, after all his vile deeds, he was imprisoned, and it seemed as if several 100 million years had passed since then. This was done by the then Holy Virgin Mary of the Holy Empire, who struck the Lich with a holy sword for all his sins in the mortal world. Before his fall, the evil mage cried out that he would never bow to the holy power, and that one day they would pay for everything they had done to him. Now, somewhere deep in the demon's realm, Lich Argamer was imprisoned by a dozen chains and holy shackles, unable to break free. Because of all the sins that had so greatly shaken the world, he had to rot in this cage until the end of time, even though he had not been able to carry out all his plans. In Lich's opinion, this was terribly unfair. More than anything else in life, he wanted a second chance to do it all over again, just to get out of there. At the moment when he was once again engaging in self-flagellation and lamenting his unhappy fate, someone appeared who could change that. In his true and majestic form, the Lord of Chaos and ruler of all demons, Satan, appeared. He had come here specifically for Lich. The chained and sealed demon immediately began to fawn and say how happy he was to see his lord. But the king interrupted him, not wanting to listen to all this nonsense now. No matter how much he hated what he was doing now, he still had to follow his master's plan in order to earn the influence points he had been given. This plan required the direct involvement of Lich Argamer, even though the Lord of Hell himself did not like it. The demon mistakenly decided that his master was finally going to get rid of the Holy Empire. He didn't even listen to the Demon King and jumped to conclusions. As soon as he promised to get rid of all living creatures, Tana's patience ran out, and a demonic hand made of darkness grabbed Lich's skull. The evil Satan strangled his ward, saying that he would have to spend an unimaginable amount of points for someone like him to end up in Arcadia, and that he was going to ruin everything again. He was literally boiling with rage, saying that he would not allow the demon to rule so easily and do whatever he wanted, making the situation even worse. Chained and frightened, Lich finally noticed that his master was too nervous and clearly not in the mood, so he quickly fell silent. Dispelling his power, Satan flew closer and said that it would be something like a performance. Now the demon would take possession of one player's body and play his role. After that, he would have to return to Hell, where he belonged, and if he tried to take revenge on the Celestials, death would await him. Moreover, death would not come at the hands of the Lord of Demons, but at the hands of a demon much stronger than him, whom even Tanchik himself feared and respected. These words terrified Lich Argamer. He could not even imagine anyone stronger than Satan, so much so that even he himself was wary of him. He really wanted to see this demon, but he had no idea that it was just an ordinary player who was dying of boredom because the Demon King had taken too long. It was after this conversation with the leader of the Legion of Death that Tan found the Black Dragon, and now the final part of the plan remained. The Demon King created a magic circle under the adventurer's feet so that Lich could possess her body. There was too much at stake, so the demon turned to the girl, speaking sternly and telling her not to let him down under any circumstances. Soon, the huge spirit of Lich Argamer appeared before the alarmed and slightly frightened girl, slowly approaching her body. In the next second, the demon's personality was absorbed by the Black Dragon of Darkness, and she was promoted to Maestro of Death, the highest rank of Dark Mage in the game. Part of the witch hunt quest was changed accordingly. Now the faction of Darkness had to get rid of the High Priest and capture the Crimson Kingdom. The girl's appearance, meanwhile, underwent some changes. Her powers increased significantly, and new skills were added in accordance with Lich's powers. Her equipment became much better. Her appearance did not change much, but the aura around her became much stronger, and even she felt that things had become much better. The player's level was significantly increased. Her powers now became incredibly high, twice or even twice as strong as they were before for a certain amount of time. If before, the level of the strongest dark mage on this Korean server was 92, now it had risen to 200, and all characteristics had become higher. Her initial stats as a necromancer, ranking first on her server, were nothing compared to these. And as a ranker, she couldn't help but feel excited. Thoughts that she would now be able to take first place on all Korean servers took hold of her, and the girl didn't even hear the demon lord calling her. Calling someone for a long time greatly annoyed Satan, and he said that if she didn't start responding faster, he would simply kill her right there and then, after which the girl apologized. Nevertheless, everything went strictly according to plan. The demon was afraid that after Lich entered the player's body, she would change too much and others would not recognize her. But her appearance remained the same as the sign, which was quite good, so now it was possible to move on to the next part. After taking another quick look at the girl, the Demon King concluded that everything was just fine and that they could continue for now, no delays. He was getting pretty tired of all this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He took out the scroll that Yoon Ji-young had prepared in advance and handed it to the girl. She was given a short time to read what was written there and prepare to recite the entire text on tape and play her role. However, the content affected the Black Dragon so much that she did not immediately realize what exactly she would have to say. Meanwhile, Satan was already ready to record. He activated a small magic circle by placing his fingers to his eye, imitating a camera, and pointed the lens at the player. It took a whole day to film everything necessary to carry out the plan, and only towards nightfall was Jae-young able to return to the real world to finish everything. After editing the video, he decided to take a look at how the situation was progressing online, and people's reactions to what was happening were mixed. Of course, the good faction was the most active, constantly looking for people to raid the dark mages. They were getting away with too much, and it wasn't even entirely clear who the evil faction was. Because of all this witch hunting, it didn't even matter if you were a player or a regular NPC. You would still be forgiven if you dug up someone from the faction, and the greater your contribution, the more lucrative the reward. The time was perfect for getting rid of your enemies and collecting their trophies, and those who were unlucky had no choice but to suffer. Now more than ever, a hero was needed. After finishing editing the video that Tanchik had filmed, Dex watched and admired it. The video turned out really well, and all the influence points were well spent. It was time to show this hero to the whole world. Yoon Jae-young posted a video with the Black Dragon on his video channel, which he had created specifically for this purpose. Addressing all those who had died unjustly and to whom these words, seemingly dirty and nasty, were directed, she spoke of how many allies had been killed, how they were still being killed, and how it was continuing. Some time ago, she herself had nearly perished, but she was no longer willing to tolerate this unjust treatment, this imbalance of power. The girl played her part magnificently, calling on all the black mages, murderers, thieves, vagabonds, bandits, and dark merchants of Arcadia to unite to stop this. They would be led on the path of justice and revenge not only by her, the Black Dragon of Darkness, #1 in the rankings, but also by Lich Argamer himself, leader of the Legion of Death. All those who wanted to join her in opposing the vicious Holy Empire had to gather in the Crimson Kingdom and declare themselves. The very next day, there was utter chaos near the walls of the barony of Mikhail, and the Baroness went out onto the wall to see for herself what was happening there. An incredibly large number of undead and monsters had gathered near the walls of her city, and they were all heading inside. The evil faction had begun to retaliate against the good faction. Before she could recover from the shock, Dex, sitting on the head of one of the incredibly huge monsters, called out to her with a happy smile on his face and waved his hand. The sight made her hair stand on end. Baroness Mikhailova never expected to meet the adventurer who had helped her so much in such a situation and in such a state. The guards standing at the gate froze in shock, silently watching the skeletons and other undead creatures approaching the entrance to the barony. Sir Dex himself, together with the Baroness, entered her castle to talk about what was happening near the walls of her city. The young man drank tea and answered his friend's questions, saying that he wasn't doing anything special, just traveling the world. And so what if he was riding on the head of a monster? The Baroness's patience was running out. She no longer knew whether she was angry or still in shock, and asked what this army of undead was doing there, or whether he was walking around with them. It was very simple. She had probably heard that a war had broken out between the adventurers, and thanks to this small army, he was just trying to protect his property from enemies. The undead who were with him had been ordered not to attack the people of the Mikhail barony, so there was nothing to worry about. The guy just didn't want to lose his precious source of income. In general terms, the girl naturally knew what was going on. Yesterday, a letter arrived from Count Broken, in which he explained everything to her and wished her luck. Speaking of the undead army commanded by Dex, yesterday she was very impressed by the sight of the leader commanding the army, whom she noticed quite by accident. And now she didn't know whether to be happy or angry, because on the one hand, the adventurer had managed to defeat Duke Bershin, but on the other hand, the undead army was at the city walls. Joy outweighed indignation, and the girl once again violated the player's personal space. She was the first person to praise him for anything in this game. Such modest words of praise caused a surge of emotion in the Baroness, because the Duke he had dealt with was more like a worm that did nothing but suck all the juices out of the kingdom's inhabitants. Even if you added it all up, the wealth he had amassed for the war would have been enough to sustain the nation for several years. Besides, he was a greedy scoundrel through and through. This cruel and greedy tyrant even planned a rebellion in the kingdom. If not Dex, then who else should be praised, since it was he who punished this villain? Although she did not know why he did all this, and she was not eager to find out the purpose of creating an army of evil, looking at all his deeds, he was a hero to her. Moreover, he was a true hero in the eyes of all the people of the Bordeaux Kingdom, something the main character clearly did not expect to hear. These kind words gave him an idea, and he changed the subject, saying that he had noticed that the deposit from the prophets had been a little late lately. Hearing this, the Baroness became slightly alarmed. She began to apologize and promised that this would not happen again, asking her hero not to kill anyone. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, Executive Director Lee Mi-yeon immersed herself in the Dreamer's capsule to try to influence the situation in some way. Because of this quest, Witch Hunt, all players on 2 continents were divided into 2 factions, so that no one would even suspect that something like this could happen. Despite the chance that this event would reflect on Arcadia's ability to play and the existence of complete freedom, given their plans, they couldn't just let it go. So even though they couldn't completely stop it, because they didn't have the authority to do so, they had to do everything possible to minimize losses. The blonde goddess greeted the executive director as coldly and emotionlessly as ever, asking why she had come to see her in person. Currently, a so-called additional quest is taking place on one of the continents, which is disrupting the balance of power, and Mi-yeon came to make adjustments. In order to at least slightly reduce the negative effect of everything that was happening, she wanted all players belonging to the Law faction to be exempt from death penalties. The question came from the second-rank executive director, and Alice immediately disabled the penalty, but only for players in the ranks of the faction and evil. This news caused a major upheaval, and players on the dark side, who until recently had avoided combat for fear of earning extra punishment, began to fully engage in the quest. And even if one of them died, they would simply be resurrected and continue to fight the forces of good, who had become too conceited. Finally, those who were unjustly killed for no reason as soon as they were spotted could take revenge on their offenders, no matter how many times they were killed. However, the players of the Light faction are not the type to simply endure beatings. They created a special reinforcement squad to help their allies at the most dangerous moment. That very unity, created by numerical superiority, gave rise to systematicity, and it was difficult to say right away whether the forces were equal. And yet, in a sense, a balance was found, a rather harsh balance, but one that gave rise to an endless struggle between good and evil. And so the battles that took place on the lands of the Bordeaux Kingdom never stopped, and soon these lands were flooded with blood. As a result, the battle between good and evil was heated to the limit, and for creating such chaos, the main character received a reward of 61,000 influence points. He did not expect everything to seem so cruel and bloody, but don't worry, for the gaming company, canceling the penalty for death was quite a serious decision. All this time, he seriously thought about the Baroness's words that he was a hero. The guy played in this world as if it were all a game, and perhaps it would continue to seem that way to him. However, the question of whether he was worthy of the words about heroism never left him for a second, and without straying from his goal, he created a real military conflict. This must be the amusing factor that belongs only to Arcadia, because it is a damn well-made game. The suffering Demon King, who had spent all the influence points he had been saving for so long at once, distracted the guy from his sad and gloomy thoughts. He kept whining, saying that he had to spend too much to bring Lich back to this world and put him in a human body. Listening to his whining was exhausting because he spoke as if Jae Young had done nothing, but he had spent his master's points along with his own, so they were even. After such a statement, Tanshik had nothing to add. He was literally shut up, and the Demon King lost his gift of speech. Thanks to the efforts of the main character, the players of the evil faction are now a little calmer. At least they are able to fight back, and there are many advantages to this. The master's words were so reasonable that Tan swallowed his tongue a second time, still unable to recover from the first blow. It is a talent to make the King of Darkness feel remorse. While the little demon was trying to recover from his total defeat, the angel flew up to Jie Yang and asked him not to pay attention, because all demons are like that. She said a few more nasty things about demons, even though angels shouldn't say such things, but none of that mattered anymore. The main thing was that she lent her powers, as they had agreed. This question delighted Ellie, because she was ready to give up everything just to defeat Lich Arghymer. She even said that she would pay for the influence points herself and he wouldn't have to spend anything. It was time for the next stage of the plan. Yoon Jae-young activated his Divine Descent skill and began to choose a spirit from the past whose powers he could use. The choice fell on Cardiel, the Knight of Sorrow and Pilgrimage, a great hero of the past equated with the rank of saints. According to Archangel Michael, his powers would be more than enough to deal with the nasty and vile demon Lich. The exhausted and sad King of Demons looked at his master's choice and said that although the skeleton was a fool, he was not so weak. However, after taking a closer look, he was once again overcome with shock and horror, staring at the photograph of the spirit of the past as if it were the most terrible scourge of retribution. It turned out that this holy knight was the owner of the very sword that had defeated Lich Arghymer last time. That was enough for Cardiel to make his final choice. The Holy Spirit took possession of the main character's body, and the sword glowed with a golden light in his hands. This caused Tan to have another hysterical fit, because it was just a lich, and they had put on a whole show and summoned one of the 5 holy swords. The Archangel had to invest quite a bit for this, but as she said, she was ready to give anything to get rid of Lich Arghymer once and for all. The Demon King was speechless again, looking at the little angel as if she were the craziest creature he had ever met in his entire life. Usually the bigger the event, the more influence points, and in this case, they should get as many as possible. Enveloped in dark energy, the Black Dragon led an army of adventurers who were part of the evil faction, and they were ready to fight back against the Sanctimonious. In turn, Dex was determined to do whatever it took to get as many rewards as possible from this war between good and evil. It was time to start the show. A crazy smile appeared on the young man's face. He was neither a saintly good guy from the good faction, nor a villain from the evil faction who wanted to destroy the whole world. He was a real troll who did everything for himself and was ready to deceive other players. It was time to punish Lich Arghymer and make him the culprit of this whole war. While our main character was preparing to end all this madness and get as many influence points out of it as possible, fear reigned in the palace of the ruling family of the Burgundy Kingdom. Advisors and ministers gathered in the throne room, where a little boy, the crown prince, sat on the throne, having had to take the throne too early. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. Everyone demanded decisions from him, everyone expected something from him, but he didn't know what to do. All he could think about was how much better it would be if his father were alive. One of the advisors suggested that the little king flee somewhere, for example, to the Holy Empire, wait there, gather strength, and recapture the capital. But the sovereign did not like this idea at all. He could not abandon his subjects and flee like a coward. Besides, he knew perfectly well that his father would never forgive him for such a thing. The old man who had suggested this idea immediately stepped back and apologized. He would never have thought that the boy could be so highly moral. While they were talking, a large number of adventurers lined up in the garrison right in front of the palace. They were not simple people. They returned to life even after death. This was their chance to win. But when the prince decided that he had a chance, and that it was too early to be discouraged, a large stream of dark magic penetrated the room, squeezing it, and a rumble was heard outside. At that moment, the doors of the throne room flew open, and a guard entered with a rather frightened expression on his face, shouting that trouble had come. The child had already developed a reflex to flinch when someone approached him. He became alert and looked at his subject, cautiously asking what had happened. A huge army of undead had gathered at the entrance to the palace, led by a single girl, the Black Dragon of Darkness, #1 in the ranking of dark magicians. Playing this little game, she became very excited, even getting too carried away, and her desire to level up and become the best in the entire ranking took her further and further down this path. At the sight of all these terrible monsters and living dead, the underage king burst into tears. He had never experienced such horror in his life. During this time, 48,931,235 dark mages had already been killed. The girl thought it was all because of the idiots who had become so smug after the news of the cancellation of the death penalty. As far as she knew, there was even some moron who died more than 1,000 times just to catch one unfortunate priest. And yet now even the death penalty didn't seem so scary to her. The girl was ready to give everything to try out the powers that the Demon Lord had given her. The guards and adventurers who were on the side of light stood at the entrance to the palace, but even they were not ready to face the Legion of Death of Lich Argeimer. Most of them had never even encountered undead creatures in their lives, let alone the most terrifying demon. But they did not allow fear to get the better of them and continued to do their duty. A smile appeared on the Black Dragon's face. Her eyes burned with a dark glow. She was ready to wipe this entire kingdom off the face of the earth, just to test her skills. Lich, standing next to her, was also happy and excited. He hadn't killed anyone in several millennia and had never felt such freedom as he did now. The girl, who had gotten a taste for it, activated several skills in a row. Field of Death to strengthen the undead that had already been summoned, Festival of Dark Night, and Whisper of the Dead. After that, she used Soul Necromancy to summon even more warriors, then used her final skill, Passionate Desire of the Dead, Hatred of Life. The demon who had been watching her all this time was greatly impressed by her. He couldn't stop admiring her because the girl had been able to unleash his powers to such an extent that now no one could defeat them. The only ones who could defeat them now were those comparable in strength to the apostles themselves, which meant that the people of this kingdom were doomed. No matter how terrifying the words of this dark creature were, the adventuress was very excited. She liked what was happening around her. She ordered her soldiers to go into battle against the guards, and the army of evil rushed into the attack, their bones creaking. The adventurers standing with the guards at the gate were terrified. They did not understand how to fight against such a force, for there was no guidance on how to oppose an army of death. The Black Dragon's face showed true